initially to recall Julian Williams for additional redirect examination.
Okay.
Just to clarify something that I was not, that I didn't have photographs of yesterday, that I did now. So, that's all.
Speak towards the.
I just want to let the court know, and like Councilor said, that if somebody has an objection to that, then we can take it up before we start with the jury.
All right, so you're going to recall the last witness.
Julian Williams, right, for additional redirect examination. I think we left off at redirect.
Okay. I'm not sure of any basis to object, but you have the right to object.
I mean, that may possibly go around and say it's already been closed out, but I don't have any objection. You know, it's possible I would call him back anyway, and he'd have opportunity to do it, so that's fine.
All right. Well, let's bring the jury in.
These are screenshots.
Good morning. Everybody in good spirits and ready to proceed? Was everybody able to follow my instructions last night? Great, thank you. Mr. Lamb, you can proceed.
Thank you, Art. At this time, the state would recall Julian Williams for additional redirect examination.
All right, Mr. Julian Williams.
You just have to right there, and you're still under oath. Mr. Williams, you understand that you're still under oath, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yesterday on cross-examination, you recall being asked a question that led in with something to the effect of when the child supposedly vomited on you.
Correct.
You remember that, a question or two about that?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you wearing when that day?
A black Nike tech suit.
I want to show you State's Exhibits 24 and 25. And I'll tell you, these are screenshots from a police officer's body cam. So you may not recognize the writing and stuff up there, but you recognize the person shown in there?
Yes.
And who is that?
Me.
And do both of those pictures fairly and accurately depict how you looked or appeared on that day?
Yes.
Those are the clothes you were wearing when you picked up the child at the dorm and went to the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, we tender States 24 and 25.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, they're admitted without objection.
And just wait here, just a second. All right. I think. There they go. Can you just step right out, just in front of that, and show the jury where on your jacket it shows that your child threw up? Okay, so that's just showing about that yellowish, white yellowish stain on the front of the jacket on the right side and on the sleeve.
Yes.
Okay, and then you said that he also inside the collar, and let me show you this is State's Exhibit 25. Can you point out what you're talking about there?
Yes, I'm on the t-shirt.
Okay, so inside the collar of your shirt and then between your jacket and your shirt.
Correct.
Okay. And when was he? You can have a seat. When was he throwing up?
He possibly started when I got out, when I got him, and I know he was throwing up when I got in the car.
Okay. So when you were getting in the car, when you were in the car, he threw up on you. Did anybody ask you to take the jacket so they could test to see if the child threw up on your jacket?
No.
If they had, would you have turned it over to them?
Yes, I still have it also
Where is it?
at my house.
Has it ever been cleaned?
No,
Why?
because that's the last thing I got to remember of.
Nothing further.
Any recross?
Just a couple young. Ms. Williams, I know they didn't take in that jacket for evidence, but did they in any way even talk to you about it or mention it while they were interviewing you?
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, when they were interviewing you and talking to you about the jacket, did anyone ever look at your hands?
No.
Did they ever photograph your hands?
No.
No one asked you to show your hands like this to the GBI agents?
Not that I recall.
No law enforcement asked for that to occur?
Not that I recall.
No photographs taken by anyone?
Not that I know of.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, you can step back down, sir. All right, you can call your next witness.
Where the state calls Dr. Michael Bussman.
All right. Dr. Busman, if,
Just step towards the witness stand and then pause briefly when you get there.
yes, sir, if you just come right here and then turn around.
Raise your right hand. Swear to God that you give in this case will be the truth, so help you God. Have a seat. You got before. Where's my next sheet?
26.
Before I proceed with Dr. Bussman's examination, I will tender State's Exhibit 26, which is a complete copy of the medical records of this child from Phoebe Sumter Medical Center. And these records were received from Phoebe under a certificate of authenticity with a certificate of authenticity attached. I noticed the defense in advance that I intended to introduce the records under that certificate, and my understanding was that there would not be any objection to that. Is that correct?
Is there any objection to admission of?
No, Your Honor, we would stipulate the authentic record without having to go through the litany of trying to prove that, as we know that was provided by them in the authentic.
Okay, well, it is admitted without objection and under that stipulation.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I assume Dr. Bussman, well, first let me ask you this. What's your name?
Michael Bussman.
And you have something with you. Is what you have with you the copy of the records that I provided to you for review?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure you didn't have anything different or anything else besides that. Okay. What is your occupation?
Wait just a second, sir. Would you say your name again, please?
Michael Bussman,
What is your occupation, sir?
family practice physician,
And where do you practice?
Americus.
Do you practice as part of a medical group, or are you in I guess what I would refer to as private practice?
It's an outpatient practice that is owned by Phoebe Putney Health System.
And
And I do work obviously in the emergency room also.
And so you, but besides having your family practice, which is, I think it's under the name Phoebe Family Practice.
Phoebe Sumter, family medicine and sports medicine.
Okay. And in addition to practicing medicine in that office, you also have other affiliation with Phoebe Sumter Medical Center.
I am on full-time staff there, and I do work in the emergency department a few days a month on the average.
Okay. How long have you been licensed to practice medicine in the state of Georgia?
That would be 30 years, I believe, since 1995.
And can you tell the jury, please, starting from, I presume that before medical school, you would have graduated from college somewhere. Is that correct?
That's right. I graduated from Emory University in Atlanta in 1989.
Okay. And then from medical school forward, or from that time forward, would you tell the jury what your educational background is?
So after college, I went to the Medical University of South Carolina in Charleston, South Carolina, and then graduated from there in 1994. And then I went on to Columbus, Georgia to do my residency in family medicine for the next 3 years. I graduated from there, or completed the program in June of 1997. And then I went to Columbia, South Carolina for 1 year to do a fellowship in sports medicine. So I finished in 1998 in June, and then came to Americas to start practice in August of 1998, and I've been here ever since.
Are you board certified in any particular discipline?
I'm board certified in family medicine.
And what is the scope of a family medicine practice?
Really, we're trained to do a little bit of everything. So really do a lot of everything. Just don't really take people to the operating room or do any kind of major surgeries, but just from some people call it cradle to grave, but I don't really do a lot with the newborns anymore, but we do take care of people of all ages.
And in addition to being board certified in family medicine and having that postgraduate training, do you also have experience in emergency medicine?
Yes, I have been working in emergency rooms since 1995.
As part of your medical practice, either in your private practice or when you're working in the emergency room at the hospital, does your practice include the process of evaluating, assessing, or diagnosing illness and injury?
Yes.
And do you, in the course of that, have experience and training in determining the probable or likely etiology or cause of injuries or illness?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we would tender Dr. Bussman as an expert in the general practice of medicine, including evaluation and diagnosis of injury, determination of the cause of injury, and other associated topics.
Mr. Gamble, do you wish to go down to the witness?
No, Your Honor, we don't object.
All right, Dr. Bussman will be allowed to give opinion testimony in his areas of expertise.
Thank you, Your Honor. January 14th, 2024, where were you working that Sunday?
In the emergency room at Phoebe Sumter.
And sometime shortly after lunch that day, did you become aware of there being a patient in your emergency room by the name of Romeo Angeles or Jackson Drew Angeles?
Yes.
Okay. How did you first become aware of that patient's presence at the hospital?
I believe the nurse told me that they have a young child that is not breathing, and they were taking him to the back, which is also one of the two trauma rooms. And I did see a young gentleman carrying a very young kid in his arms and sort of running toward that trauma room, or walking fastly toward that trauma room. And
do you know how that child actually got to the emergency room? Or did you learn that?
Well, yeah, my understanding was that the father who was carrying the child, drove him there and then took him out of the car and brought him in.
What was the child's condition at the time he first appeared at the ER?
He was not breathing. And then when they put him in the back, we noticed there was no heart rate either. So completely unresponsive.
So what would have been done first? I mean, in terms of the care and treatment of this child?
So when they got him in the back, we had the nurses and everybody, on the case and hooked him up to monitors and was doing CPR.
How do you do CPR on an infant?
So basically it's about breathing, ABC's airway, breathing, circulation. So had to make sure there was an airway to breathe, and then use like a bag oxygen with a bag to deliver breaths to the lungs and do small pushes on the heart to try to get the heart moving.
Okay. And you indicated just now with your fingers, like you were holding up two fingers of some sort. Is that how do you perform CPR typically at least on a patient that size?
Yeah. So typically with adults, you use your whole hand and go like that. But with a kid, they're much smaller, so you can't put that much pressure, that widespread of an area. So we typically just use two fingers and push on the chest above the heart.
Okay. And that's where you would perform or apply compressions.
Yes.
There. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Were y'all successful? Well, let me back up. Who actually was performing CPR, if you recall?
Well, me and the nurses. I had to intubate the kid, and that means putting a breathing tube into their trachea, which is over here, which is the tube that feeds off into the bronchi, goes into the lungs. So you put in the trachea, and when you push the bag, the oxygen is flowing, but you push. Well, when you get it in the machine, actually, you could push it with a bag and then hook it up to a machine. The machine does it for you, but that gets the air right to the tubes that go into the lungs, and it delivers the air and the oxygen.
So in effect, I mean, would that bypass if there were any blockages or narrowing or something of the airway? Would that bypass that?
You get we would know if there was a blockage because there's something called a carbon dioxide monitor, and you just hook it up to that thing, and when it turns purple, it means that it's in the right place, and it did. So it was in the right place, and it was getting good ventilation, and we checked the machine to see about the oxygen level. So that was in the right place, and it was getting good ventilation.
When you, once the child was at least momentarily stabilized, did you have an opportunity to examine the child and determine if there were any injuries?
Yes, the first thing I noticed was there was a lot of secretions around the nose, because we usually look at the front of them first. I thought it was, really, when I first saw the kid, I thought it was some sort of facial deformity, but it turned out it was just some secretions, some of which were dry. And then we cleaned that off and suctioned it off. Then it was clear that it, went away, and you could see the nose, and it, it looked a little swollen, but it looked relatively fine other than the swelling.
Okay.
And then let me, we did give, well, okay, go ahead. We did the CPR, we did the intubation, do the breathing, and we were doing the 2 fingers on the chest to try to stimulate the heart.
Were you successful in restoring a respiration and heartbeat?
Well, we had to give medication, so epinephrine and after, I'm not sure exactly how many doses, but after a few doses, we did get the heartbeat back.
Once you had the heartbeat back and you were, it cleaned off the fluid and so forth on the child's face, did you, from that point forward, were you able to identify any injuries that it appeared that the child had suffered?
Yes, noticed swelling on the face with some bruising, but the big one was the back of the head has really, really swollen and had some fluid in it. It was probably, I don't know about that, I don't even see my hand, but about that size.
And were you able at some point to determine what the injury was to the back of the head?
It was obviously trauma, but the extent of the trauma, once we got once we got the kid more stable and got the heartbeat back and the breathing machine working well, and we didn't have to do CPR anymore, we did a scan of the head and we saw the extent of the injury.
Okay. And what was the extent of the injury to the back of the head?
A big occipital skull fracture, which that is on the back of the head. And I believe there was also a parietal lobe fracture, which is sort of on the side, sort of toward the middle of the side. And that would explain all that fluid, definitely the trauma. That would certainly explain the fluid in the back of the head.
When you say fluid in the back of the head, what would have been the fluid? I mean,
likely blood. Blood.
And what would cause an injury like that, the fracture of the occipital bone and the parietal lobe?
A direct blow or trauma, some sort of blunt trauma. So in other words, you wouldn't be walking around and all of a sudden fracture your occipital lobe of the skull. It would have to be from direct trauma.
When you say direct trauma, you're talking about a blow essentially delivered to that particular part of the head?
Yeah. Or the head delivering, hitting something else, either way, but some sort of impact of the skull, either it hitting something or something hitting it.
Okay. Were you able to determine whether there were, and we're going to come back to that as well as the other injuries in just a moment, but did you determine whether there were other injuries as well?
When somebody's unconscious, they can't tell you what hurts them. They can't complain. So I saw the obvious at first. It was the facial and the skull injury, and couldn't really tell much else of what was going on at the time. But then after the scan of the head, we did the whole body, and we noticed that there was a liver laceration also.
And did you obtain any information from anyone as to what event or events may have been involved in causing the child to suffer this trauma?
Yes, I did talk to, I believe, she's girlfriend of the father when she came by, and I did ask what happened.
Okay. Do you recall what she told you, or?
Yeah, I think I'd have to review
general terms.
I'd have to review my notes, but at first, I recall that something about. I'd have to review the notes, but this is and it's in there. But my recollection is that baby or the young child was not acting right, and she may have just shook him just a little bit to see what was wrong.
Okay, so part of the information she gave you was that he wasn't acting right and she shook him. Did you receive any information from anyone that would explain that might explain at least the occipital fracture?
Well,
And
then-
you're welcome to review.
Yeah, that's what I'm
records.
trying to look for to see what I documented. But then later, I think there was he may have told me that he might have fallen off the bed. So, but it's in here, and I have to look at exactly what I was told. It's in my notes, so I will try to find that, and we can let's see. This may be it. Okay, patient was staying with his father's girlfriend. He reported that the child was acting oddly. She shook his shoulders a little bit, and he was difficult to respond. That is what I just said pretty much. And then she called the father to pick him up, and he quickly arrived. Upon arrival, it was reported that the child was completely unresponsive and he was not breathing. Father took him to the emergency department. He arrived. He had no palpable pulse and no spontaneous respiration. So that is what I was told originally.
Okay. Did you have any subsequent conversations that you recall with? I mean, and when I say conversations, I mean whether it was a question or two or more extensive. Did you have any further communications with the girlfriend as to what might have led up to the child being unresponsive?
I did. Wondered whether it was possible that there was some, because in the beginning we didn't know what was going on. We have to ask everything. Before we knew about the skull fracture and everything, we knew he was unresponsive. So I was wondering if he could have got into some medicine or something like that. If there was any medicine laying around, but she said possibly. But medicine obviously would not have caused a skull fracture. I seem to recall, and it would be in my notes, but I have to find it. That was the initial thing, was that it wasn't acting right and kind of shook his shoulders a little bit. And then he got unresponsive. But I do recall hearing something about maybe falling off the bed at a later time. And that's in my notes somewhere, but I have to find it.
In any event, is it fair to say that what was reported to you was a claim of some sort of accidental trauma?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to the skull fracture and the bleeding at the back of the head, how long would it take a patient who suffered that injury, okay, the skull fracture and the bleeding, how long would you expect it to take a patient to exhibit symptoms of that injury?
Pretty immediate. That extent of trauma, it would happen really quickly. I mean, wouldn't be acting normal literally within seconds after it happening.
Okay, so almost within seconds, you would expect some symptoms
Yes.
to appear.
Some symptoms. Yes.
And then with regard to like unconsciousness and that sort of thing, how long would you expect it to be before you might observe those symptoms?
Can't put an exact time frame on that, but I would say 30 to 60 minutes with the extent of that trauma.
Is there, in your opinion, any reasonable possibility or reasonable likelihood that the child might have suffered that skull fracture the night before he came to the hospital?
No, that's highly unlikely. I think symptoms would have developed a lot sooner.
Do you have an opinion as to the likelihood that after the child received the injury, that he would have still been behaving normally, sitting up, having fine motor skills like being able to hold a cup and use a cup, sitting up in what is a normal fashion, I suppose, for a toddler, playing, not crying, and so forth? What is the likelihood that you would find a child behaving that way after sustaining that injury?
No, not going to happen. Right after the fall, he may not go unconscious right away, but he's not going to be behaving normal at that extent of trauma. It's going to be abnormal. It's going to get progressively worse.
Are there any other symptoms that you would find that are typically or commonly associated with a head injury besides unconsciousness and so forth?
Well, an adult, we would say altered mental status, which means they get confused and stuff like that. And a kid, it's a little bit harder to determine that. We just say they're not acting right.
What about nausea? Any relationship between an injury to the head and nausea? And typically,
A lot of people that have head injuries or concussions do have nausea, and some have vomiting. Yeah.
how, in terms of, and I understand if you can't put a specific time frame on it, but what kind of a general time frame would you expect before some of those secondary symptoms like nausea appeared?
It can happen fairly quickly, but maybe 30 minutes. It can happen within minutes or an hour after.
Okay. Now, with regard to the, you indicated there was some swelling to the face and marks of some sort on the face. Is that right?
Yes.
What were the nature of the marks or evidence of injury with regard to the face?
So a little bit of swelling and a little bit of bruising or bluish, maybe a little bit of black discoloration.
What would cause a child to have bruising and ultimately swelling on the face?
Yeah, so some sort of pressure to that area. So it could be hard hand pressure, or it could be bumping up against something or something hitting it. Any of those things could do it.
Something that applied an impact of some sort or another?
Yeah, right. And if it just caused bruising and didn't cause a fracture, the impact may have been a lot less intense. Over the bruising and the swelling that you saw, do you have an opinion as to whether it appeared to be recent or fresh or acute, whatever word is appropriate? You can't really tell. I mean, it could be anywhere from an hour, maybe 8 hours, or it could possibly be a day before, but it wouldn't have been a week or two before. So bruising can show up within a minute, or it can take several hours to show up.
Okay. Now, with respect to you said there was a liver injury, a laceration perhaps to the liver.
Yes.
Is that right?
Correct.
So what would cause the liver to be lacerated?
That would be also from some sort of direct high impact blow, trauma.
Was there anything that you observed in terms of the laboratory testing or chemical testing of the child's blood and so forth? Was there anything that you determined or observed with regard to those numbers as they relate to the operation of the liver?
Yes.
The function of the liver.
Yes. There are two liver tests that were very, very elevated. One is the AST, and that was it was over 8,000, and normal is up to about 40. So that would be, whatever, do the math, 200 times normal maybe, or 20 times normal. Probably 20 times the normal level. And the ALT was was over 5,000, and that would be, 15 times normal or something like that.
15 times?
I think so. I think that's the right math.
Okay. And
40 times 15, yeah, it'd be, I think so, yeah.
Those test results, I mean, those the whatever that demonstrates those levels, would that be reflective of an acute injury to the liver or reflective of a chronic condition with the liver?
Well, it could be both, but the bilirubin level was normal, and if something was chronic, you would expect the bilirubin level to be elevated. So the fact that the bilirubin level was normal means it was a relatively acute injury.
Let me ask you to assume that the injury to the child, whatever that injury was, that the injury to the child, the trauma to the child, occurred the night before, and that after it occurred, that the child was still observed sitting up in no apparent distress, holding and drinking a sippy cup, then went to sleep normally, slept for 8 or 9, 10 hours, woke up and was still behaving normally for another hour after that. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not that would be possible if the child had sustained the injury the night before?
Injury to the head or liver?
The injury to the head.
Oh, no. If it was to the head, there's no way the child would have been acting normally for that period of time.
A while ago, when you referenced a 30 to 60 minute time frame, is just to be clear, is that the time frame that you would put on that injury in relation to when the child appeared at the emergency room?
I believe that's right. I believe that's what happened.
That it would be somewhere in that range, no more than 60 minutes before the child appeared that he suffered the trauma.
May need to ask that question again. I'm sorry.
A while ago, when you made reference, you said that the brain injury, that the head injury would have caused significant symptoms within 30 to 60 minutes at the outside. Is that right?
Correct. Significant symptoms, yes.
Okay. So those symptoms, when we say 30 to 60 minutes, are you referring to the time frame from the time the injury was suffered or the time the symptoms first appeared?
I have to think about what you asked me. Let me think about that for a second. It would have been 30 to 60 minutes for the kid to have significant symptoms after the injury occurred. Okay.
So from the time the injury occurred, you would expect those symptoms within 30 to 60 minutes.
Correct.
Okay. That's what I wanted to be clear on. All right. Let me ask you this. Would you, if there was bleeding internally, like around the liver, for instance, how would that blood travel to or enter the digestive tract, the intestines or the colon or whatever?
Usually, if there's injury to the colon or the intestines, that's where you would see blood go out through that way, because that's the exit route. But from the liver, it's not really, I don't think it's going to go out that way for a while. Your body will just absorb it over time, and it's not a direct link, if that makes any sense.
So
it's not a direct channel out. The liver is an internal organ, and it doesn't go right into the colon. It takes time.
So it would take an injury to have something that caused bleeding in the intestines or would cause a child to have bloody stool.
Yeah, it'd be an injury to the intestines, or it would be a what they call inflammatory bowel disease, but that's not necessarily anything acute. That's just a chronic condition that could cause that. If it was most liver lacerations have to be repaired with surgery, but I guess if you had a real small one, it may heal on its own with that blood that leaks out. The body just has to absorb it over time and then excrete it. That's how that works.
Okay. So anatomically, there's just not a route for it to travel from there to there.
Not a direct route.
Okay. With the injury to the head and the liver, would you associate those with a single impact of some sort?
Well, it could be one event, but it wouldn't be a single impact because the occipital portion of the scalp is on the back of the head and the liver is more on the front of the body. So it'd be nearly impossible to injure both with one blow, but it would definitely have to be two different blows.
Okay. Would the injuries to the face, the bruising and swelling on the face, would you expect that to be the result of the same impact that caused the injury to the back of the head?
Likely not, although the only way to be possible is if your head fell into a round, if that makes any sense. If the head fell in here, it could be possible to get them both at the same time, but not likely. Have to fall into a roundish hole with, on both sides, but not likely.
Okay. Falling off of a bed or a chair, would that cause both of those injuries simultaneously?
Well, a chair, no. I mean, too low to the ground, nowhere to, nothing below it but legs. Not both injuries. A bed, you'd have to hit in more than one place falling from a high bed, but you'd have to hit in more than one place for that to happen.
Let me ask you to consider the possibility that the child was sleeping on an air mattress 6 or 8 inches off the floor and at some point rolled off of the air mattress onto a hard floor.
Mhm.
Is that the sort of impact that might cause all of these injuries?
No. Possibly a small bruise to the face, but not a liver laceration and not a skull fracture.
What if the child was sitting in a chair that was 13 inches above the floor and fell over forwards and hit the floor from the chair? Would that be the type of impact that you would expect would cause all of these injuries?
Maybe some bruising, but I can't see how they would fracture a liver, and certainly would not hit the back of the head if falling forward.
Do you recall that in I think in one of your notes, or perhaps it was a nursing note, that there was a reference to a pink frothy sputum on the child's face, around his mouth and nose?
Yeah, that's what I referenced in the beginning with the nose sort of coating over the nose and stuff like that.
What would that substance likely be?
Likely fluid from the brain, or due to the skull fracture, and cerebral spinal fluid.
Cerebral
Spinal fluid.
No further questions right now. Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Yes, young man, please go. Morning, Dr. Busman. We already spoke earlier this morning. You doing okay?
Okay.
I've got some questions for you, as you might imagine. And first of all, I want to ask you, you've got your medical records in front of you. And if you see the first page is the date of release of information, that's just saying it's authenticated records, and you got some face sheets and all, but then you finally turn to 4 or 5 pages and you get to page 1 of records. Can you turn to page 23 of those records?
I'm not sure where the number's at. What is
Very
it?
top of the page. If you look,
Oh, I have to take
very
my,
top right-hand corner. of the page.
top right hand corner.
Yes, sir.
I don't know that my pages are numbered, but let me.
It should be on your document. It should be. Once you get past that first preliminary stuff, then it starts with page 1.
What does it say? Oh, okay, 2.
Yes,
Okay, now we're numbered. And what page?
23, page
Okay.
23 of 39, I believe it says.
And then there's 3 of 39. Oh, you say okay, so 23 of 30.
23 of 39,
Okay.
23. You're going to have to get a little deep into it.
I got it. 12 of 39. Okay, 23. Got it.
Okay. If you're looking at that particular document, it says up in the left-hand corner, Jackson Drew, that lets you know that's the patient, correct?
Yes.
And then on the right-hand side, there are kind of notations of things that have occurred, like face masks on patient and things like that. You see it?
Yes.
If you go on down where it gets to cardiac arrest, do you see where it begins?
Yes. Yes.
If you would, about halfway down, do you see where it begins? Father presents.
Father. I think so. Yeah.
We're looking at CPR started immediately by nursing staff present. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, right after it says CPR started immediately by nursing staff present, can you read me the next sentence of this notation, please?
Father present at bedside states child fell around 5 minutes prior to arrival.
Now, so according to that notation, the father of this child says that the child fell 5 minutes before he got there, correct?
That's what it says.
And says it's at the bedside, meaning he was beside everyone. Bedside, that means at the operating room or the ER room, correct?
Correct.
So the only person that was ever entering into the actual child would have been the father, correct?
Initially true, yes.
I mean, the girlfriend never came into that area, did she?
Not during my tenure there.
So we know that the person that told you that then was indeed the father, correct?
The father told somebody that, probably the nurse, yes.
But it was important enough to notate it, correct?
Correct.
So that was the initial story told to you by him, correct?
Yes.
Now, I got some questions for you. I know you were asking, you're going to think this may sound like I'm off on a track over here somewhere kind of crazy for a second, but I have a reason for it. But is there a test available if you wanted to test someone's fecal matter to try and determine whether or not it contains blood?
Yes.
And what type test is that?
We call it a hemocult. It's just a fecal occult blood test.
And is that a fairly routine test?
I mean, if you're looking for blood, it is.
I mean, I realize you don't do it every day, do you?
Not necessarily.
But it is something that you commonly will do if you have some suspicion bloods and someone's passing out their rear end, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're worried about that.
And is it a very difficult test to perform?
Not really, but there are two types of blood, I guess. Two types of the way we describe blood. One is gross. That means you actually see blood, and the other one is occult, where you don't see it, but that test would turn colors and show there's some microscopic blood in there that you're not able to see.
So what you're telling me to a degree is you may be looking at a patient and see his fecal matter or the bowel movement, and just by the naked eye can tell it's blood. You don't really need to test then, right?
Correct.
I mean, you might still run a test just to confirm what your eyes are seeing, but you're pretty sure already he's bleeding through the rear end, correct?
Correct.
And then there's another type where maybe you suspect there's something like that going on, but just looking at it, you can't say for sure, and you run the test to try to confirm whether or not blood's coming out the rear end, correct?
If it worries you, yes.
And sometimes when people have trauma and injury, they do begin to bleed throughout the digestive tract all the way out, do they not?
Maybe it depends on if there's trauma to the colon or the small bowel.
Can you describe for the jury, if you could, the appearance of fecal matter after a person experiences bleeding in the upper digestive tract? What does it have a different look to it?
Well, yeah. So there's what we say fresh blood and old blood, and if you can imagine, fresh blood is going to be really bright red because it's closer to the exit point, and then older blood would be darker because it's taken longer to get out and has more time to, I guess we could say get oxidized, which means exposed to air or slightly decompose.
So does that discolor the fecal matter to some extent to a darker color?
Yes, if it's old.
Now, if you could also give me an approximation of the transit time for stomach contents to travel throughout the digestive tract and eventually be defecated in the form of fecal matter.
It just depends. People are different. It can happen, maybe within an hour or two, or some people could be several days. It just depends. No exact time frame for everybody.
So a fair approximation will be at least 1 or 2 hours and maybe as much as a day or two.
Maybe.
And I mean, as we know, when we eat, I might eat lunch, I might eat supper, and then I might have to go to the bathroom and bowel movement the next morning, correct?
Maybe.
Or I might be somebody, I don't need a bowel movement through that next night, correct?
Yeah, some people may go 30 minutes afterwards, but yeah.
Correct. But it's a movement coming through your body, just depends on some of all those things, right?
Right.
I'm going to ask you if you could. We've already had put in the evidence, I believe it's Defendant's Exhibit 2. Dr. Busman, I'm going to show you an exhibit that's already been introduced in evidence in this case earlier. I hope I am. Do you see what appears to be 3 diapers? Well, there for a second.
They will reappear.
That Lewis was using is probably the best one to hook up to.
If there's a problem with your receptacle use.
I have no problem with it.
Can you pull that up for me?
Sure, I'll be happy to.
That's the way it's going to have to work, I guess. I appreciate that.
Okay.
During the break, we'll let you see if we can.
I'll make that work through us.
Just 1 second and I'll be there. Mr. Young.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Finally, Dr. Buss, I'm sorry for the delay, and thank you. As you see up there, do you see there's 3 diapers that are represented in that particular
I do.
exhibit? Now, the one on the far right seems to have fecal matter in it, correct?
Yeah.
In
Yeah,
observing
yes.
that particular diaper, would you agree with me that it has an indication that it possibly has blood in it?
Yes,
That's sort of clear to you in just viewing it, is it not?
yes, correct.
And if you had seen that on a patient that came to see you, would you do any kind of follow-up to try to determine why that particular child had blood in the diaper?
Yes,
And would you agree with me if that diaper, whenever it was worn, that fecal matter would have taken at least some time to have shown up in the diaper from the time the blood began, at least an hour or more, correct?
yeah, I agree with that.
Possibly longer, correct?
I agree.
Now, if I go one step further, I know you had seen this young individual that you, JD, that you had seen in this trauma that had some injuries. And he had, at the time that he came to the ER, he had a diaper on then, did he not?
I believe so, but I can't say that for sure.
And I represent it's not that diaper. I'm not
Yeah.
trying to say that,
Yeah.
but if he had worn that diaper sometime previous to when he got taken to the ER, would that be an indication that he had some other issues going on in addition to whatever you may have seen at the ER?
Well, if there was blood in the fecal material, obviously something is going on with that.
Now, that's fine, it's off. Is there any reason, is there any doubt in your mind as you look at that diaper that if you were looking at it as a professional with your knowledge and expertise, any doubt that you believe is possibly blood in that fecal matter?
Oh, definitely.
In fact, you actually looking at it feel like there is blood in there, don't you?
I think so, but I'd have to get closer to it. 'Cause I believe so. I mean, I can't really see the color great with the light, but I would say most likely.
Kind of stands out, doesn't it?
It looks like it's a little bit red.
Now, when we're talking about young children, before we get to the actual child that you were caring for, I want to ask you some questions about children that age. This is a child that was apparently 18 months old, correct?
Correct.
And children under the age of 3 and certainly under the age of 2 are still developing in some ways physically, are they not?
Correct.
I mean, I know children are developing physically up until 18, but I'm talking about here as an example, their skull is still developing, is it not?
Yes.
And so a skull that my brain, my skull, whatever it is, as hard as it is already fixed together and gives me good protection as a skull should, correct?
Yes.
Now, a child that's only 18 months old, the skull's still developing, it's still in sections to some degree and not hardened yet, correct?
It is in sections and it's developing, but there are growth plates in there, growth plates everywhere, but I believe it's still developing, yes. But I think it's closed because something we call the anterior fontanelle, which is a soft spot right here, usually closes in about 6 months.
Well, and I'll get back to that in a minute about that, but I will ask you, but you have what we call sutures in the skull, correct?
Right.
And those sutures are the ones that whether they close or not finally make a firm skull, correct?
Correct.
And there are tests you can do if you're caring for a child as a pediatrician or a family doctor for that child to try to determine how that's progressing, correct?
Yeah, I guess that'd be maybe X-rays or some sort of CT scan.
Well, let me ask you this: in your family practice, do you take care of some young children as well?
I do.
I mean, from as young as 18 months?
Some.
And do you carry it on through to 10, 12, 18?
Yeah, I don't see as much as the real young ones on a regular basis as I used to, just routine stuff, but I do see some.
But you have a general, you've had general experience in more than just a few cases of caring for children anywhere from the ages of a year old until 10, correct?
Yes.
And you're familiar with that. Those children normally have a schedule to come see a doctor for checkups and things, correct? And that's a pretty rigorous schedule of time coming. I mean, in other words, it's more than just once a year or two. It's fairly frequently, isn't it?
When they get a certain age, then they go to yearly. So it starts off like 1 month, 3 months, 5 months, and then 1 year, and then 18 months, and then maybe every year after that.
So that's a fairly accurate schedule of how you see it as a child going to visit a doctor, correct?
In the beginning, yes.
And one of the purposes of that is, well, one purpose is to make sure they get the vaccinations and things like that, correct?
Yes.
Secondarily is so the doctor can view the child, examine the child, and make sure they're progressing without any issues as well in that young age, correct?
Correct.
And a lot of times the doctor can determine a lot about the child as he's watching him come in and out as far as how he develops, whether there's a problem or not, correct?
A lot of times, true.
And sometimes small children have odd problems that you would not anticipate, but if you see them regularly, you can get a hold of whatever the issue is and try to correct it.
Correct.
And on the other hand, if you have a child that has not gone through any of those type things, it's hard to know what their physical well-being is, correct?
Right. You don't know their baseline.
Right. And it's important to know the baseline if you can get it, correct?
Yes.
Now, of course, the child that you were looking at in the emergency room that day, you had no baseline on, correct?
Correct.
All you could depend on is here it is, and I got to deal with the child right now, correct?
Right.
Small child, would I be accurate to call it a small child?
Small child, not breathing, no heart rate. Correct.
No prior history. You don't know anything about it, correct?
Right, just ask the question, but no, I didn't know anything about the prior history.
Now, you had talked about, or you said there was a liver laceration.
Yes,
Now, isn't it true that at least on some occasions, that if someone improperly does CPR or does it too hard or in the wrong location, it can cause a liver laceration just from that while you're working somebody up trying to save them?
well, in the wrong location, but we do it right. I mean, yeah, we do it right. It's not really likely to cause a liver laceration unless you're doing it over the liver, and we do it over the chest.
Now, the child, though, it's harder. What you do is harder with a child than a grown person. CPR.
Well, just a smaller area, that's all. You just do a smaller area, less.
Smaller areas are a little bit more difficult, though. You don't want to get off on that because it can cause problems, correct?
Well, that's why you use like 2 fingers instead of a whole hand.
Just in you keep up with the literature on liver lacerations and that type of thing, do you not?
As much as I have to keep up with any literature, yeah.
You're aware that the liver lacerations from CPR go anywhere from around 1% to 11% when it's performed in an emergency situation?
There are small instances of it. I believe it's more likely on the left side of the liver when it occurs. But if it's gone off, there is a small chance of that.
Now, and I'm not accusing you of necessarily doing anything wrong, but just in reality, that could occur, correct?
It's possible, but in this case, I would say very unlikely.
Now, you did say, though, at times, you were not the only one giving the CPR, right?
Right, correct.
So you're doing some things when someone else is performing. You can't watch everything while you're doing all the other stuff, right?
We're in the room. I'm watching it. I'm in the room watching it all.
Now,
and that was a big laceration. It wasn't a small one. So that's another reason why I think it would be unlikely that was caused by CPR, but possible and unlikely.
now you were told about the child possibly, or at least there's been some conversations about the child could have possibly fallen off the bed, correct?
Yes.
Now, did anybody tell you that the particular bed that the child fell from was 40 inches high?
I had heard that.
So that's a fairly high bed, is it not?
Intermediate. Yeah.
And then did anyone tell you that the flooring there was a hard concrete tile, very hard?
I don't remember hearing that.
Well, if you would assume for a moment that the flooring was also very hard, would you agree with me if a child fell off the bed from 40 inches onto a very hard concrete floor that it could cause rather significant injuries?
It could.
And I understand, I mean, one thing I do want to, I guess, address is you really don't know what happened to the kid as far as who did anything. You just know the injuries you saw, correct?
That's correct.
And you can make some conclusions or assumptions based on your medical knowledge of what you think may have caused it to a degree, but as far as the person or persons that caused it, you have no idea, as you said you do.
No idea. I was not there when it happened.
And you talked about the trauma that occurred and that the trauma, say the fracture in the neck area, the back of the neck. That trauma, you had said, could occur from a rather significant blow, correct?
Yes.
Now, the blow could be from, and it wasn't in this case, of course, but it could be from an automobile wreck, correct?
Oh, it could be. Yeah.
And it could be from somebody striking the child in some way, correct?
Yes.
And of course, it could be from a traumatic fall of some sort if it hit the right way, correct?
Yeah.
Now, in addition to that, is it possible sometimes for the injury you saw on the neck, for someone to have an injury to that neck? You've testified already there was a fracture in that area. That
Okay.
means-
I'm sorry. Let's clarify. You're saying neck. You mean the actual neck or the back of the skull?
I'm saying in the area you talked about the fracture,
Yeah, that's going to be the back of the skull, the occipital area, so not the neck.
a little up higher than that.
Yeah.
That fracture, I apologize for that, but the fracture that occurred in that area, is it possible or could it happen where someone has had an accident or fallen and they partially cracked their area there, not to the extent it was when you examined the child, but had a partial fracture and then had a second thing that occurred that broke it all the way?
It's possible, but they would have been having issues even from the first event. But it's possible, but it likely all occurred at once. But that is possible.
I mean, it's sort of like if I fall down and crack my wrist and you tell me to be careful for the next few weeks because we don't want to have any more problems, and I don't listen and I go out and play basketball and reach down to catch myself, I could break my wrist completely, correct?
Yeah, but usually a break is through and through. So it goes in from one end of the bone and comes out the other end. We don't typically see it only going partially through the bone.
But sometimes you do have partial cracks, right?
Not very often. Usually it's through and through to call it. You can have some stress injuries, but they usually a fracture goes through and through.
Now, in your practice, I assume that you are required to have continuing education of some sort as a
Yes.
medical doctor, and you keep up with that, I guess, right?
Yes.
And in addition to that, just like me in the legal profession, there's all types of periodicals and things like that we read and keep us kind of up to date. Do you do the same thing?
I go to medical meetings and get my information through medical meetings and some articles, but I don't really read a lot of periodicals. So people choose different ways to get their information.
But you are aware they exist, such as say the New England Journal of Medicine. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree that that's a learned journal that has treatises in it that talk about medical issues,
It does,
and one that would be somewhat dependable?
most of the time.
I mean, I realize anybody can have an idea about what they've written, and you may not necessarily agree with it.
So,
right?
so what the New England Journal does is they publish articles and they publish somewhat research. So it shows what the research showed, and that's a research journal. It's not always per se the standard of care, but it's research.
Well, let me ask you this. This isn't about that was just an example.
Okay.
I don't have anything from that
Uh-huh.
particular journal, but I was just trying to ask a little bit about that. But would you agree with me that research shows that the number one accidental cause of death for children 1 and under is from falls?
Sure,
So there's no question about that, right?
I agree.
That's standard stuff that we know. And in addition to that, we know that because the child is in some ways more fragile than a grown person, that a fall for a child can be from a lesser height and cause damage to that child than it might to an adult, correct?
Possibly.
And you've seen research and literature that at times where a child has fallen from what would seem to be not a particularly tall place, maybe 2 feet or 3 feet, but then have traumatic injuries, correct?
It's possible, but I've also seen them fall from a little higher and have minor injuries likewise. So yes.
I mean, we'd all agree. I mean, I've got 2 grown children now, 21 and 22, but when they were young, they might fall from fairly high place and you go, oh my gosh, and run them and dust them off and it'll be fine, right?
Yeah, the children's bones tend to be more, for lack of a better term, rubbery than solid, so they're less likely to break. I mean, they do break, but usually it takes a little more force to break them because they're more pliable. So with an adult, it's not quite as pliable or for like rubbery. So a lot of times they tend to sprain more things instead of break them, and adults tend to, from the higher trauma, break a little bit more.
Have you heard of are you aware of the Department of Neurosurgery at George Washington University Medical Center in Washington, D.C.?
I mean, I know it exists.
I mean, does it have a reasonable reputation for being able to perform things that involve neurosurgery and that type of thing? Do you know?
I can't speak to that. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't keep up with them.
Do you know Dr. Omaya, Ommaya?
Nope.
You've never heard of him?
Nope.
If he had published an article in the British Journal of Neurosurgery, would you consider that to be a reliable source to look at and try to learn and things?
I don't know the guy. I mean, I don't know him. I don't know how to answer that because I don't know the fella.
Well, let me ask you this. Have you ever heard of Dr. Mary E. Case?
I don't believe so.
Have you ever looked at Brain Pathology, another journal that's
I do not know. No brain pathology journal.
Have you ever seen any of your literature, though, where a young child under the age of 3 may have fallen from only 2 or 3 feet and then had traumatic injury from time to time?
I have heard of such cases.
So you acknowledge they do exist, correct?
They do exist.
Now, they're outliers as far as they're not the common thing.
Right. Because I've seen kids fall from 4 feet that are younger and just have bruising and no further damage.
You have, but you know they could fall from 4 feet and have significant damage, correct?
They could have more. I don't know. I don't know how to define significant, but it could be worse. Yes.
And of course, I understand that's not, odds are not what you normally expect, but you would agree with me no matter what odds are that you can have, you're aware that, as an example, we always say, just in general talking, that the chance of that happening is greater that I get struck by lightning. You ever heard somebody say that?
Oh, yeah.
And we all know that the odds of someone being struck by lightning are pretty far-fetched, correct?
Correct.
Same time, though, we know that several hundred people a year get struck by lightning, don't they?
Yes.
You may have had a patient or two struck by lightning yourself. I don't know. Have you ever had one?
One.
So you've had one. So even though the odds are great, I mean, when I say odds, 1 in a million or more, right?
Oh, definitely.
And we know that, well, as an example, if you're playing Mega Million, the odds are 1 in 269 million, but we recently had a guy from Newton to win the lottery in Mega Million, didn't
Didn't know that.
we? But you do know that if you win the lottery, you beat the odds pretty good.
Oh, without doubt.
But it still happened, didn't it?
Right.
Now, I want to ask you a few more questions about what all you observed and that type of thing. Just a moment, excuse me. You've given some estimations of some time frames you believe that when this injury occurred, and then symptoms and the symptoms that you saw could have happened, correct?
Correct.
Of course, those are estimations based just upon your general knowledge of medicine, correct?
Pretty much so.
And I mean, I practice law and you practice medicine, correct?
Yes.
And the reason they call both of them practicing, because we're always learning and trying to determine new things, correct?
Yes.
And because even though we may be to some extent very knowledgeable on the subject matter, we still can't give you firm answers always. Sometimes there's some room on the outside for each one as well, correct?
Sometimes there's a range. Yes.
And you've got a range, but it still could be somewhat different in some situations if you maybe don't know all the facts, correct?
Perceivably, yes. I mean, there's a range on the injuries on what can happen and how long it would take to develop, but yeah.
Now, would you agree with me that young children, generally, if they're pretty active, they bump around a lot and stuff, and it's not unusual to see small bruising on them, arm, face, wherever, where they just rough playing?
It's certainly possible.
And the injuries that you described, not the major injury, I understand the laceration of the liver and the skull injury, but the other injuries were, as you described, light bruising or light discoloration, correct?
Yeah, pretty much so.
Did anyone tell you that the child was not eating the night before coming to ER?
I do not recall hearing that.
Did anyone tell you the child was not eating again the next morning when it got up?
Don't recall hearing that.
Did you have any evidence or did you get anything that would indicate to you whether there was any food substance in the child's digestive tract as you were working on the child?
No, no idea.
And you wouldn't have checked that. I mean, you didn't ever check like stomach content or things of that nature, did you?
When somebody comes in unresponsive, we try to get their breathing and heart rate restored first. That's priority. So
Now, the child's hemoglobin level appeared to be low when he presented to you at ER. Is that correct?
I have to look that up.
Okay.
Do you happen? Oh, here it is. Yes.
And does that indicate that's something that takes a little bit of time to drop down and have a low level, correct?
Well, yes and no. I'm looking at the level 9.9 and the lower range of normal is 10.5. So it's a little bit low. I mean, obviously any kind of bleed, is going to, cause the hemoglobin. Well, not any kind of bleed, but a significant bleed or chronic bleed is going to cause the hemoglobin level to drop. So it was a little bit low. Once again, normal being the lower end of normal being 10.5, and this was 9.9.
So it's an indication of some type of bleed, correct?
Well, let me look one more time. There are other things that cause your hemoglobin to be low beside bleeding, but most likely probably related to some sort of bleed, I would say.
And I forgot to ask you earlier, but when I was talking about developing children, isn't it true that their organs in relation to their body size is bigger than for an adult person?
Can be.
I mean, because organs kind of grow to their size, to full size before the whole body does, correct?
Mostly.
And that makes that organ more susceptible at the early ages of damage than it would an adult because it's a bigger portion of the body. So if it were to be struck or fall, it's a bigger target in relation to the body, correct?
Maybe.
Did you did not see any real evidence of any bruising or anything of that nature in the torso of the child, did you?
I didn't notice any. So the obvious thing was the unconsciousness and the facial and the brain injury or the skull fracture. That was the obvious thing. And then when we did a scan of the whole body, we noticed the liver laceration. So after that, the likely cause was trauma. So we didn't necessarily really look because we knew what the result was.
Now, in your practice, have you ever come across a child that had any type of disease that might affect the development of their bones that would be considered not, odds are it's not very often that it occurs, 1 in 100, 1 in 500, anything of that nature?
I'm not exactly sure what you're asking, but there do exist some, I don't know, slow bone growing or people, yeah.
Juvenile Pageant disease, is that one?
Not very common, but that could be something.
Not common, but does occur, correct?
It can.
And I mean, there's more than just a few cases in the country every year. It may be only a few hundred or a few thousand, but there's more than a few, correct?
Yeah, and that's not going to be localized to any one part of the body. It's going to be kind of spread out.
But if you were a treating doctor for a child, the child's coming to see you month to month and all of that, it's something that over time you might recognize. You may not recognize that's what it is to begin with, but you'd recognize there's some issues and you'd begin to test and you might discover that, correct?
Sure.
And if the child's not going to a doctor, then there's no way to be able to discover something like that because nobody's looking at the child, correct?
Can't examine them, can't get a history, can't get a diagnosis.
And of course, again, on your ER, you're always stuck with just taking the person as they are right then and trying to work on them. You don't know all that background.
That's right.
And so you don't know whether there could have been something like that going on with the child, correct?
I don't know, but I highly doubt it in this case.
And there's some other diseases kind of the same. Alagille syndrome, do you know it?
I've heard of it, but I can't tell you what that is right now.
You're not aware that that involves the same type of bone problems as Paget's disease, but also includes the possibility of liver problems lacerating?
I'd have to look that up. I'm not familiar with that one.
You acknowledge that. You may not know exactly about it, but you know it's another disease that strikes children, correct?
Right. I'd have to look that up. I don't believe that would be likely in this case, but I don't know. I'm not familiar with that.
And again, when you say not likely, we're starting to talk about odds when it's not likely, but that doesn't mean it's not possible, correct?
I mean, anything's possible, just like you said, getting struck by lightning. But right, it's possible, but I would say not likely in this case.
That's all the questions I have, Jan.
Is everybody,
Can I get a spell on that second sentence?
we'll do that at the break. We'll get it at the break, Mr. Gamble.
Okay.
I think we're going to take a 10-minute recess before we continue. So let's be back at 10:35. All right.
I do have some redirect though.
I figured you did.
Okay, I mean, I just want to be, so we'll do that after the break. Okay, yes, sir. I just
Sorry,
wanna make
Doctor, we're going to take a break before we finish.
sure. Sending the labs out to in that case. The charting, when there's to a cross-examine. Dr. Bussman, these notes that were referred to during the cross-examination, the note on page that was on page 23 of the nurse's records that he asked you to read a few moments ago, the one says, father present at bedside states child fell around 5 minutes prior to arrival. Who put that note in this chart?
I don't know the answer to that. Most likely one of the triage nurse.
Okay. And the charting, when nurses chart in a hospital, is the charting always simultaneous with the event?
No, I don't believe so. I'm not. Well, no, the answer would be no. Sometimes something happens immediately. They chart it right then and there. Sometimes it may take a little bit of time to get it in there.
But so in an emergency situation where you have a child who comes in who's not breathing and doesn't have a heartbeat, sort of an all hands on deck kind of situation. Is that true?
Yes.
I mean, everybody that is available goes to where that child is and
Well, most people. I mean, enough people to manage the case. So yes.
Right. Okay. And so if the person who observes something or hears something or sees something, or hears a question asked or answer in that setting, I think it's, stop doing CPR so they can type in a note.
No, not at all.
Are they going to stop sending the labs out to or getting equipment ready to intubate them or do all those other things? Are they going to stop any of those things for the purpose of writing a note right now?
Nobody's going to stop doing the CPR. It's going to continue until it's either successful or determined to be a failure.
When if you flip forward, I think to page 38 of that same set of notes, if you don't mind me looking, so I can look at it. Make sure
Yeah, let me just get there. It's 35, 36, 38.
Right, yeah, that's right. Now there's an entry at the bottom, 12:36, with a time of 12:36. Is that correct?
I see one at 13:15. I'm looking for trouble.
Below there.
No, I'm having trouble. Page 38. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I'll show you, if I may, right here. This note right here.
Right here? Oh, 12:36. Okay, I got it.
Okay, so at 12:36, nurse Cindy Goodwin put into the chart that the patient was brought to trauma 16. That's a room at the hospital, right?
Correct. That's what I mentioned earlier.
Okay, brought to trauma 16. Daddy was carrying the child. His face was towards the father's chest. I took the child from the father, and as I laid him on the stretcher, he had pink, frothy sputum on his face around his mouth and nose. I wiped his face. I noticed he had bruising to his left cheek and left forehead. Patient did not have a pulse. I immediately pulled his clothes off and started CPR. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And so that would be a reference, wouldn't it, to literally the very first thing that happened when this child came into the emergency room.
Pretty much so.
And then a little while later, actually, you accompanied Kayla Israel, the nurse Kayla Israel, to meet with the family members or whoever was present there. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you look at that note at the top, it says 1:14:24, 13:15. That's 1:15 p.m., right?
Yes.
Okay. But then in the right-hand column, okay, it says created 1:14:24, 20:04. Okay, the nurse's note. Right? Doesn't that mean that this note wasn't actually written until 8:04?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then the note that's timed at 12:36, that note wasn't actually written into the chart until 6:06 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that. Any further questions that are leading, I'm sort of not objected, but he's leading the witness. I'd ask he asked direct questions, not leading. He's not on cross.
Mr. Landon, ask what the questions. Please.
Yes, sir. I sure will. The nursing note, or it was, I don't know if it's a nursing note or not. The note on page 23 that we were talking about earlier. Is there anything there that would indicate to you who might have put that note in?
I'm looking at it right now, but let me go to the power page. Yeah, going to be the triage person, which would have been a nurse. But the actual person, I don't know if it has their name attached to it. I can't find it. It would be a triage nurse, but I don't know who that would be. It's a guess, but Cindy Godwin was the one that saw it. Probably would have identified something right away, but it does not have her name on it. But that would be my guess, but I do not know. But I could say it was definitely a triage nurse, but I don't know which one that would have been. Likely Cindy Godwin.
I want to refer you to a different section of these notes in just a moment when I can tell you how to find what I'm looking for. Okay. If you flip further back, Dr. Bussman, past the section that you're looking at there, you'll scroll back and at some point in there, you'll see pictures of Julian Williams' driver's license. Okay, so scroll right to if you can see where his driver's license photograph.
Where would that be? Behind?
It's just further back. Yes, sir. I mean, it's many pages.
Toward the end, or
about 2/3 of the way through. I mean, if it would be helpful to you, I mean, I don't mind just walking up there and
that might be
flipping to the section that I want you to look at. Is that?
Yeah.
You can approach him. I would prefer that be the way we both did it, trying to point to something, just because it's kind of complicated to point to what you're doing. No insult to the doctor, but it's just difficult time.
The page number in here, there's like a whole bunch of different things in different sections.
Oh, I found it.
It's this set of notes that starts with page 1.
Okay.
That set of notes, that's the one I want you to look at.
Okay. All right.
you on a particular page?
Yes, if you,
You just tell me what page. I know.
oh,
we got
okay,
that.
yeah. Well, I'm starting at page 1,
Oh, okay. All right.
which is right behind the driver's license. All right. If, starting on page 1 there's a column, there's a reference at the top to what these notes are. Do you see that? I mean, that sort of a title page. Can you tell the jury what that is, please?
Well, I see two. One says patient care assessment and the other says interventions or assessment. Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
As long as you speak up.
I'll move over so I get closer to the mic. Okay.
And then when you scroll backwards from there, okay, I say not scroll, but flip backwards from there, flip down to page 21.
Out of 28.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Page 21 of 28.
I'll flip it around. Okay, 28. Got it.
And in that first section, and what I'm referring to is the part where on the left-hand side, it says triage pediatric ESI chief complaint,
I'm sorry. Tell me that page one more time.
21 of 28.
Okay, my bad. Hang on. 21. Okay, got it. Okay.
So the first entry up there, where it says triage pediatric, and it says ED triage description of symptoms,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
All right. And you don't have to read it out loud. You can read it to yourself, but read the note that's written right there to yourself, please.
Just that first like paragraph thing.
Yes, sir.
I read it.
Okay. Is that the same paragraph that you were reading from before? It's just in a different note, a different section of the notes, but it's the same. Is it the same language?
Yes.
Okay. And then
I do see, I'm sorry, but I do see, I'm not sure, but I see a time, KSI, I guess that's Kayla Israel.
And that's what I was about to ask you. So this note that on the other record doesn't have a time or name attached to it, in this log, is there a name and time of recording attached or placed there?
Yeah, there is. It says 2003, which is 8:03 p.m. And KSI is Kayla. I'm not sure what the middle name is. Israel.
Kayla Israel.
Uh-huh.
She's a nurse there.
Right.
So from that, can you tell the jury what time that note would have actually been entered in the record, even though it says 12:36?
No. Oh yeah. It occurred at 12:36, but the actual time it was recorded was 8:03 p.m.
All right. And I hate to make you flip back and forth. Okay, but down, go back to that first section where there's 39 pages that we were looking at before,
Okay.
and look at page 30 of 39.
Okay. Okay, I'm there.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to look at that note in the center of the page that says, starts with nurse charting, accompanying Dr. Bussman to family consult room.
Wait a minute.
In the middle.
No, 30 of 39.
Yes, sir.
I think
Yes.
that's 30 of 39, but I don't believe this is the right one.
It's in the
I saw that earlier.
medical notes.
I saw that. Was it 21? Was it 8? I saw that, but it's not. This is not 3039. Oh yeah, it goes. Is that it?
Oh, it is, and the problem, Dr. Bussman, I
There-
apologize, is it's 38 of 39, not 30 of 39.
Okay. That's why.
My
So I couldn't find it.
failure to read the number correctly.
Okay.
Okay. In the center of that page, there's a long note. It says
Yeah.
late entry. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. And that note refers to what event?
When I went to speak to the family about what was going on,
Who was present when you went to speak with them?
the father and the girlfriend.
And was there a statement made to you there by the that's recorded there that was made by the girlfriend?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell the jury what she said?
It says that she said the child was eating chips and she noticed he was, quote, not acting right. And then she said he all of a sudden got weak and started squeezing. And then she started squeezing his cheeks and tapping his face to get him to, to get him to respond, and he would not respond. She states that she called the child's father, who was, quote, down the hall, and told him to come on, let's go. And they brought the kid to the emergency room by personal vehicle.
All right, and we'll stop right there and ask you a couple of questions. Did she make any statement that you recall as to where the child was when the child was eating chips?
I believe it was the college dorm room.
Then, after she tells you the child was eating chips and she suddenly noticed he wasn't acting right, we ask you, it's not, I don't see it in here, so I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you, do you recall whether she gave any different history at that time and said something about him falling out of a chair?
I do seem to remember that. I would just have to find in my notes. I know that I did get an additional story that wasn't all consistent with the first one, but I have to see it in my notes. And I do recall something about falling out of bed, but I would have documented that somewhere.
Who was giving you inconsistent accounts of what happened?
Well, the girlfriend changed the story at least once.
Okay. Right. Then further in that note, do you see the part where it starts with she denies, that sentence that says she denies? It's right in the middle. After it says they brought the child POV to ER.
She denies any known injury to child and states he has been well up until today.
Okay. Did the girlfriend, not the father, but did the girlfriend make any statement regarding when the child had last seen a doctor?
Said she says he's not seen a doctor in 1 year.
Okay. Now, other than her telling you that, do you have any idea when the child would have last seen a doctor?
No idea.
You weren't given any notes from any other place that would have indicated when he last saw a doctor, were you?
Correct.
Now, on cross-examination, you were also asked about blood in a diaper, potentially blood in a diaper. Who would be in a better position to make an initial to reach an initial conclusion as to whether there was blood in a diaper? Someone who is looking at a photograph of it, or something that's displayed on a computer, or somebody who's holding it up and looking at it in person in real time?
Object, Your Honor, requires speculation.
No, I'm not asking him to speculate. I'm asking him who would be in a better position to determine whether there's actually blood.
I don't think that's a proper opinion. That's something for y'all to argue to the jury. I'm not going to let him answer that.
If you were going to make a judgment about whether there was blood in a diaper, that was important in some way to what you were doing as a physician, okay, to your treatment of a patient. If you were going to make a conclusion one way or the other, would you rather see a photograph of the diaper, or would you rather see the diaper?
I'd rather see the diaper.
If there was blood in the diaper, what would that have to do with this child cracking the skull?
Totally unrelated.
If there was blood in the diaper, what would that have to do with the bruising on the child's face?
Totally unrelated.
If there was blood in the diaper, what would that have to do with his lacerated liver?
Not likely.
Not likely.
Not
Be
likely.
related? Is that what you mean?
It'd most likely be related to a colon injury or a small bowel injury or chronic disease.
Did you at any point determine whether there was a colon injury or a small bowel injury?
I don't recall. The CT scans are not great at picking those up, so we did not determine that there was or was not one. But it could be likely due to the trauma to the liver, could have also been trauma to the bowel, but we could not determine that.
But when the liver was damaged, there might have been other things damaged in the abdomen. Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
Okay.
there was a mention of a spleen injury, but like I said, the CT scan's not, they can't always pick up bowel diseases, so we have no proof that there was injury, but it's possible to the bowels.
With respect to questions you were asked about skull sutures and the development of the skull in an 18-month-old child, what was your conclusion with regard to, what was your testimony with regard to the state of development of the skull and the sutures and so forth once a child has reached 18 months and up?
So the bones are still growing, and they're not, and I didn't say this specifically earlier, but they're not fully closed yet, but they're still growing. But there's very minimal space between the openings, but they are not fully closed.
So even though they're not fully closed, would you be able with a proper test, like say a scan with CT, with contrast, like a contrasting scan or something like that, with some other type of test, would you be able to determine whether or not the skull sutures were open simply due to the stage of development, or whether the skull suture had been open due to trauma?
Maybe there's probably something in the literature which would describe the distance or separation of the sutures at a particular age. It's going to be within a range, but I guess the answer is maybe, but I think the more concerning thing would be that it was fractured, not that they're open, but there was actually a fracture of the skull.
The fracture of the skull was in a completely, was it in the same place?
Well, the sutures are throughout the skull, so I can't recall at the top of my head how many there are, but I don't know, I'll just say 8 of them. There 2, 4, 6, I think there maybe 7 lobes, whatever, but 7 or 8 sutures. I may be a little bit off by that, but I did not recall looking at the occipital suture, but they're just parts of the skull, and there was a big fracture in the occipital portion of the skull, and I believe there was one in the parietal portion of the skull too, which is kind of around here.
Would the fracture in the occipital bone or the occipital part of the skull, would that fracture be a naturally occurring phenomenon like a skull suture?
No,
The fracture supposed to be there?
no.
With regard to a child going to the doctor on a regular basis, the intervals that you said were common were starting at 3 months were what?
Yeah, typically it's mainly because of immunizations, but it's at I actually said it wrong. It's 1 month, 2 months, then 4 months, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, 15 months, 18 months, and then yearly after that.
Okay. And you indicated, I think, that if a child's not seeing a doctor, that perhaps it's possible that a child has some odd problem I think that was the phrase that was used, some odd problem that goes undiagnosed because of not seeing a doctor.
True.
Is that right? Okay. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not there was an odd problem that killed Jackson, Drew, Angeles?
No, well, I don't think there was a odd problem or chronic disease that killed him.
What killed him? What did he die from?
What killed him was the head trauma, and the bleeding in the brain is what killed him.
With regard to the possibility of there being an injury to the liver due to bad CPR or improper CPR, I think is the way it was phrased. You said something about the left side. What left side? Right? What did you say about that?
I think the injuries from CPR that they're not very likely, but when they do occur, they're mainly on the left side.
The left side of the liver?
I believe so.
Okay. Were you in the area where CPR is being performed on this child?
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody performing CPR wrong?
No.
Did you see anybody put their hands, down well below the chest where the liver would be?
No.
If you had observed anyone performing CPR incorrectly, would you have done anything?
Certainly.
The test that was done, the liver testing, the blood testing that was done where you got you called the liver numbers earlier.
Yes.
If you look at that chart that shows the laboratory results, can you tell me when that test was, when those results were drawn, or when that blood was drawn, it was tested?
Let's see here. It should have a time on it. It looks like it was 13/14. So 1:14.
Okay.
That's what it looks like.
So
Yeah, 1:14 p.m. Yeah.
assuming that the notes are correct and the child came into the emergency room initially at 12:36, and the blood was drawn at 1:14, so 40 minutes later, I suppose, 38 minutes later, does that sound right?
About right.
If the injury had occurred in that 38 minutes that the child was at the hospital, would that have caused the AST and ALT numbers to appear as they did?
I don't think they would have been able to go up that quickly in that short amount of time.
It's some longer amount of time for it to happen.
Yeah, it may have gone up a little bit, but not to that extent in that short amount of time.
If the bleeding had preceded the child's appearance in the emergency room, if he had been bleeding in the liver for 30 or 40 minutes before he appeared at the emergency room, would that be more or less consistent with what the numbers ended up being?
Yeah, they would be more consistent if it was bleeding for a little bit longer.
Is there anything that you think you might have learned from a bloody diaper that would have explained why this child died?
No, I think that whatever was causing the blood in the, proposed blood in the diaper, I don't think it really had anything to do with the kid's death.
You were asked a lot of questions about the possibility of a fall, a small fall causing the child to suffer various injuries or whatever. Let me ask you this. What are the odds of one fall causing all of the injuries that Jackson's represented with?
I object to that question. It's beyond this expert. I do not believe he has any, unless he can testify as to some studies that he's done or he's aware of that say those odds. For him to speculate on odds would be inappropriate. I object.
Mr. Lane?
Well, Your Honor, Mr. Gamble asked him if is there some odds that this happened or some odds that happened and could this happen and could that happen? And it's
I'm going to allow the question. Both of you have asked him similar questions.
what are the odds of all of those things happening?
I can't give you odds, but I can tell you that it's unlikely for one particular incident to cause all those injuries.
One incident or one impact?
One impact. It is possible to have one incident, but it would have to be multiple impacts.
And when you say multiple impacts, what do you mean by impacts?
Trauma or direct blow to those body parts.
Nothing further.
Any recross?
Yes, Your Honor. unlikely, but just like with lightning, you did have one patient that actually got struck by lightning, didn't you?
That's right.
So those odds sometimes come true, do they not?
They do.
And in this particular case, I do have some more follow-up for you. But first, you were asking about your medical records. And your medical records, a good bit of time was spent asking about when the notations were put in the records versus when the event occurred. Isn't that the normal course of business of how y'all operate? You perform your medical services, and then at some time in the future, you dictate or get it put into an official record when there's time to do so?
Yeah, sometimes you can do it immediately, and sometimes you have to do it later. It depends when you have the time.
And in this particular record, you've already read where the record said that one of your triage nurses said that the father was at bedside and said that the child had fallen about 5 minutes ago, correct?
Right.
And that's in your record on 3 occasions, the same exact quote, correct?
At least 2, yeah.
And I think if we actually go through,
Okay.
I won't bother to go through with you, but I believe there may be another. But regardless, it's even only 2. Do you stand by the accuracy of the records that your nurses put in on these records?
Yes, I believe they documented what was told to them.
And you have no reason to believe that that's an inaccurate statement, do you?
That's right.
And just like all the rest of the record, the mere fact that it was entered a few hours later doesn't make you suspect that the record may not be accurate or complete, does it?
That's correct.
Now, you testified that you were sure that CPR was done correctly, but isn't it true that the nurse began CPR before you entered the room?
No, because I followed the nurse into the room, actually.
Well,
I saw him walking in the hallway. The dad was holding the baby walking the hallway. Says, kid's not breathing. We're going to trauma room 16. I went right in there with him.
Well, the initial note seemed to indicate nurse began CPR, but you're saying you were right behind her?
Right with her behind her, yeah.
Now, you talked about you did not see a disease that could have affected the child, but you'll acknowledge you didn't test the child for any type of disease, did you?
Well, you can't really do that on the spot like that. A lot of them would be send out tests, but right. I was not aware of any kind of disease that the child had or could have had.
And I mean, I'm not criticizing you for not taking that. I mean, I understand in an emergency situation, you're not going to be taking a bunch of tests, but the reality is either on the spot or even follow-up wise, there's been no test done by you or anyone on your staff to try to determine if that child had any pre-existing condition, correct?
I'm not sure what the autopsy checked for other than looking at the organs and everything, but I wouldn't suspect, or they may have picked something up, but we did not do that.
And I mean, your staff, I'm not talking about autopsy, that's
Yeah.
separate from you, right?
Correct.
And so you don't know, but if the child did have some of these pre-existing conditions, it could affect how he reacts to falls or trauma, correct?
True. Now, I did look up Agile syndrome on the break. I don't know if you want to ask me about that again, but I'm familiar with it now, but you don't have, but anyway, I just want to tell you that.
Well, Agile does indeed. If you knew I was going to say that, I think, but Agile does involve weakness of bones and sometimes liver having problems as well, correct?
That's right.
And it is a relatively rare disease as well, correct?
It is.
But it is something that occurs from time to time, correct?
It can.
And the thing about those kind of diseases, like that Agile or with Pageant's disease, is if a child has that disease and all of a sudden begins to have broken bones or things like that, initially, it may even appear that the child is being abused because no one knows that it has these issues, correct?
I don't know. When I looked it up, it doesn't really, in my opinion, it doesn't really fit this case. But when I looked up what it is, would have been some different things, a lot of jaundice, dry skin, itchy skin, and other stuff. Yes, it can affect the skeletal, the skeleton, the bones, and the liver, but it just didn't seem to fit when I looked it up.
Were you aware the child had some issues with asthma and dry skin on the face? Eczema.
Well, I'm not aware of asthma.
Not asthma, eczema.
Oh, eczema.
Yes.
No.
You didn't know that as you were
Right.
dealing with him, correct?
Right. That's not an emergency. Yeah.
Now, you read some of the notes that indicated that Trinity said when the child was having trouble that she began to squeeze his cheeks and that I believe
Shake his shoulders.
his shoulders and his cheeks and maybe tap his face. Is that what you said? If you squeeze the cheek pretty good trying to get somebody's attention, you could leave a slight bruising, could you not?
If you squeeze it hard enough, you could.
And in a situation when a child is in trauma and you're seeing the child's not doing well, you might do that fairly hard. It could happen, right?
Could.
Now, I know you said there's a difference between seeing a diaper on a photograph and seeing a diaper in real time, but at the same time, the diaper that you looked at earlier, you already testified, there's not much question in your mind that it appeared to be blood on that, in that fecal, correct?
Yep.
And you really don't need to see that in person to make that opinion, do you?
Well, I mean, the only thing about, well, not about that particular diaper, but if I don't know where it came from, I can only trust that it came from wherever you said it came from.
I'm saying you know nothing about its background. All you're doing is looking at a cold diaper
Yeah,
picture.
right.
But that photograph tells you without question, blood's in that fecal matter, correct?
Well, likely.
Very likely, correct?
I mean, not to be sarcastic, but it could have food coloring in it, but
Right. This could be
I
something.
didn't see it. So it has a red color to it.
Somebody brought you in a picture of their child's diaper and said, I'm afraid there's something going on. They showed you that picture. You'd want to follow it up, wouldn't you?
Sure.
And although you said that the fact that there may have been blood in the fecal matter does not explain the injuries the child had when the child died, it is possible, is it not, that blood in the fecal matter could be caused by some kind of trauma injury that occurred before the incident that led to the fracture in the skull, correct?
Yes.
And it could be an indication of the child that was already being abused before the final abuse occurred, correct?
That is true.
And that can happen sometime, right?
Yes.
And that's one of those things when I was asking earlier about you have some pre-existing injuries from some trauma earlier, and then you have another traumatic event, it kind of magnifies what's going on, correct?
Yes. Comment on the liver injury. The liver injury did not kill the kid. Without a skull injury, it would have eventually killed him, but I can't give a time frame on exactly when that liver injury occurred. I do not believe it was from CPR, but I would likely say it occurred within 24 hours.
Now, you can't really say what happened concerning any injury or not to the stomach area, can you?
Well, that's the liver, stomach, same kind of thing.
When you look
The
at
abdominal trauma, which caused a liver injury.
and could possibly have caused some trauma in the stomach area as well, correct?
Right. Uh-huh.
Now, you didn't observe the contents of the stomach, did you?
No.
So you don't really know what was going on in that situation, right?
Well, you can't really do that. I mean, if the kid threw up, you would have seen what was in his stomach, digested food or something, but no, we didn't cut him open.
If a child had injury to the stomach or the digestive tract, would that be a situation when oftentimes that if that occurred, they would not want to eat?
Certainly.
And it might make them that way for a period of time until either the injury healed or it got worse, correct?
Yeah.
Now, the child came in as well. One thing I forgot to ask you about earlier, but when you ran your test with hemoglobin and all, I think there was some blood sugar tests run as well, were there not?
Yeah, yes.
I know I'm using the colloquial term for it, but blood sugar, you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
It appeared that the numbers were as high as 500. Is that correct?
Let me see. 339, I see one number.
And would that be correct that the number you'd like for it to be is somewhere closer to 100 or lower?
Yeah, there was one strange. There was one done at 1:44 p.m. That was 307. Then there was another one done 6 minutes later, which is 500, which doesn't make any sense in 6 minutes to shoot up that much.
Does that tell you that this child most likely had some unregulated blood sugar issues as well?
Not really, because trauma can cause that sugar to shoot up like that, and the kid had a lot of trauma.
I believe that's all the questions I have. Thank you, Dr. Butler.
Any other questions, Mr. Payne?
These rare childhood illnesses like Alagille syndrome, is
Yeah,
that what-
Paget's disease. Yeah.
and Paget's disease, do those diseases make it more likely that child's going to fracture an occipital bone?
Well, it's not specific to location.
Even if a child has one of those diseases, would the occipital bone fracture itself over time?
No,
Is that an injury that builds up over time?
not really.
What causes a fracture of the skull?
Trauma, direct blow.
How long between the time that you have that direct blow, that trauma to the skull, until the time the child would exhibit major symptoms?
So, I mean, they're going to have minor symptoms immediately, could be major, and it's going to escalate. With this particular injury, I would say they were going to have major symptoms within an hour.
Not over the course of months.
Oh, no, not with this injury.
A 15-month checkup, would that have found the occipital fracture?
I don't think they would have taken the child to the pediatrician or family doctor for a routine checkup with this going on. If they did, they would have known that something was wrong, but I'm not sure how they would have found it.
Nothing further.
Any other questions?
Just a couple here, Hannah. So, in your opinion, if someone does not take their child for the regular checkups for 9 months, a year, when they're young, 1.5 years old. Is that potentially a sign that maybe the child is being abused and they do not wish to take it to a doctor where it could be discovered?
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for total speculation.
I sustain,
He just testified to it, y'all. He just said it in the statement before.
I sustain the objection, though. That was beyond any foundation that's been laid for him.
Can I ask him some foundational questions about it, John?
We can take it up outside the presence of the jury if you'd like to.
Yes, I would, John.
Okay, y'all step into the jury room, please. All right, what is the question that you want to ask him?
I would like the honor, if necessary, to foundationally do so if I need to establish that he has treated and been involved in particular cases in which children are being abused.
But the question was that you were
The
going to ask
question I
him.
wanted to ask you.
Let me finish. I want to make sure I understood your question. You wanted to ask him if the fact that somebody hasn't taken the child to the doctor is evidence of child abuse.
Could it be considered?
Okay. And your objection was that it was speculation.
Yes, sir, and it's speculative, in other words, when it not, well, the speculation is to say that, might somebody not take their child to the doctor because they don't want anybody to discover that they're abusing them. And that is pure speculation.
Okay.
It's the motives that
And what's
somebody
your
might have.
response to that objection?
My response is, that in his experience and his treatment of patients and children and those type things and his legal and his medical training, that I will assure you, probably in some seminars, if you go to defect seminars, we talk about child, one thing is when someone is not taking their child to a doctor as they should, it is an indication that they may be afraid to go somewhere because they do not.
All right, well, I'll let you see if you can lay that foundation with this doctor.
Pardon?
Go ahead. I'm going to see if you can lay the foundation.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Busman, have you ever treated any children that were being abused in any way? And in treating those children that have been abused, in your experience, have those children sometimes been ones which were not normally taken to the doctor?
I can't recall, but I would say possibly or likely.
And in your training medically, have you had any seminars or any training that indicates to you that when a young child is not being taken to the doctor, that this could be a sign of potential abuse?
Oh, it could be, definitely.
And that's something you feel pretty sure about?
It's possible, yes.
And is that one of the causes why someone would not wish to take their child to see a doctor?
Yes.
And in your experience, again, with some of the children that you dealt with, that has been the case?
Yes.
That's the foundation for it, John.
All right, Mr. Lamb, do you still have an objection to the testimony?
Well, I do, but I'll withdraw it.
All right, let's bring the jury back in. I really just want to finish with this witness. Y'all keep changing the subjects.
Well, that's not my fault.
I'm not so sure about that. I think y'all could both carry a little of that. All right, Mr. Gamble, I'll allow you to proceed.
Dr. Busman, in your experience as a medical practitioner and based upon your medical education, have you ever treated any children who were victims of abuse?
Yes.
And in that training that you've had in dealing with that and medical training, do you have an opinion as to whether when someone does not take a small child to see the doctor for long lengths of time, such as 9 months or a year, is that any indication of a possibility that the child is being abused?
It could be.
And Dr. Busman, beyond that, you got to ask questions about sutures earlier. And I understand you're not claiming that the fracture, no one's saying the fracture was caused because of sutures not developing, but isn't it true that you got, I think, 5 or 6 sutures that develop over time in the head, in skull?
Yes.
And is one of those the squamous suture? Is that the way you say it?
Squamous.
Squamous? Yes.
It's been a while, so I thought it was called something else, but it could be.
Do you know which location it is on the skull?
No, we learned a lot of stuff a long time ago and don't always recall every bit of it.
Real familiar with.
Don't keep up with a particular one.
Do you recall time frames of when those sutures fully develop in a small child?
Not exact, just like regular bones, the closed one, they pretty much hit puberty, but the kids, I don't remember exact time frame on the kids' sutures. They were likely still open and developing.
And they're open and developing, they're also more likely to be, if there's a fall or an accident or trauma, not about being fractured, but to stay opened or open up more when that occurs, correct?
Well, if there's pressure and bleeding, that could make them go up, could make it separate a little bit more.
More so than an adult person who did not have the developing sutures, correct?
See, with an adult, it's contained, so the blood can't get out at all. So the skull cannot expand in an adult. So they might open up a tiny bit they might open up a little bit with a kid that's not fully closed.
Yep, that's all the questions I have. Thank you, Dr. Wilson.
Mr. Lang, do you have any questions? About
Yes, sir. I think I have.
matter that we raised?
Yes, sir. I think I have two questions.
All right.
Is sometimes the reason that people don't take their kids to the doctor that they don't have insurance or they can't afford to take the kid to the doctor? Things, economic reasons?
Certainly.
Might it be an explanation for somebody not taking a kid to the doctor if their mama went to Mexico and took the birth certificate and they don't have those documents available to them to register for things and get care?
I mean, that could be their personal reason.
Right. There's a lot of reasons why somebody might not take their kid to the doctor for a 15-month checkup, right? Nothing further.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Dr. Wilson. Is everybody comfortable? All right, if you'll call the next witness, please.
Thank you, Dr. Buster. The state calls Dr. Jill Olek.
All right. Could you spell her last name, please?
Olek.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if the witness is long, we may take a break in, but before she's completed. Okay.
Call is right there. Please. You raise your right hand. Swear that the evidence you will give in this case will be the truth, so help you God. Have a seat, please.
Remember this, I can have this first. I can have my notes.
Yes, you can have your notes with you.
Okay.
State your name, please.
Jill Olek.
And that's spelled Olek, is that
Yes.
correct?
Mhm.
And you asked me you'd asked me before, but you asked me just now when you were sitting down, I can have my notes with me, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I said yes, and I will say as a caveat to that, Your Honor, that if I suppose that I should say yes, you can have them with her, assuming that they're the notes that everybody has. I mean, or so
They
I need
are
to ask
the,
that.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and establish what notes she has.
Yeah, what I mean, the notes you have with you are those the same notes that would be in the hospital record?
I have the hospital record notes, and then I also just printed off a reference lab for normal values for children for pediatric levels.
Okay, a
This
reference.
is not within your,
Okay, but that's not a note, related to this particular
sir.
case.
No.
Just what normal values would be.
If you would answer verbally, please, Doctor.
I'm
Always
sorry.
answer verbally so that the court.
Okay, yes, sir.
All right, Dr. Olek, your occupation is you're a medical doctor, is that correct?
Yes.
And where do you practice?
I practice within Phoebe. So I practice at Phoebe Family Sports Medicine and at Phoebe Sumter Medical Center.
And are you licensed to practice medicine in Georgia?
Yes, sir. Family medicine
Okay, how long have you been so licensed?
since 2007.
From the time you graduated from college forward, can you tell the jury what your educational background is?
I have a bachelor's in medicine, a bachelor's in hyperbaric medicine. I have a doctorate in medicine.
Like a PhD?
No, it's a medical doctor.
Oh, okay, the degree of doctor.
Medical degree
Okay.
of
Understood.
medicine.
Okay, and after you graduated from medical school, did you engage any postgraduate training or postgraduate programs?
I did a 3-year family medicine residency
And where was that?
at Phoebe Putney.
Are you board certified in any particular discipline?
I am board certified in family medicine, and I'm also ACLS trained, BLS, and PALS,
Okay, and what is ACLS and
advanced cardio life support, basic life support, and pediatric life support, advanced life support.
so advanced life support and advanced pediatric life support? Okay. As a general practice, as a doctor of family medicine, and also someone who works in the emergency room, do you have experience in dealing with different types of illnesses and injuries and conditions that may cause someone to seek medical care?
Yes, sir.
And your training and experience, does that include at times having to make determinations or give consideration to issues regarding the probable causes or the probable source of particular injuries or conditions?
Part of medicine is trying to identify what is wrong with the patient. And so some of it is fact-based, most of it is fact-based, but there are times where we have to speculate what might have happened.
Is it important to you to know what happened when you can find that out?
If we can, it helps with the story, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender Dr. Olick as an expert in the general practice of medicine, including evaluation and diagnosis of injuries, illnesses, and other conditions, and further including determination of probable or likely causes of those injuries, conditions, and the like.
Mr. Campbell, you wish to report as a witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Good morning. My name is Tim Gamble. I represent Ms. Bowe.
Good morning.
Now, I understand you're a family practitioner, correct?
Yes, sir. Mhm.
And so you primarily practice in just your, whatever that entails. I mean, we all know the family doctor type stuff, correct?
Yes.
Now you're presenting yourself today to be an expert concerning diagnosis and determination of what caused certain injuries or maybe illnesses, et cetera. Can you tell me what credentials you have that make you believe you're an expert in that particular field?
I'm an expert in medicine. Not an expert in determining. I'm an expert in medicine.
And is that medicine because you have a medical degree?
Yes, sir. And I've been practicing close to 18 years now.
But in practicing medicine for 18 years, have you ever been qualified in a courtroom as an expert on determining causes of injuries and death and that type of thing?
I don't believe that's why I'm here, sir. I could be wrong, but I'm here to testify on my involvement with the baby.
And understand that you're here to testify to that, and certainly you've got some information about that, correct?
Mhm. Yes, sir.
And you were present and did some of the treatment, correct?
Yes.
But you heard the district attorney who said he was asking, have you qualified not just as an expert in the field of family medicine, but also in determination of causes and of that type of thing and injuries. You heard him say that as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
And my question directly to you is, what particular credentials are you presenting to this court today to tell this court that you're qualified to be an expert other than the fact that you have a medical degree?
I understand what we are taught in medicine with regards to, when I answer this question, can I make this more specific with the case, or is this supposed to be a broad-based question?
Broad-based right now. just
Broad-based,
for your
okay.
qualifications.
And so we see a variety of cases in the emergency room in family medicine. We can see and we're trained on what is likely the cause of these things. And so, yes.
But you've not been board certified in anything of that nature, have you?
I'm not a forensic pathologist.
Correct. And you're also, again, not only have you not been sworn in as expert in this courtroom, but you've never been sworn in as an expert on that particular field in any courtroom across the
No.
United States. correct?
No, sir.
Yeah, I would object to her being qualified as an expert in that particular field, not to her being an expert in family medicine, but in those diagnoses and her being able to make a conclusion about what she believes the causes are.
The causes of,
The injuries, that her being able to give an opinion about the cause of those injuries.
are you intending to ask her questions about causation of the injuries?
Some of the questions I intend to ask her, I think we'll cover that. But the way she's tendered, Your Honor, is generally as an expert, generally in the field of medicine. And the field of medicine that she's just testified includes those things. Includes examination, includes assessment, includes diagnosis, includes determining cause if cause can be determined, etc.
What I want to do, we're not going to get through with this witness before the jury needs a lunch break anyway. I want to address this with you after I let the jury go to lunch. So I'm going to let the jury go to lunch until 1 o'clock. And I'll ask you to remember my instructions and to be back here at 1 o'clock, and we'll conclude. Okay, would you step out for just a second, please?
Do you want me to go back to the same room?
No, you can just wait right here.
Why would that be a problem? No.
All right, based upon what the doctor has said thus far about her qualifications, I think she can certainly give opinions about the conditions she saw, what they were, what the injuries were, opinions that something may have been blunt force trauma, or trauma caused this, or trauma caused, what caused it. But if you're seeking to ask her, could it fall from 8 inches or 40 inches or all the different things that you asked Dr. Busman, I do question whether you've laid that foundation at this point. Especially when she says, I'm not an expert at determining the causes.
Yes, understood. And
I guess what I'm wanting to know is exactly how far you're wanting to go with the causation part of it. Like, could it happen by falling in a circular, all those type of questions that you asked Dr. Busman. I don't think she indicated that level of experience.
I believe that she would testify that the injuries that she observed would have been the result of blunt force trauma. That they would have been the result of sort of locally applied trauma. Like an impact to this part of the body or that part of the body would be necessary to cause this or that.
And what's your response to that?
I don't really object to that, John. I recognize that she can say, I saw these injuries and it appeared to me it was some type of blunt force trauma. But if she's trying to expand upon that and give specifics about this, was it or was not it, that's when she's moving into an area.
I guess I'm not sure she's going to be able to answer all the hypothetical questions, irrespective of whether it would be a good idea to ask her all those same questions that were asked of Dr. Busman. Now, I'll bring her back in and let you see if you can lay further foundation for that. But if you're not planning on going that far, what I would suggest is we go ahead and let her testify. If there's any objection to any particular question, I don't declare them an expert anyway, so they can give opinion testimony in the area of their expertise. Then, if there is an objection to any particular question that any one of you ask, I'll hear it when you make the objection. But if you want to lay further foundation while we're addressing this issue before we go to lunch, you're certainly welcome to.
I don't think so. I mean, I don't really intend to. I mean, I suppose that when I look back at Dr. Busman's testimony, I mean, well, I asked some similar, some questions of that.
So both of you, asked a lot of different questions of Dr. Busman, and I'm not so sure there could have been some objections to some of those questions by both sides. I mean, both of you kind of went far afield with this.
Yes, understood. No, I probably will, with the objection being what it is and the court's ruling or explanation being what it is, then I would expect to limit those questions somewhat, unless and until I ask additional questions to establish a further foundation for her ability to answer.
Okay. So thus far, she's clearly established that she has experience with diagnosing matters and the basic cause of matters like blunt force trauma, things of that nature. She said, I working in an emergency room, I can identify the cause of a thing. But all the hypotheticals, I don't think she's at that point. And so I'll just let you know that at this point, I probably would not allow those questions if objected to. But when you bring her back in, if you have any other questions, either if you want to ask about her qualifications, you can, and then we'll get into the testimony. And what I will do is authorize her to give opinion testimony in the areas of her expertise. Okay?
Yes.
That's good.
All right. All right, I'll see you all at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
All right, Mallory, we're gonna start working on the jury charge. Okay. Well, Mr. Lamb, you can excuse your witness until 1 o'clock. Okay.
See, you can go, you can go to lunch.
What we're gonna do is tell everybody in charge. I'll talk to you.
No, they're not. We're gonna be watching, so we don't-
Rule on it.
Yes.
Is there an objection to the case agent being in the room?
No, Your Honor, there was not.
Okay, I know there's been some developments that pretty much make
Well,
that, you
and
know.
I will say this too, that when she has been out, I mean, you know, she hasn't talked to any witnesses or anything like that. I mean, it's been out like, you know, there've been times I was like, I need to get this information or that information about something, and she would, you know, go out to do that. So,
Sharon, would you look out there and make sure, or either one of y'all, make sure that, he lets us know as soon as that urgency. Maybe that's him doing it. They're all here? All right, we'll bring them in. Thanks. All right, Mr. Lamb, you can continue your examination of Dr. Olick. And the way that I left it with the lawyers is that Dr. Olick will be allowed to give opinion testimony in the area of her expertise. If either attorney objects to whether or not a foundation has been laid for any particular question, we'll address that as it comes up. All right?
Dr. Olick, let me take you back to January 14th, 2024. Were you working in the, or did you work in the Phoebe Sumter emergency room that day?
Yes, I did.
And at some point during the time you were working on January 14th, were you involved in or become involved in the care of a child by the name of Romeo Angeles or Jackson Drew Angeles?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you know how the child got to the emergency room?
The report was that his father brought him in to the front.
And were you there when he came in?
No, I was not.
When did you become involved in his care?
I took over my shift at noon. And so I was involved in his care from noon until he was pronounced.
Now, he actually, I think, arrived at like 12:36 p.m.
Usually I will do a 6-hour shift. I apologize. I don't remember exactly the hours of that day. I can find out.
Okay.
But
In any event, were you not the first doctor who treated him?
Correct.
Examined him?
I took over for Dr. Bussman.
And is that something that would be typical at the end of a shift?
Yes.
Nonetheless, when you took over, did you conduct your own review and review of the diagnostic materials that were available, like the tests, the radiology studies, et cetera?
Yes. When we give report to one another, we give quick, clear, concise report. And while he was doing that, the images were already available, and I was receiving phone calls from Dr. Hayes regarding the reports. And so I was going through them as she was giving me the reports. So it was all very simultaneously.
Is it customary in the practice of medicine, especially in a hospital setting, for one physician to rely on information provided by another physician who is also involved in the care?
It's customary for reports to be given so that things don't get lost, but I always independently review my own patients.
And that's what I was going to ask next. Did you also, in addition to whatever information you were given when you took over the care, did you conduct your own examination and assessment of the patient?
Immediately, yes.
Okay. Can you tell me, just in maybe in terms of various categories, the injuries that you observed or that you found him?
When I received a report from Dr. Bussman, I knew that the child was critical, and I immediately went into the room to see where we were with drips and with vital signs and examined him head to toe. I noticed that there was a large bruise on the left side of his face, and I remember that it looked like there were fingerprints or something along the line of a hand. There were multiple bruises on the forehead, on the right side of the skull. There was a large swelling to the posterior skull. There was some crepitus on his arm. Crepitus means which the nurse had told me they tried to put a line in and the line was not successful. So I assumed that was from that situation. And I noticed that the child's abdomen was very distended. At that time, the child had already gone through CPR. He was intubated. He had multiple IV drips in place. I requested that they place some more because of the type of medications that were being given. We needed to have more access. And so they put into intraosseous IV access into the legs. And from there, I don't remember anything else on the legs.
Okay. Did you review the lab results, the lab findings that were in the record?
Yes, sir. Immediately, it was noted that his liver enzymes were well up above the normal limits for a child. At his age, they should be right around 20 to 60, and they were in the 8,000 range, indicating some type of traumatic injury or some type of injury to the liver. Additionally, it was noted that his blood count was low for a child of his age. It should be about 10.5 to 14, and it was in the 9 range, indicating that there was some type of blood loss somewhere. Again, the very first thing that I encountered when I came onto that shift while Mike was giving me a report was the images that I was going through actively with Dr. Hayes, and there was significant bleeding in the brain, significant bleeding within the liver.
Let's talk about those. Let's talk about those separately, okay? And we'll start with the injury to the bleeding of the liver and around the liver. Is that you said, I believe just a moment ago that the labs indicated to you that there was a traumatic injury, that there had been a traumatic injury to the liver?
And I apologize with that verbiage. There was some type of injury to the liver. When I mentioned the traumatic aspect, I say because there was a very large liver laceration. The liver laceration means a cut within the liver, and that therefore there was some type of damage to the liver because of that. And we expect those numbers to go up high when we see some type of injury.
Would you expect those numbers to go up high very quickly, depending on the nature and extent of the injury?
Correct.
So the laceration to the liver, how does one get a laceration to the liver? How do you lacerate a liver?
It has to be with some type of trauma to the liver. The liver does not spontaneously lacerate.
And what type of trauma might cause the liver to lacerate?
There has to be some direct blow to the liver.
Are you aware that there are some studies and experiences, clinical experiences in other settings where it has been opined that that performing CPR on a patient can result in lacerations to the liver somewhere between 1 and 11% of the time?
I believe the numbers are closer to less than 1% of the time, and that involves the medial aspect of the liver right underneath the sternum. In this particular case, the laceration involved the right side of the liver, which is in the back area. If our sternum is in the middle, the laceration was back here, nowhere near where we would have been doing CPR.
Okay. So the liver doesn't, it's first of all, it's a large organ, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
And is it divided in some way?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, how is it referred to? How are the divisions of the liver referred to?
We have different lobes.
Lobes, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so that I guess the current literature, it reflects that there's less than 1% chance of laceration due to CPR.
I believe that number was 0.5.
Okay. And in that instance, you said the portion of the liver that's under the sternum, what portion of the liver would that be?
That would be the left or the medial.
Okay. Did you observe anyone performing CPR on the child at any time while you were there?
Yes.
And if you had observed anyone performing CPR badly or using the wrong techniques or with their hands in the wrong location, would you have intervened in some way?
100% yes. We're a team, and we always make sure that we are doing things properly.
Are you familiar with I think it's something that may be referred to as like a CPR coach or CPR review or something, some language like that.
Are you referring to the team lead?
Perhaps so. Perhaps so. I'm
during
not sure
a
what the
code?
language is, but in other words, when CPR is being performed, is it customary for there to be someone intentionally observing the CPR while it's being done?
Yes.
Okay. Who is that person called typically, or what is that person's role typically?
So they are recording and telling us when medications are due, and they're watching everything play out in front. So they're just kind of an overseer of everybody.
And is part of that person's role, part of that person's job, to be sure that CPR is being performed properly?
Yes, we all do that as a team, though.
Okay. I understand it may not be the same person even from hour to hour or whatever.
Right.
But there is a person at any given time, right?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay. So are you aware of anyone who was observing other persons doing CPR? Are you aware of anyone who felt like or believed or observed someone performing CPR badly or incorrectly?
No.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not the injury to this child was the result of CPR being performed?
There was 0% chance this was secondary to CPR.
Thank you. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot something. The liver injury, was that an injury that you how would you designate that injury in terms of the time frame or the time in which it would have occurred? I mean, do you think it would have been recent, chronic, or what?
So when we look at the labs, we noted that the AST and the ALT, which are the liver numbers, were quite elevated in the 8,000 and 5,000 range, but the bilirubin was still normal. We expect a bilirubin rise when there's any type of liver injury to start rising after 4 to 8 days. And so that indicated to me that this was a fairly fresh injury. Additionally, with the degree of laceration that was there and the amount of bleeding that was there, you expect that blood count to be a lot less if time had progressed.
Would that indicate to you then that that injury would have occurred within some relatively recent time frame?
It would have been within a few hours.
With respect to the injury at the back of the head, were you able to ultimately make a diagnosis as to what that injury was?
He had multiple skull fractures, which is why there was swelling at the base of the skull.
What parts of the skull were fractured?
That was the posterior parietal and occipital bones. So it was right here. And it was such a big fracture. It went from the top of the head all the way down to the base of the head, base of the skull.
On this side?
It was on I thought it was the right. Okay, it said to the left of the midline.
And so was there a fracture to another bone in the back of the skull, the back of the head?
What I remember is, so there was parietal bone and occipital bone, and there were several fractures in that area. It wasn't just one piece. Other than that, I do not recall any other fractures in that area.
If you look at, go ahead, just here for just a second. This is you have a copy of
Yes, sir.
Your notes, right? And then there's this is a copy. This is State's Exhibit 26 that I'm looking at now. And there's a particular. All right, give me 1 second. Do you recall there being a finding of a fracture of the occipital?
Yes, sir. It was the parietal and occipital bone of the skull.
Okay, parietal and occipital. Okay. So is that part of what you were talking about when you said with the fracture went back up?
Yes, sir.
It was struck back here, but also on the side.
It involved both places.
Involved both places, both of those bones on the side and the back.
Yes.
Were there symptoms, I mean, when I say symptoms, in this instance, I'm talking about that you were immediately observing in the emergency room, symptoms that would be associated with the injury to the back and side of the head.
Yes, sir. When I was involved with this child, the child was unresponsive, being intubated, no response to painful stimuli. He was on multiple pressors, and therefore the only things that I can tell you are what I was able to observe at that point. And there was pink, frothy liquid coming out of the baby's nose that sometimes indicates to us that that's CSF or fluid that's around the brain that has leaked out into the nose from the nose. And so I was able to
What is
visualize
CSF?
that. CSF is cerebral spinal fluid. It's the fluid that protects our brain and our spine when there's significant head trauma that sometimes can break through and come out of the nose.
Okay.
And so I remember seeing that. But short of that, the child was unresponsive at that time, which is what I would expect.
Was there bleeding associated with that injury in the back of the head?
I believe there was some. I don't remember there being a large amount. I remember more the degree of swelling that was present. And it could have been that the staff had started to clean some of that prior to, I don't know. Back here.
Yeah, I'm not referring to external bleeding. I'm talking about internally.
internal.
Was
Yeah,
there bleeding?
Yes, sir. On the imaging, on the CAT scan, there was a large amount of bleeding.
Okay. So there was a large amount of internal bleeding at the back of the brain or the back of the skull?
So it's in multiple locations, but yes.
Okay. What would cause a fracture of the occipital bone and or the parietal bone? What things could cause that fracture to occur?
There has to be some type of blunt trauma in order for that to occur.
Does the trauma, you said there has to be some sort of blunt trauma, does it have to be focalized in some sense to that particular area, or might a trauma to another part of the head cause those bones to break in the back?
It has to be focal to the back of the skull. In this particular instance, there was bruising in the front as well as the fracture to the posterior skull. There is no way you could have an injury in the front that would cause that in the back. It had to have been a direct blow to the posterior skull.
The injuries to the front of the face, the bruising, and I think it's bruising and swelling in several locations.
Yes.
What would those injuries reflect in terms of the origin or source of those injuries?
You would expect if somebody fell that you would expect bruising directly where that fall would be.
So the part of the body that
being
impacts?
hit, yes. Or if somebody was hit. I know in this particular situation, the child had bruising in multiple locations on the head.
So would one fall account for the injuries to the front of the head, the side of the head, and the back of the head all at once?
No, sir.
At this point, it's outside the scope of this expert's expertise in testifying.
Well, Your Honor, I think that it is I tell you what, I'll rephrase the question and ask it again. Would one point of trauma to the front of the head would one point of trauma cause the injuries to the front of the head, the side of the head, and the back of the head all at once?
No.
What was the most severe injury that you observed of the ones that you identified?
The brain bleed was the most severe injury that ultimately led to this child going unresponsive. And those carry up to a 50% mortality rate. They're very, very significant when we see them.
Was there any condition that you identified with respect to this child, that would have explained brain bleeds or multiple brain bleeds other than some kind of traumatic impact?
So what I'm doing right now is I'm just going back to the labs. Within our labs, our platelets were normal. And I just wanted to verify that they were normal. And so the answer is no.
So whatever the source of the trauma, is it your opinion that it is trauma that was the cause of the brain bleed?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion as to the time frame in which an injury to the head, to the back of the head, to the side of the head, or the front of the head? Do you have an opinion as to the time frame in which the symptoms that this child presented with would be manifested from the time of trauma until the symptoms became pronounced?
Object again, Your Honor, on the same ground. She's not qualified to make that statement as an expert outside of her expertise.
I think you can ask her some more foundational questions, but that is different than what we discussed before.
It's much different than what we discussed, I thought. So,
You can ask the foundational questions.
based on your experience and your training, your education, and your experience, are you able to formulate an opinion as to when an injury might have occurred if, based on the symptoms that are presenting at any given time?
Yes.
You don't object again to any response to that unless there's a foundation laid of how she, to just say in your experience. What is that experience? If you're going to say it, you need to do that.
I overrule the objection. I overrule the objection.
So is that something that is part of what you do, is trying to assess how long this condition has existed, when this condition occurred?
Based off of the imaging, it mentioned that this was an acute subdural bleed. An acute subdural bleed within minutes to just a few hours. It's expected that the pressure will increase in the brain to such a level that will cause symptoms which can include unresponsiveness and death.
Would that time frame be dependent in any way on the extent of the bleeding?
Yes, it also depends on if it is a child, adult, or an elderly. In this particular scenario, there's not as much room in the brain, and so this is an even quicker scenario. When that pressure builds up, there's nowhere else for it to go.
Let me ask you to I'm going to ask it this way. So, do you have an opinion as to the likelihood that after the child received the injury to the back and side of his head, that after he received the injury, that he would have still been behaving normally, sitting up, eating chips, exercising fine motor skills like holding a cup and drinking out of a cup and watching TV and so forth? Do you have an opinion as to whether or not the child could be behaving that way after receiving this injury?
The amount of bleeding that was present within the brain, there's a 0% chance that this child can be normal. He would have some type of symptom.
So once the injury occurred, he would have had, is that what you're saying? That he would have had
Yes.
essentially immediate symptoms,
Yes.
whether at some level?
Yes.
What if the injury had occurred the night before? Okay, that at some time in the night, let's just say at some point prior to 11:57 p.m. on Saturday night, that the injury had occurred to the child. Then, do you have an opinion as to the probability or likelihood that the child would have been able to not only behave normally for some period of time, but then go to sleep 7, 8, 9 hours, get up, still be behaving somewhat normally, and then sort of all of a sudden experience a loss of consciousness hours later?
With the degree of bleeding that is present, I would not expect him to wake up.
If you assumed, we'll just say assume for the purpose of this question, if you assume that the child had a diaper that had bloody stool, there was blood in the feces, whatever, of a diaper that had been on the child, had been taken off sometime before. Okay, sometime before he was at the hospital. If he'd had bloody stool, would that have any connection to anything that you observed at the hospital with regard to the injuries to this child?
No, the liver does not connect into the colon.
Okay. So if he's bleeding around the liver, just into the abdomen, does that blood not just transmogrify or something into
No.
the intestines, and where it could then be flushed out in a bowel movement?
No. It goes into the peritoneal cavity and they're separate areas. It cannot go into the colon.
And if it doesn't go into the colon, then it's not going to be expressed in the form of bloody stool, right?
Yes.
So if there was a bloody stool, do you have an opinion as to whether it would have had any connection to any of the stuff that you were examining?
I do not believe that there was any connection.
Is there any avenue, any path by which blood in the brain, in the in the skull, whatever, under the scalp, that results from a brain bleed? Is there any pathway from which that blood would seep into the colon or into the intestines and be flushed out in the bowel movement?
No.
Why did this baby die?
This baby died as a result of massive head trauma.
No further questions.
All right, Mr. Gamble, cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Doctor, now you know that, or you believe at least that you know the cause of the death being massive head trauma, correct?
Yes, sir.
But of course, as you sit here today, you don't know anything about the facts or circumstances as far as who caused that, correct?
No, sir.
In fact, you don't even know if there's a who caused it. It could have been by some other means. You just know there was blunt trauma that led to the death of the child, correct?
That is correct.
In other words, blunt trauma could occur from a car wreck, let's say, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, we know the child was not in a car wreck, I think here. There's not any reason to believe that, but that would just be an example, right?
Yes, sir.
And there are various other things that could have happened, including accidentally, correct?
Yes.
And you are aware that one of the leading causes of death to small children is accidental falls, correct?
Yes, the physical examination findings, I believe, would be different.
But you do acknowledge that that is one of the
Yes.
leading causes of death, correct?
Yes.
And in this particular case, I know that you mentioned on the liver being lacerated. You talked about that, but and CPR, you asked questions about CPR. You will acknowledge that there are some studies that at least show at times, if CPR is done incorrectly, it can cause a laceration of the liver, correct?
To the left lobe of the liver.
And that it's more likely to happen with a small child than it would be someone bigger, because it's harder to CPR that small child, isn't it?
That's incorrect.
It's not harder to CPR a small child?
No, sir.
You got a very small body of area, correct?
You use one hand in a child. You
Have to
use
be careful,
two in an
right?
adult.
Can't do two hands because that'll be too much, right?
Yes, it's easier in a child.
And that's what I mean about it being a little harder. You have to be a little more careful with the child, correct? Is that right?
Could you verify?
Okay. Yes.
And you testified about you felt it done right, but the truth of the matter is you came into the scene after CPR had already been performed for a while, correct?
When I witnessed CPR, when I had to initiate the subsequent code, that was performed correctly.
But you did not see CPR that was done before you got there, correct?
I was not there in the beginning, no, sir.
So you're really not qualified to state whether or not the CPR was done properly prior to you arriving, correct? Not from your own firsthand knowledge.
Correct.
You might read notes or be told that, but you weren't there, right?
Correct.
Now, when you talk about, let me ask you if you are familiar with sutures of the skull.
Yes, sir.
And that's where the skull is kind of divided to begin with and begins to join together as you get a little older, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the 5 different areas where sutures are located?
Yes, sir.
Pretty familiar with when they form as far as solidifying, or are you?
They should start to be solidifying around the time of his age. They should have already been solidified.
Now, let me ask you about, I believe, and I may mispronounce this, if
Okay.
I do, correct me. The squamous suture, do you know where it's located?
No, sir.
If I told you I believe it connects the temporal and parietal bones above your ears, would that sound about right? If you don't know, that's fine.
I do not believe that's Correct, but thank you.
Okay, so you're just not sure about those types, is there some of
I would
those,
think that would be the occipital suture.
are there areas of the suture areas that take sometimes as long as 3, 4, 5 years to completely solidify on children?
It should be 2 years,
This child was a year and a half old, correct?
18 months.
Now, if this child, I know you've testified that the child, you do not believe that the injury to the back of the head and the front of the head could have come from the same incident, correct?
The only circumstance I can see would be in the case of a motor vehicle accident.
Which we know is not the case.
Correct.
Well, let's say the child fell from a fairly high level. Boom, fell straight down. Let's say landed in a way that hit right toward the back of the head. Could have caused skull fracture,
Your
correct?
Honor, I'm going to object based on that, his objection that this witness shouldn't testify as to whether this fall or that fall from this height or that height or whatever might or could cause these injuries. I mean, if we,
That was the nature of your caveat to her qualifications.
Initially, and then she was allowed after my objection to go into
No,
something.
the test, that was a different, it could not have, it could have been, it had to be more than one point of impact.
Yes.
I'm not going to let, as I said, either of you go into all of the hypotheticals that were done with the previous witness. So I sustain that objection.
Doctor, do you, in your practice, take continuing education and that type of thing?
Yes, sir. I'm up
Required
to
to do
date.
so, I suppose?
Yes, sir.
Seminars and that type of thing, correct?
Yes.
Do you take periodicals and things to keep you updated as well?
Yes, sir.
Do you keep up to date through some of those from time to time?
I am board certified, and in order to remain board certified, we have to keep up with CME.
And I apologize, I asked that and didn't really clarify. I realize that part, but and once you do that, though, I'm more concentrating on there's lots of literature that comes out that's scientifically important, I guess you could call it, that you could or could not read. Do you keep up with your medical profession through some of those type of literatures from time to time?
Yes, sir.
Are they journals like the New England Journal of Medicine, that type thing, or is it other ways to keep up?
I use Up to Date. I also use the American Academy of Family Physician, their journals,
Mhm.
and I go to live CME.
Have you ever used brain pathology?
No, sir.
Have you ever looked at British Journal of Neurosurgery?
No, sir.
Are you familiar with Dr. Omaya by any chance?
No,
Are you familiar with Dr. Mary Case by any chance?
no,
Those are not people that you're familiar with in your profession?
no.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
All right, you read the rest.
um, no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, now just wait to be excused.
She may be.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Oden. You can be excused. Ms. Lang, you can call your next witness.
Your Honor, I actually, I needed to have a moment to check because I had scheduled the medical examiner to be here at 2:00 and I had some other people that I had in between.
All right.
But because the other testimony went so long, I sent other people home. If you could just give me 10 minutes to see who's here and who's not.
All right, well, I'll let you all step into the restroom. This will be a brief break and then we'll proceed with the next witness. All right, Mr. Lamb, you can call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will call Dr. Anthony Clark. Y'all swing sides on there, please.
Dr. Clark, before you sit down, if you would face Mr. Lamb and receive the oath, please.
Just number them for me in that order right there. Would you raise your right hand, please? You swear that the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Have a seat. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you tell the jury your name, please?
Dr. Anthony J. Clark.
And where are you employed, Dr. Clark?
I'm currently employed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Division of Forensic Science as an associate medical examiner located in the Central Regional Medical Examiner's Office in Macon, Georgia.
And how long have you been employed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
About 2.5 years.
Where were you employed prior to that?
I was employed as the District 2 Medical Examiner's Office in Tallahassee, Florida. I was an employee of KWB Pathology Associates. I worked for them from 2007 to 2023.
Do you have other work experience in your field?
Yes, prior to that, I worked for 13 years as a GBI Associate Medical Examiner located in the Southwestern Regional Crime Office, Medical Examiner's Office in Moultrie, Georgia.
So you were in the GBI Medical Examiner's Office and for 13 years, then you were in Florida, and now you're back in Georgia.
That's correct.
Okay. What is your educational background from college forward, please?
I obtained my Bachelor of Science degree from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. I then did 2 years of animal research at MIT, then was accepted to the Jefferson Medical College in Philadelphia. I graduated from the college and did 2-year general surgical internship at the Britain General Hospital in New Britain, Connecticut. I then transferred to the Hartford Hospital in Hartford, Connecticut, and did 4 years of anatomic and clinical pathology. I then traveled down to Atlanta, Georgia, where I did 2 years forensic pathology fellowship at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office in association with Emory University. I am board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology. I have medical licensures both in Georgia and Florida. That's when I got my first job with the GBI, was in the Moultrie Medical Examiner's Office.
What is the fields of anatomic pathology and forensic pathology? Do those, I mean, I know obviously there's some overlap, but are they different too in some ways?
Pathology is the study of disease or trauma and its effects on the human body. As an anatomic pathologist, you usually work in a hospital setting. You look at tissue biopsies, you're under the microscope, you look at cancers, you look at inflammation, you make a diagnosis to help the clinical people understand what the process is. As a forensic pathologist, I deal with what's called an autopsy. I examine the dead individual and determine the cause and manner of death.
And in that sense, do you have specialized training in determining not only the manner, the nature of the death, but actually the causes of the injuries or illnesses or conditions that result in death?
That's correct.
Are there specialized is there specialized literature or research in your field that relates to how different types of events might, the types of trauma that might result from different types of events, like for instance, falls, car crashes, jumps off of buildings or whatever. I mean, the different types of events that can cause trauma. Are you trained to recognize the features and the commonalities of different types of trauma as it relates to the trauma that results in death?
Yes, sir. That's what we do as forensic pathologists. We see patterns in the type of trauma that's occurred to an individual, whether that trauma comes from external forces or even from natural disease. We're still some of the last generalists out there, and there is we do have literature out there.
Have you ever testified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology in the courts in the state of Georgia?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Do you know approximately how many times you've testified as an expert in Georgia courts?
It's been several hundred times across.
Several hundred?
Yes.
Okay. Have you also been qualified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology by courts in other states besides Georgia?
Yes.
Have you testified in other places and locations?
Yes.
Do you know how many times or around how many times you may have testified elsewhere?
Again, several hundred.
How many autopsies have you performed in your career?
It's over 8,100.
Your Honor, at this time, state would tender Dr. Clark as an expert in not only in medicine, but more specifically in the fields of anatomic and forensic pathology.
Or our witness, Mr. Green?
No, Your Honor, we have no objection.
All right. The witness will be allowed to give opinion testimony in his areas of expertise.
Thank you, Your Honor. As a forensic pathology, where does your work primarily take place?
We receive a death call. We have investigators that receive the death call and get the information regarding the death, determinations whether to bring the body in or not, and then the body is shipped to the Macon Morgue, Central Regional Medical Examiner's Office morgue.
And then once the body is there, is that the location where you perform autopsies?
That's correct.
What do you do as a general rule? I mean, before we get specifically into the details of this case, what do you do generally in terms of identifying, in terms of performing an autopsy? What's the process?
The process, yes, sir. Again, the body is brought in. Generally, it's in a body bag, whether it's sealed or not. That's up to the coroner. If the body is the possibility of being gunshot wounds or some kind of retained fragments from an instrument or a car accident, we usually do what's called a low doc scan, which is an entire body scan to identify any foreign bodies or bullets that are maybe still in the body, identify any broken bones. In all infant cases, part of our process is to scan them also, so they get entire body scans too. What we're looking for is not only new fractures or injury, evidence of skeletal injury, but even maybe healing stuff that's going on too, to help direct us in the examination. We take pictures of the outside of the bag, and as soon as we start opening the bag, we start taking photographs, how the individual arrives. Do they have medical devices? Do they have clothing, jewelry? Is there any obvious signs of trauma to the body? Any damage to the clothing? Any patterns on the clothing? Like, somebody's hit by a car. Is there any parts of that vehicle on the body that we have to collect as evidence? We start removing these things, documenting as we go along, the clothing, etc. We'll clean the bodies up. We get height, weight. We do general description of what the individual look like, their weight, their height, eye color, etc. We'll identify, again, any signs of injury. We'll try to identify any patterns of injury. We take measurements as needed, both on front surface and the back surface. And then we start doing what's called the internal examination, where we open up the head, neck, chest, and abdomen, and try to correspond that did the outside trauma cause internal trauma cause damage to the organs that could result in a death, or if there's no trauma on the external examination, what natural disease process might have caused this individual's death. We see a lot of our cases are natural deaths or drug overdoses, so we may have to do other stuff. We do collect tissues, usually blood, urine, and the fluid from the eye for toxicology. We'll do some other studies with the microscope if necessary, take little snippets of the tissues to look under the microscope if there's no obvious cause of death. There may be an infection going on. There may be a tumor that pops up, and we may want to identify what that tumor is. We do take DNA stuff. On infants, we do a little bit more workup. We do a respiratory viral panel to look for any kind of infectious process that may be affecting the lungs. We'll do blood cultures generally. We'll look at the electrolytes in a vitreous humor, determine whether it's just maybe this child has insulin-dependent diabetes, is the sugar real high? We'll look at those kind of things. And all that stuff is collected and usually sent off to another lab for analysis, and then I get the results back.
Did you perform an autopsy in January of 2024, the body of a child by the name of Romeo Angeles?
Yes, I did.
When was that done?
We performed the autopsy on Wednesday, January 17th, 2024, and we started at 8:30 a.m.
When you began your external examination, but before, what did you initially observe would result? Sorry, got my tongue twisted there. When you performed the external examination, what did you generally observe with respect to the size and development and condition of the decedent's body as a whole?
The decedent appeared to be compatible with a reported age of 18 months. Our measurements and weights were consistent with that. There were medical devices on the child, which we documented. Sometimes the medical devices can cause injury to the body, which I documented in the autopsy report. We also start noticing some injuries to the facial area and head area.
When you observed the body as a whole, did you form any opinion or conclusions as to the absent the trauma? Okay, let's set the issues of trauma aside for the moment. Did you form any conclusions as to the child's general development, nourishment, hydration, those sorts of things?
Yes, sir. Everything should be within normal limits.
I'm sorry?
Everything seemed to be within normal limits.
Okay. Did you express the conclusion in your report that that he was well nourished, well developed, and well hydrated?
Yes.
His height and weight, I think you said were in the normal range for a child of that age. Can you tell the jury, if you recall, or if you have your report, you do have your report in front of
Yes,
you, right? Can you tell the jury what his height and weight were?
He measured at what we call it the crown heel measurement. It's 78.7 centimeters. That put him between the 10th and 25th percentiles. His weight was 11.6 kilograms. That put him between the 50th and 75th percentiles.
Is my math correct when I say that correlates to approximately 31 inches tall and approximately 25 and a half pounds?
I'm not as good as a math as I used to be. I'll take your word for it. Yes, sir.
Okay. So with regard to the examination of the body, beginning, I guess, with the head, the face, did you identify any areas that were reflective of injury to this child,
Yes, sir.
that were suggestive of injury?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell in general, and I have some photographs, Your Honor, those photographs that I'm using from Dr. Clark's work, I am not going to display on these monitors. I have them on slightly larger than normal size, but in photo size. But I would ask that he be allowed to, once we get to that point, that he be allowed to step down here so I can hold those up and he can point to them and so forth for the jury.
All right, you shared it with Mr. Gamble?
They are all, I have not, he hasn't gone over these particular exhibits, but all of the photographs have been previously shared with them.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand. We probably better if we just do it now.
So there's some issues. That we need to-
Yes, and we probably need to do this outside the presence of the jury.
All right, I'm going to ask the jury to step into the jury room. I do not believe it will be long.
I do think I think for the witness to remain in here for this matter.
If he's going to move up there, she needs a microphone. Up there.
Oh, okay.
That in front of you. Like, can you put it on that stand right there?
Right here?
Yeah. Like on
Even
the
if he's turned this way, talking to
Okay, I'll put it up
put it on
there.
there.
Yeah, that'd be on the.
Well, how about in the chair? Can it be in the chair? The booth right there.
Right there.
Right there.
Okay, sure.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead and identify the exhibits.
Yes, that's what I was about to do.
It looks like what we're dealing with are autopsy photos. Is that correct?
Some are, some, yes, all are autopsy, you know, some are not, nothing's been done to the child, and some are after there's been some type of procedure done to the child.
And those are the two that you,
Well, there's four of them in there,
There's
that
four?
at least one of the
Okay.
rest of the court about.
all right.
I
I think Lewis
I think
knows.
I probably know which one they are before
I suspect you.
you even address them.
Yes.
All right, so let's identify them for the
Yes,
record.
sir. And I'm not.
And also be careful not to show them to the jury because you know they're big and they were facing the jury when you moved them to behind your stand. So be careful about that. Face them maybe the other way until they're tender.
Well,
I mean, I would try to make sure which one was on the front so that it wouldn't be something that would be shocking to anybody. sitting
Okay,
there.
but I mean generally I don't like any exhibit to be shown to the jury until they're tender.
That's why.
well, if you took all of them leaning this way and the last one turned it where the picture faced that way,
Yeah, I
it'd be
mean,
white on each
There's
side.
ways to do it without them seeing
I
it.
think that would probably
I'll
solve
lay
it.
it face down right here.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Okay, so
So what are the numbers that we're discussing?
the exhibits, Your Honor, that I expect to tender are
And for the record,
in the order that I.
the forensic pathologist is in here. Dr. Clark is in the court.
Yes, sir. Because I think that there's information that he can share with regard to these images that will explain why they need to be introduced.
All right. Identify the numbers.
I'm about to. State's Exhibit 33,
Okay.
which is a post-incision photograph of the liver area. State's Exhibit 32, which is a post-incision photograph of the left side of the head, I believe. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 36, which is a post-incision view, I think, of the right side of the head.
That's
Is that correct? And State's Exhibit 29, which is a post-incision view of the back of the child's head.
Okay. Is that,
That shows what I think will be referred to as a catastrophic injury.
okay, so Mr. Gamble, what is your objection to the photographs?
My objection to photographs, Your Honor, is these are autopsy photos in which the child's appearance as he originally appeared has been altered because of the fact that the autopsy was being done. Of course, I realize that would have to occur, but it is not necessary to introduce those into evidence and show them to a jury in order for them to be able to describe the injury or tell what happened. And these photographs are highly inflammatory, in which they would serve the most purpose would simply be to prey upon the emotions of the jury to try to show this disfigured child now where he's been autopsied. And in most cases, the courts have ruled it's not favorite to do that. There are times when, yes, that's the only way something could be shown. But in this particular case, there's no reason why the medical examiner cannot testify as to showing what injuries he observed from the outside, and then that he did indeed make incisions, and he determined that if there was a brain bleed or whatever it may be. But it's not necessary to show a photograph of that graphic nature. It adds very little in terms of relevant information that they don't have available to them, but it has a highly inflammatory side to it on the other side that is driving toward the emotion that is prejudicial entirely toward the defendant, and it would be inappropriate. And also could lead to confusion because oftentimes, no matter what you tell a jury and explain why they're sitting there showing the photograph, they may think that these things are injuries that came into the examiner's office. I know that if you allowed it, you would probably tell him you need to explain that. But it's still easy for a jury not to understand that and go back and say,
I know there are cases on this. What did the cases say? Because I know some are allowed, some are not, or there's some circumstances. So what?
In a general sense, the way I understand it, Your Honor, if it is not necessary in order to explain the prognosis or diagnosis, then it would not be allowed because if it had inflammatory abilities to inflame the jury into passion and would be prejudicial against the defendant. But now if it's necessary, as in there are times where the only way you can explain something might be to show what is internal, you would have to. Now it's discretion of the court. I believe it's a discretionary decision.
Okay.
But in my opinion, what I've read on those issues, for the most part, it has gone forth in favor of not allowing them unless there's some really overriding reason that they need to be there, and you cannot explain it to a jury in any other reasonable manner. They're not going to put just a total blockade to you where you can't prove your case.
All right.
They do say not to do that.
All right, Mr. Lamb. Tell me with regard to each one, what it is you're trying to identify. And of course, if there's case law and a standard or anything of that nature, I'd
Yes,
certainly like to hear it.
The analysis, the proper analysis for the court is to consider the evidence or the proffered evidence in light of Rule 403, which requires or which states that, of course, evidence which is particularly prejudicial or inflammatory, et cetera, can be excluded if those features outweigh the probative value of the evidence. And that's the analysis that the court should undertake. In Albury v. State, that's Albury v. State, 314 Georgia 459, that's a 2022 case. The Georgia Supreme Court considered the issue of the 403 analysis of post-incision autopsy photographs. In fact, in this case, there was a post-incision photograph of the decedent's head after the skin of the scalp and face had been peeled back. And although that photograph did not depict the fatal injury per se, it was. The court said that it was allowed because it would assist the jury's understanding of the circumstances surrounding the decedent's death, and that simply requiring the medical examiner to testify without being able to demonstrate to the jury the nature and extent of the injury was not inappropriate. I mean, to allow them to explain it for those purposes. The photographs of, ultimately what the court concluded was, even if the Supreme Court concluded that even if the photograph is considered gory or gruesome or whatever other term you want to use to describe it, that if it has a meaningful probative value and that the probative value is not outweighed by the risk of unfair prejudice or misleading the jury or cumulative evidence, et cetera, then it should be and can be admitted. In this case, the four photographs that
You want to go through them and tell me what it is and
Yes,
let's
sir.
see them.
Yes, sir. the four photographs that are in issue, State's Exhibit 33 is a photograph of the liver, an area around the liver, which is here, okay, which shows not only the extent of it shows the extent of the laceration of the liver, but it also shows the substantial collection of blood below or in the area around the liver. At least that's what I believe it shows. And I expect that Dr. Clark would testify along those lines. And Dr. Clark, I would ask you that if I
So there's a scale on here that tells you how big it is.
yes, sir, that's right. It shows shows it, I guess, in terms of the size of the injury, et cetera. And I would ask Dr. Clark if
I think you can just make a proffer.
Okay.
In fact, Dr. Clark, if you need to take a break, you can. I don't think we're gonna need your testimony until you're back.
I mean, I simply was going to have him, what I intended, what I think he would testify to is that what the photographs show is it enables him to better display for the jury and help the jury understand the nature and the extent of the injuries that the child suffered. So there's one from the abdomen, which is the one that I just referred to. State's Exhibits 32 and 36 show the skull with the scalp peeled back on different sides. Okay, one side, one's left side, one's right side. Okay,
The same injury?
no, sir, not same injury, different injuries, which is the significance of it. It shows that there are multiple injuries to the skull and to the brain, and those injuries are not limited. Those injuries are not limited to simply, bruising or something to that effect. I mean, those injuries, they show hematomas and hemorrhages, brain hemorrhages occurring in different locations. And the significance of it is I think that he will testify that each presents a different impact that the child suffered.
I do think the doctor needs to step outside because we're talking about what he's going to testify to.
Okay.
And if
Okay.
you just step out while I finish.
I'm sorry. I mean, the reason I asked you to stay in here was because I thought that you might be.
Well, I know, but right now, I think while you proffer, if there's some question about whether he would, then we'll bring him back in and let him testify.
Understood. Okay.
All right, so those are the two of the skull.
Right, of the left and right side of the skull.
All right, and what is this?
29 is, I will accept it is the most gruesome of the photographs, but it is the most essential of the photographs. It shows the massive injury to the back of the child's head, this being the scalp, and this being the skull, and the collection of blood, the fracture is in here that shows the collection of blood, how extensive the hematoma was, and the hemorrhage that came from this injury to the back of the skull.
Is this from the outside of the skull?
This is the outside of the skull, this is the inside of the scalp,
Okay.
where it's been peeled down.
So is that of the same injuries that are in the other two?
No, sir.
Mhm.
This is the injury at the back of the head. The others are showing injuries on the sides and on
Okay.
top of the head.
All right.
There's only one photograph of each
Okay.
injury in question. And I will, in terms of the state's effort to limit the amount of this type of testimony or this type of evidence, I will let the court know that when I met with Dr. Clark, that he had identified 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. He had identified 19 different post-incision photographs that he thought would reflected what his testimony would be, or would be used to reflect his testimony. And I went through those and scaled it down to what I think is a very small amount. I will acknowledge that I am somewhat uncomfortable with presenting these images to a jury, and there is no question about that. I don't typically do it. I think it's been 5 years since I used post-incision photographs in a trial.
You have them in regular size?
I have them on my computer in regular size, but
Printed.
no, sir, I don't. I didn't have them printed in regular size because I wanted him to be able to, wanted him to be able to stand here so it could, so the folks on the jury could see what he was pointing to as he was explaining his testimony.
All right, so Mr. Gamble, under 403, what would be your argument? I mean, I can see where they have probative value.
I see that, this about contest of probative value versus the harm and prejudice of, inflammatory nature of the photographs on the side. And if you look at those photographs, like the one that shows the skull where it's been pulled back, it's pretty gruesome looking. And you actually take that, and if you folded it back over, then you would have the regular skull. You would see from the outside, you wouldn't see much of an injury. But in looking at that photograph, it looked like, and I'm not saying it wasn't an injury, of course it was, but it's from an internal view. It looked like a terrible injury that would be clearly visible. And these people are not medically trained. It's not like they say, I see autopsies all the time. Yes, I understand when there's a big shot here of blood pooling in the hole or a small abrasion or whatever it may be. Their viewpoint will most likely be, boy, it looks like that was some, a much more gravity to that injury than it is from a visual standpoint. And it's one that causes great confusion for them. It's also very inflammatory. And Dr. Clark can easily testify. If he's going to testify about the liver laceration, he can testify to the size of it, the length of it, the severity of it. He can do all of those without showing it. He can do the same thing with skull fracture. About he thinks it's a large fracture, it's a small fracture, it's a total break, it's not a break, all of those things. But you've now opened up something that looks much more gruesome than it really is necessary to provide to this jury. And it adds very little probative value from the standpoint of proving this case versus how inflammatory it is.
All right.
Last thing I'll say, Your Honor, is that it's part of what Mr. Gamble said is exactly the value of these photographs is that you can describe an injury and say, well, there was an injury to the back of his head and there was some swelling to the back of his head. And, it looked like a hematoma, like there's a lot of, there's some blood collected there and that sort of thing. And simply describing it in that way and describing where the location of the injury and that sort of thing does not portray the significance of the injury and the extent of the injury. And that's part of what this is about is the injury to the back of the head is an injury of the nature that it would have caused what the other doctors have testified to, in other words, an immediate onset of symptoms and that sort of thing. It is, I think the photographs have significant probative value. I think the state has shown great strength in choosing only these 4 photographs to offer. And the other thing I will say, just for clarity, is the reason that I had them printed this size was so that because I didn't want to display them on a screen in the courtroom. I wanted to be able, but I did want the jury to be able to see what the doctor is referring to.
Well, I do think they have probative value because they actually show the internal injury, and you can't see that from the internet. I know you could describe it, but my visual observation of it is telling when you see particularly the ones with the blood and the scalp fractures. So I'm going to allow it. I realize that's a discretionary matter, and I do think that they have some potential to be prejudicial, but I think they do have more probative value, so I'm going to allow them. Do you want me to give the jury any kind of cautionary instruction?
I do, Your Honor. Cautionary instructions that they realize that the purpose of those photographs is to try to show the injury internally, but that because they're an autopsy photograph, that there are certain things that have been done to the body that are not the result of any injury, that was a necessary part of the procedure in order to be able to view where the actual injury is at. Because that's not the only issue too. I think it's prejudicial, period, but it is a secondary issue to me is the confusion that can occur from a jury just looking at the whole picture and thinking, oh, this all happened. Everything I see, the scalp being pulled back, this whole area is from the injury, and it's simply not.
All right. I'll say something to them about that, and also that they should not let the fact that they're emotionally, I'll think of some wording there, but emotionally, that they should not let that part of it, interfere with that.
Graphic nature of the photograph should not be.
Yeah. I'll think of some language on that.
I'll also say, what my intention is to have him generally describe the injury before the photograph's displayed.
Okay.
Then I'm going to ask him, what will this photograph show them?
Okay.
And then once he tells what it will show them, I will show it and we'll show it briefly,
Right.
just long enough for him to point out the salient features.
All right. Well, let's take a quick restroom break and we'll come back in. Make sure that they're not in that restroom over here.
Would it be improper for me to, in the court suite, would it be improper for me to have to briefly confer with Dr. Clark and explain to him, how I want him to testify in terms of the explanations?
I think you can just ask him the questions.
And then, okay, yes, sir. That's what I'll do.
All right.
Bruising that was on the back right behind. There was some about 3.
I had asked you you made a statement that you observed evidence of injury on and about the head. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, on the
And-
external examination.
Okay, and so with regard to the external examination, can you identify, can you tell the jury what injuries you noted to the head?
Okay. To the right forehead area, there were a couple of small bruises, about 3 of them here. To the center of the forehead, there was a crusted abrasion or scrape. Looked like it was been starting to heal a little bit, very superficial. On the right side of the head and on the left side of the head were fresher abrasions. They didn't look like much, but you're always suspicious in these kind of cases that they may lead to more. So there's those abrasions or scrapings there too. On the left side of the face, there was some pattern bruising. We call it tram track appearance. It usually associate with a grip or a slap mark where at least 2 of the fingers caused some bruising on the face. There was a bruise underneath the left jaw area here. There was a small bruise to the right side of the eye here. And there was some bruising that was on the back right, behind the right ear, and then what we call the mastoid area. And then later on, when you touched the back of the head, it felt real boggy. I didn't see anything externally, but it just felt swollen, kind of what we call boggy. And later on, I found out there was a hematoma, collection of blood in the backside of the head.
And with regard to the bruising, were you, do you have an opinion as to what causes bruising?
Well,
What causes bruising?
abrasions and bruises of the face are generally, you can see them in a toddler, falling down, hit their head on something, etc. The problem I had was that these bruises or these abrasions that I'm seeing externally are on all sides of the head and not really consistent with one fall. Okay, it seems like there was multiple injuries around the side, on the head, on the front side, and on the sides, and to the back of the head, which was much more significant.
With regard to the injuries for the moment, just sticking to the bruising, were you able to develop an opinion as to whether or not those bruises represented acute injuries of any sort?
Yes, they all fairly happened at the same time, except for the one that looked like it was healing on the forehead about here.
And what would be the time frame in which those bruises might have been incurred? I mean, what would you expect the time frame to be in which they might have occurred?
Well, taking them in isolation, it could be hours, a day or so. With the injuries that I saw internally, I would think minutes to hours.
So, is it your opinion that those injuries reflect that they're very acute injuries, but that's not based just on the examination of them? It's based on the totality.
Totality of the
right?
situation, yes.
Okay. All right. There were some photographs that we took that I copied that you or somebody took at your direction during the autopsy that demonstrates the bruising to the head and the various locations of the bruises to the head. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And these are all external photographs, Your Honor, and they reflect the things that he just talked about. But I'm going to have him, if I may, have Dr. Clark step over here and then so we can demonstrate or display to the jury.
If you could kind of come to the side so that Mr. Gamble can see as well.
Okay.
He stands kind of to the front and to the side.
Yes, wherever you want me to put.
And yeah, just for the record, I renew my objection. I understand the ruling, but just for preservation purposes.
And I don't think he's getting those photographs yet, but your objection is.
Continuing objection, yeah.
And if you need to move around to see better, that'll be fine.
I see.
All right. Okay. All right, you can proceed.
I'm going to get you to sit down.
Okay.
All right. Let me ask you, first is State's Exhibit number 34, and what does State's Exhibit 34 show generally?
State's Exhibit 34 is identification photographs on all the students. We make sure the face is cleaned up. We put a placard in with the case number, and this is just to identify the person who we're doing the examination on. But also in this photograph, we don't have the little ruler in there that we normally would, but you can see that there are injuries to the right forehead area and to the right eye area.
And so this photograph is sort of an overall photograph of the face from the front of you.
Right, I got what we call the identification photograph.
Okay. All right, Your Honor, we tender State's 34.
Any objection?
No, yeah.
All right, submitted without objection.
At this time, Your Honor, I'll display it to the jury and have Dr. Clark tell them what they're
Once it's
seeing.
admitted, it can be displayed. Yes, sir.
Okay, so again, we have the identified placard showing where we did the autopsy, the case number, and you can see this is kind of to show the child in your face here. But you start seeing that there's some bruising here, there's a little bruising here, This distortion here is due to having the endotracheal tube in, and they have that strap to hold it in place, so ignore that. And then you see that there's a little purplish discoloration here, and that's where that grip or slap mark injury was, and we'll see better pictures of it in a minute.
Okay, great. State's exhibit. I control my language, which is good. State's exhibit 30 demonstrates what?
Now, this is a close-up on that right forehand contusions. You see that there's 3, 2 deeper, 1 a little bit lighter. We do have the ruler in this picture here, which is in centimeters, so that if you want to get an idea of the size, you can see how big or small they are. You can also see the injury to the right eye area.
And so this is state's 30, which I'll tender at this time.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, submitted without objection. Hold on just a second. Ms. Lamb, just a second. What? Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't hear what you said. She's gonna go over so she can hear that. There's a table right there if you wanted to sit right there. And if everybody would speak up, please.
So state's exhibit 30, which I'm displaying to the jury now, can you point for them and show them the injury which you just described?
Okay, so here's the ruler that I described before, and then you can see the bruising here, here, and here. It doesn't seem like much, but always concerned about any kind of bruising to a child's hand. And then you can see the little bruise here to the left, the lateral canthus or lateral part of the eye here.
State's exhibit 27 reflects, shows what?
This is that pattern injury I told you about that's on the left cheek area. You can see that it's about right here in the face, and then also underneath the angle of the jaw on this side, there's a smaller bruise down there.
With tender state's 27 at the same
Any
time.
objections, 27?
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted without objection.
Would you point it and tell the jury what you mean by pattern injury or pattern bruise and point out the pattern to them, please, that they're seeing?
Okay, so we have the ruler here, the left eye is here, the left ear is here, so this is the left cheek area. And what we're having here is we've got a bruise here, an area of sparing here, and then another bruise here. So what happens in a grip mark or a slap mark type of thing is when the fingers make contact with the skin here and here, the blood actually squeezes between the fingers. So when you pull the hand away, you see a linear bruise here, you see a linear bruise here, and these areas of sparing are where the fingers are. So you get a sense, I mean, it's not the best example of it, but it struck me as that this area is sparing here. So is this a grit mark or is it a slap mark? We also have a small bruise. Here's the angle of the jaw here, left ear is here. There's another small bruise here, which is an unusual place to have a bruise on a kid from an accidental type of injury.
State's exhibit 31 shows what, Dr. Clark, just in general, so this is simply for identification purposes at the moment.
Right. This is the abrasions or scraping the skin on the left side of the head here.
It would tender state's 31 at this time, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted without objection.
Okay, state's exhibit 31, if you show the jury what is significant here.
Okay, so we have our ruler. We have the left ear, just the top of the left ear, and you can see this area here that's abraded, and there's a little hemorrhage into the tissues, but it's an abrasion there, and actually there's another abrasion right back here. Doesn't show it as well in this picture.
State's exhibit 35 for general identification shows what.
This is showing the picture below the right ear to the back right side of the neck where we see a large area of bruising.
Tender state's 35.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted without objection.
State's exhibit 35, which I'm displaying now, Dr. Clark, if you could point to for the jury to what you have testified about and identify for them.
Okay, here's the ruler again. Here's the right ear, the bottom here's the right earlobe. And you can see this red discoloration here coming here. And once we get inside, you'll see that it actually extends from the back of the hand cuts to the right side. So this is all the hemorrhage underneath here.
Were there other injuries, bruises and abrasions and contusions that you identified once you shaved the child's head or partially shaved the child's head?
Yes, with all these injuries popping up, we were trying to take pictures without having to shave the head, take pictures of the various injuries. But there were so many popping up, we had to shave the head, partially shave the head to show the injuries better.
And state's exhibit 28 simply that is a photograph with a partially shaved head, shows other injuries to the top and side of the head. Is that right?
To the top right and to the right side of the head, yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Tender state's 28, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, submitted without objection.
So in this photograph, Dr. Clark, can you identify for the jury which injuries they're seeing and explain whether it reflects one injury or more than one injury?
Okay, this does reflect more than one injury. The top of the right ear is here. We have an abrasion to the right side of the head here. We have a bruise up here, and we have a larger bruise sitting here.
What is this area here?
That might be from us when we shaved a little bit.
Okay.
We caught the skin a little bit, but they don't have the best technique.
Right. So with these injuries, when you say these are separate injuries, how would you have those separate injuries incurred, in general terms, how would you have separate injuries incurred in a limited area, like the top of the head?
Well, I felt like it was multiple impacts.
Multiple impacts. Okay. Do each of these bruises over the face and the head, do they represent more than one impact?
Yes, sir.
Does each bruise represent its own separate impact in a sense?
In a sense, yes.
Okay. Now, I think we're going to have the rest of your testimony and then come back to the internal injuries that are going to be shown here in just a few moments. Okay. Now, did you identify areas of trauma to the body other than the head?
Yes, I did.
And what part of the body other than the head did you identify injuries? Where did you identify injuries?
So when we started to do the examination, we make a wide incision on the chest and down through the abdomen and reflect the tissues to show the chest shield and then the abdominal cavity. Well, on the chest shield, there was some hemorrhage to the right side ribs here, 6 through 10, and it's to the outside of the ribs here, which is an unusual place for when CPR is done. Sometimes you can break a rib in CPR, but a lot of times it's more frontal than all the way out lateral, and it's maybe sometimes on the backside. So that was kind of an unusual pattern. And usually with bad CPR, you see it on both sides where there's been too much pressure put on the chest because you're pressing on the chest and it'll break symmetrically. So when you see rib fractures in CPR, you see them coming down like here, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, somebody's really pressing hard. In infants, I don't generally see rib injuries. I mean, it's very rare that we see rib injuries. The other thing I noticed was that there was quite a bit of blood in the stomach. And when I looked at the liver, which sits right here, there's 2 major lobes, the right lobe and the left lobe. The right lobe was basically essentially crushed, and it caused bleeding into the abdominal cavity, but also caused bleeding into what we call the retroperitoneal space. There's tissues that line the back of the abdominal cavity. There's a potential space there where organs lie, like the kidneys all lie in the retroperitoneum. So there can be potentially a bleeding into that retroperitoneal space. And this, to me, implied that this injury occurred pre-mortem or before death, because the child had to have a blood pressure to be able to push that blood into those tissues. Also push the blood out into the abdominal cavity, what we call hemoperitoneum. The other strange thing was that the right adrenal gland was also torn up. That implied to me a heavy blow to this area, causing the rib injuries, the liver injury, and the adrenal gland injury, which is not I never see that in CPR or even bad CPR.
When injuries occur, if an injury does occur to the liver as a result of CPR, where on the liver, what part of the liver would you expect that injury to occur? In the cases I've seen in children and in adults is, again, right lobe, left lobe. You usually see the tear. It's closer to the midline where they come together. You'll see the tear between the 2 lobes. And you'll see a little bit of blood in the abdominal cavity, but you don't see the retroperitoneal hemorrhage. Now, what kind of force would be necessary to cause a laceration of the liver, like you described?
A car accident would be a very common thing to see.
So the same level of force that you might see from a car accident?
That's correct.
Would be that the amount of force required to cause that much of an injury?
Yes, sir.
What about the injury to the adrenal gland, the laceration of the adrenal gland? What type of force would be necessary to inflict that injury?
The same level.
Would a single blow to the abdomen cause both of those injuries?
It's a possibility, yes, sir.
Now, with regard to blood pooling around the liver, was there a photograph that? Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm standing here looking for this piece of paper, and I didn't think to look that way. Thank you. Okay, so the blow to the liver, the injury to the liver, and the blood collected around it. Was there a photograph that was taken at the autopsy which shows the extent of that of that blood and shows generally where the laceration occurred to the liver.
Yes, so there were several pictures actually that we took when we first opened up. We lifted the liver up to show the injury to the liver and the retroperitoneal hemorrhage. We took the liver out. There were other pictures showing the retroperitoneum. I actually sliced the liver and to show the extent of the damage to the right lobe of the liver.
State's Exhibit 33, which you've already seen, is that the photograph that shows is that one of the photographs that shows the extent of the injury to the liver and the extent of blood collected around the liver?
It shows the liver injury, the retroperitoneal hemorrhage, the bleeding into the back tissues, and also the rib injuries.
Your Honor, I am going to ask, at this time, I'm going to, and I don't want to have to make several trips over here, but it's just easier to do it this way. At this time, I'm going to tender States 33 and ask Dr. Clark to step down to explain what is shown in that photograph. And right, and I assume the court has something to say.
We had a discussion about this outside of your presence. I have a rule that the doctor can testify about that, and it will be displayed to you. So it will be admitted over the defendant's objection. But I do want you to understand that these the four pictures that I believe he will be testifying about depict are autopsy photos taken after the incision. So the four photos will depict the body after the incisions of the medical examiner, not as the body appeared externally. And you should not allow the graphic nature of these photos to affect your ability to evaluate the evidence without emotion or prejudice against either party. They're graphic and don't allow the emotions of that to affect your judgment in this case. Okay? And they are photos that were taken after the incisions. All right, with that, Mr. Lamb, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Clark, with regard to each of these other photographs, but starting with one on the liver, is there anything that is shown in this photograph that you could actually see outside the body?
Absolutely.
So it's necessary to show the extent of those injuries internally. Is that?
They get an idea what happened to
Okay. All right. If you could step down then, please, and we will. At this time, I'm going to display State's Exhibit 33 to the jury, Your Honor, and have Dr. Park explain the details of what he's testified to with regard to this injury.
Okay, so we have taken off the chest shield. Again, we take a saw and we cut down through the ribs here and take the shield off. And so what you're looking at here is, this is the stomach, intestinal tract, and here's the liver. You can actually see the gallbladder here. We lifted the liver up to show all these lacerations of the right liver lobe here. And then this is that retroperitoneal space I was talking about. See how the blood kind of oozes underneath the tissue back there. So that's why it's bleeding back there. And the adrenal gland actually lies right here. And that also has been injured. It doesn't show the adrenal gland in this picture, but actually shows the adrenal gland has actually been injured here. And then if you look over here, you see this hemorrhage around the ribs here, where there's been some pericostal or peri-rib hemorrhage. I did not see any rib fractures per se, because the infant's ribs are real flexible. Think of bamboo, just be real flexible, not really breaking that easy. But there were some kind of stress on here, probably from a blow or an impact that caused this to hemorrhage around those ribs.
Now, this blood that is shown here in the center of this photograph, is this blood separated from the intestines, from the intestinal, the digestive tract in some way? I mean,
yeah, it is not breathing into the intestinal tract. This is the transverse colon that comes across here. Again, small intestine, and you can see there's a hemorrhage around the intestine, but it didn't go into the intestine. There's no injury to the intestinal tract here.
okay. So with this blood that's here, can it migrate over time into the intestinal tract?
Yes, yes.
So in the body, it's not just a big empty area with a lot of blood that's sort of circulating everywhere, right? I mean, blood is contained within different cavities, within different vessels, veins, arteries, et cetera, within the body. Is that right?
Well, it's contained in all the blood vessels, the arteries, and veins throughout the body.
All right. So that injury to the liver, I think you said that the injury to the liver and the adrenal gland may have been the result of a single blow.
That's a possibility. Yes.
What about the injury to the ribs in that same area?
Probably the same area. Yes, it could be associated with that. One major blow to this area here, or a couple of hard blows to the area.
Okay. And is there, in your opinion, is there anything that would occur during the normal administration of CPR, even the, I suppose, poor administration of CPR, that would cause that injury to the liver and the adrenal gland?
I've seen some bad CPR on dead individuals, both adults and children, where a parent or a bystander, they really don't know what they're doing. They're too low, they mash on the upper abdomen instead of mashing on the chest and causing injuries to the liver. But I've never seen the extent of a liver damage like that from bad CPR. Okay, and I told you that the right lobe was a mess, it was torn up, and there was no split between the right and left lobe, which is what I see commonly. Okay, and then the bleeding into the tissues tells me that the child, when it was injured, had bleeding into those tissues. He must have had blood pressure. He must have blood pressure at that time. Now, why do you do CPR? Because the heart isn't beating and they don't have blood pressure. So usually that blood just pools in the abdomen. You see what blood in the abdomen. And we didn't have that, but what concerned me was a retroperitoneal bleeding.
And I'm not going to show it again, but you demonstrated for the jury, showed where the stomach was. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you examine the stomach?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you find any? What did you find when you examined the stomach?
It was a normal stomach, and it had, let me look at my notes here, about 15 cc's, a tablespoon worth of clear watery fluid, and there was some green mucus and what looked like food particulates, or bits of food. I couldn't identify the food.
What would cause the stomach to be, other than not eating, not having food in the body, what would cause the stomach to be empty at the time that you, or essentially empty at the time that you were examining it?
Well, either it hadn't eaten for a while, or that's all I could say. Yes, sir.
What about nausea, vomiting?
Yeah, but vomiting could help clear out the stomach, but it doesn't clear it out completely.
Okay. So vomiting would clear the stomach, or
Yeah, it could, yeah,
largely clear the stomach?
sure.
Is vomiting or nausea, is that an injury that, I'm sorry, is that a symptom that is sometimes associated with head injuries?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why is that? Why is nausea or vomiting associated with head injuries?
Because it disrupts the central nervous system. You'll have a head injury, and your body goes into self-preservation mode, and causes that to happen as part of clearing out your stomach so you won't aspirate it.
Did you see anything in this autopsy that reflected or showed an injury of any sort to the intestines, the bowels, the colon, or any other part of the digestive system during your examination?
No, sir. There was no other injuries except for that hemorrhage around the transverse colon.
If you were speculating, if someone was speculating as to whether or not this child may have had a diaper with bloody stool in it, that would have been from some time earlier, whether the morning of the injuries or the night before, if someone was speculating that there might be blood in the fecal matter, would you expect to find anything in an autopsy that might let you know whether or not there would have been blood in the fecal matter?
Well, it depends on what kind of blood you have there. If you have what may appear to be bright red blood, then you're thinking something going on with the anus or the rectum down lower. If you're thinking something like a gastric ulcer or a duodenal ulcer where it's got time to go through the intestinal tract, it usually comes out very black and tarry looking. There's medications like Pepto-Bismol that can make your stool look black and tarry looking. There's red dyes and beets or candy that can make your blood look red. I'm not sure I would have to test that material to see whether it is actually blood or not.
If there was blood in the stool, would you expect to see blood elsewhere in the GI tract?
If it's coming from the GI tract, yes, sir.
And in this case, did you?
No, sir.
There was no blood in
No,
the GI tract? Okay. All right. There was another injury to the head. Well, there are multiple injuries to the head that we haven't really discussed at this point. So let's take those now. And I will ask you, Dr. Clark, to tell me which of these, I don't know if it's 36 or 32, which one of those shows which side of the head?
This is left side, that's right side.
Okay, all right. So 36 is the right side of the head and 32 is the left side of the head. And Your Honor, these are the post-incision photographs we discussed earlier, but I would tender 36 and 32 at this time.
All right, they are admitted over objection.
All right, Dr. Park, if you could sit down, please, and let's look at stage 36, which is the right side of the head. And before I turn this photograph around, I would like you to explain to the jury what they're going to be seeing and why it appears the way it does.
Okay, this is part of the head examination. We make an incision behind one ear up to the top of the head and go behind the other ear. We'll pull the scalp forward and we'll pull the scalp back. And this is going to show you what we call the calvarium, the top and side of the head here. There's temporalis muscles here and here that kind of bulge out. We take those down too. In this picture, we haven't taken them down yet. And so that's basically what you're going to see is the right side of the head with the scalp pulled forward and the scalp pulled back.
Okay. And so State's Exhibit 36, then I'm going to display it this time to the jury. Can you, when I turn this around, can you identify for them the injuries that are shown in this photograph?
Okay. So again, this is the front part of the scalp here, and this is the forehead here. Here's the right temporalis muscle here, and you can see the scalp reflected here. You can see the right ear here. So remember those abrasions and all the bruises we saw? Well, it wound up being full thickness scalp contusions, and then injuring the galea, which is a thin membrane over the top of the skull or on the skull. It holds the muscles in place and stuff like that. You see hemorrhage here, and it looks much larger than for what we really saw up here. So there's been some impacts here. There's been some bleeding over time into these tissues here. And this, again, this brown thing here, that's that temporalis muscle. You bite down, you feel it bulge, okay? So that hasn't been moved yet. And you see so the impacts here. Remember those bruises you saw right forehead of the head? Right forehead? That's where those are coming in here too.
Now, the bleeding that you see here, does it reflect an acute or chronic injury?
It looks like an acute injury. They all look about the same time. Again, but before I forget, the back side here, you can see this is what the scalp is supposed to look like when you peel it back. This yellow area here, that's what it's supposed to look like. You can see different areas of heavier hemorrhage and kind of diffuse hemorrhage. And this back of the scalp, you can see it's all purple and thickened and swollen back in here.
And what would cause that to be thick and swollen and purple?
It's bleeding. It's been a bit tremendous impact to the back of the head.
State's Exhibit 32, which has been tendered and admitted. As I turn it around, you can tell the jury what they're seeing here with regard to that.
Okay, again, this is the front scalp being pulled forward. Here's the left ear and then the back scalp being pulled this way. This is more normal looking here. So most of the hemorrhage is on the back right side. This left side is clear of any hemorrhage on the back side. And then remember those abrasions we saw on the left side here? We saw a fairly good size one here, a small one back here. This has caused the hemorrhage to the entire scalp and affected again, the galea and the subgaleal space in this left temporal area. You can see the muscle is right here.
The blood that is the hemorrhage here, where's that blood coming from?
That's due to the impacts, tearing of the scalp, soft tissues, or tearing of the tissues.
Okay. Right. And then finally, there was an injury at the back of the head.
That's right.
Is that right? And so with respect to the injury at the back of the head, can you tell the jury what the nature of that injury was?
Again, it's a full thickness scalp hemorrhage. It's actually becoming a hematoma. Hemorrhage of tissues is a bruise, but when you start getting displacement of tissue, get a goose egg, I think it's usually called, or a thickening, that's called a hematoma because it's actually displacing and dissecting the tissues out.
And this, of all of these injuries that we have, that you have described, which of these injuries is the most severe? Which is the one that would have caused the most concern?
The one to the back of the head.
And does the photograph that is, I'm going to tender as State's Exhibit 29, does that photograph depict, what does it depict in terms of the nature of the injury and what's the significance of the photograph before I even display it?
So this is where the scalp has been reflected back. And we reflect it so that it actually shows the top of the neck here. And you can see this large bruise in the scalp itself and a large hematoma basically of the galea on the back of the head.
And how would that injury correlate to or associate with the fracture of the occipital bone?
Okay, the occipital bone is the bone that's in the back of your head. It's got some of a triangular shape like this. And there's a fracture line that goes from the occipital bone to the foramen magnum. Okay, that's part of the impact to the back of the head. Now, where these fingers are, those are the lambdoidal sutures where this occipital bone connects to the parietal bones. Again, the bone has various separate bones so that when the infant's going through the birth canal, it can collapse the head a little bit to allow it to come out, and then it re-expands. And those are called sutures, where the spaces between the bones. Well, the occipital bone is fractured, and then these lambdoidal sutures are also fractures, called diastatic fracture, where they've been separated a little bit by force and cause hemorrhage along them.
Can you tell when you do an examination like this, can you tell the difference between a lambdoidal suture that has been separated due to fracture from a lambdoidal suture that is simply not completely ossified and closed up? Okay.
Right, yeah, they are ossified at this point in time, but the violence of the blow to the back of the head has actually been caused tearing and bleeding into the space, that potential space there.
Okay. And then the state's exhibit 29 demonstrate the extent of the hematoma and the bleeding in the back of the head.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time of tender stakes 29.
Is admitted over the previously stated objection.
And then again, before we turn that one around, can you tell them what is sort of the top of it versus the bottom of it? So
Right,
just
yeah, the
kind of
top part
compare.
here shows the back of the skull, where you can see actually the bolt, you look at the photograph, it's got a 3D effect, it's actually bulging from the scalp itself. I mean, the bone itself, the ganglia has got a hematoma, and then a large bruise on the back of the skull.
State's exhibit 29.
So again, this is the back of the head here, right side, left side, top. We have taken the scalp and we pull down just a little bit further, and you can see the extensiveness of the hemorrhage. Back here, again, kind of bulging out, giving that hematoma look, and then this full thickness hemorrhage here on the back side. So you can see it starts on the back side and actually kind of comes over to the right. So that hemorrhage we saw here earlier is about the part of this here.
All right. Okay. What would cause an injury of the extent that you have identified to the back of the head? What would cause that?
A violent impact to the back of the head.
If someone incurs an injury that to the extent that's manifested in the photographs that have been displayed to the jury, if someone incurs an injury to that extent, when would you expect there to be an onset of symptoms, and what symptoms would you expect there to be?
I would expect the symptoms will be coming, seconds to, at most minutes. The child would get that kind of deer in the headlight look, maybe may not complain nausea because they don't usually know what that means, but start to vomit, stagger around, maybe even start to have a little bit of seizure activity, not kind of maybe drooling excessively, not protecting their airway at that point in time. They're not going to be eating or drinking. They're not going to be able to be social. They're not going to be able to move around on their own in terms of standing up and walking, all that good stuff.
So when you say you would expect those injuries or those symptoms to be manifested, maybe as soon as seconds, but certainly within minutes of the impact, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. What's the longest time period that you would expect to see between the injury and the full onset of the symptoms?
These
I mean,
impacts,
typically.
yeah, these injuries can be in a variety of ranges. So to me, with this impact, even that just single impact to the back of the head, this is one in seconds that this child's going to be having symptoms. The fact that we have brain injuries and hemorrhage into the brain itself and around the brain shows me how violent this impact was, so that to my mind, it's going to be seconds. You can have a lighter impact that could cause similar symptoms, and it could be up to an hour. But in this case, I think it's seconds.
Would these injuries, is there any way for injuries to sort of accumulate over time and then ultimately result in what happened to this child? I mean, is this any possibility this reflects cumulative injury?
I mean, I can't rule out some of the abrasions and bruises because he had fallen the day before, hit this side of the head, and this morning fell and hit this side of the head and caused various other impacts. They're more than I would expect from a simple fall, from a standing fall for an infant like that, but not the one to the back of the head. That's something that would result in symptoms very quickly in seconds.
So could it be the injury to the back of the head, just that single injury? Could it be that there's some impact that causes a little injury to the head, and then later another impact that causes a little injury of head, and it builds up to this? Or is this an all at once kind of injury?
The back of the head one's an all at once type of injury.
is there, do you have an opinion as to whether this injury to the back of the head could have occurred due to a child falling off of a bed sometime hours before and sustaining this injury, but it not being manifested until the next day?
I find that very unlikely.
Even if the injuries were going to be manifested immediately, is this the type of injury that you might associate with a fall from a bed?
Not normally, no, sir, unless there's special circumstances.
Are they the type of injuries that you would associate with a fall from 40 inches onto a hard surface?
No, sir.
Are they the type of injuries that you would associate with a fall from a chair or a child fell forward and he hit the front of his head on the floor?
No, sir.
Are they the type of injuries that you might associate with a child rolling off of an air mattress that sits 8 or 10 inches off of the floor?
No, sir.
What is the distinction? What is the distinction between, find the word I had written down, between applied force or inflicted trauma and accidental trauma? What's the difference between those?
Well, in accidental trauma, generally, when children hit their head, they fall off a changing station or fall off a bed, they get a bruise, maybe a little bump. Generally, not associated with any skull fractures or any significant brain injury at all. They cry, of course, mom or dad are worried. There are times when a child may fall and get on a hard cement surface, let's say, maybe fall off the monkey bars or something like that, and could hit their head and get a skull fracture. But generally, it is a linear skull fracture that really doesn't cause any injury to the brain itself. The head absorbs the forces, and it doesn't translate to the brain itself. When I see something like this to me appears to be inflicted, meaning the kid is either hit with something on the back of the head or picked up, small enough to be picked up and slammed against something, a hard surface, a chair, a top of a table, or something like that.
The occipital fracture, am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yes, sir.
The occipital fracture, is there anything unique about that bone which makes it harder to be fractured compared to other parts of the skull, for instance?
It's a little bit thicker bone than the temporalis bones here, but the location of the fracture is unusual in terms of something from an accidental fall. I've never seen one like that. A lot of times it's more from inflicted trauma.
If this part of the skull, the occipital area of the skull, does someone's shoulders or the crown of the head, anatomically from here down, does that provide any level of protection or minimize the risk of that particular bone being fractured?
Yeah, when you're talking about a fall from standing height or from a height and landing on your back like that, generally the forces are displaced over the head and the shoulders, so you don't get the direct impact to the back of the head.
So is it your opinion that there would be, I'll rephrase it all together. I stumbled my way through that one. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not the force that caused the fracture of the occipital bone was a force that was focalized as opposed to broad across the back of the back of the body and as a whole?
Yes, I agree with that.
That's it.
All right. Cross-examination.
Yes, yeah. Hey, please, court. Good evening, Dr. Clark. I'm T. Gamble. I represent Trinity Poe.
Yes,
How are
sir.
you? And of course, I have some questions for you, and some general, then maybe more specific. But You've testified to a large extent about your autopsy, and of course, in your autopsy, your duty and your purpose is trying to determine injuries. What's the diagnosis and cause of injuries that occurred to the body that you're looking at? Correct.
Correct.
And at the same time, it's not really your focus or your job to try to determine who did it, but just simply what happened. Correct.
That's correct.
And of course, in an autopsy, you can't state what location the crime occurred unless somebody told you or something. The body doesn't tell you that, right?
That's correct.
And the body doesn't tell you who did it either. You may get information from someone else that doesn't tell you that either, does it?
That's correct.
And in this particular case, you got a child that was deceased and you were asked to do this autopsy, correct?
That's correct.
And just in visualizing, looking at the child, you could see some bruising and whatnot of, not extreme bruising, but around the head in places, some noticeable places on the child, correct?
That's correct.
But from the neck down in the abdomen area, you couldn't really see anything that was of note in that particular part of the body, correct?
That's correct.
And the same would hold true for the extremities of the arms and the legs. There was no bruising or anything on those areas, correct?
That's correct.
And I assume when you do autopsies, you've done them on small children in the past, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to assume again, you correct me if I'm wrong, but some of those times because there was some type of abuse being alleged, correct?
That's correct.
And are there times when you see lots of bruising and things on the arms and legs where it seems that someone, the abuser, has been gripping or pulling on the child or things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't see any of that on this particular case.
No, I did not.
At the same time, you have described certain injuries that you thought you did observe. And some of those, I believe, are around the cheek area, correct?
That's correct.
Now, those were sort of slight to moderate bruising or discoloration, correct?
They were just slight. Yes, sir.
So slight. It's
Yeah.
not something that in itself, by itself, would have alarmed you to any great degree, correct?
I come from a different perspective. As a forensic pathologist, I have to be suspicious or high alert anytime a child comes in. So they were minor, but as the case went on, it turned out to be something more going on.
Poor question by me, really, when I think about it. I mean, obviously, you're looking at anything you see and you're first looking at as if this may lead to something more, correct?
That's correct.
And so if you see a small injury, even though in itself it's small, you still investigate further to see if it leads somewhere else or comes to some conclusion that maybe it is something more,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
But those particular marks on the cheek, is it possible that someone could have grabbed the cheeks of that child, trying to see if it was okay, wake it up, doing like this, and leave marks similar to that on that child's face?
That's a possibility.
And so if Ms. Pogue had testified or had stated in authorities or anyone that that is what she did when she saw the child become unresponsive, it would make sense that possibly that's where those marks came from, correct?
That's a possibility.
Now, of course, there are other marks that maybe wouldn't be explained for that. Obviously, the injury to the back of the head is not something you can just explain by twisting your cheeks, correct?
That's correct.
And that was a significant injury, as you testified to,
Yes, sir.
correct? And you said that it took a great deal of force, correct?
That's correct.
Now, at the same time that you know it took a great deal of force, you don't know exactly what it was that caused that force, do you?
No, I did not.
I mean, you kind of know some things it probably was not. No one told you it was a car wreck, so you're pretty sure it wasn't caused by that, correct?
That's correct.
But if no one had told you what had happened to the child at all, you could have drawn that, you might have put that in the equation at least, correct?
Right. I felt comfortable ruling out the potential for an accidental trauma that is more likely more abusive or inflicted trauma. But
And
that's
was
as far as I could go with it.
And was that based upon because you felt it was, as you have described, a violent nature, to call it, that it was a violent nature of the injury that caused, that's
Yeah.
why you believe that?
There was a focal impact and also the other impacts and other injuries that were sustained.
And again, even if you believe that, you wouldn't know who did that, would you?
No, I would not.
And as you looked at it, sometimes if you believe there's been that type of focal injury or violent impact, you can look at the injury and draw a conclusion that some type of instrument was used to do that, correct?
That's a possibility.
In some places, it would be like you could say that looks like a baseball bat must have been used to do it, correct?
Yeah, look for certain patterns of injury, yes, sir.
Or obviously something more brutal like a hammer or whatnot, correct?
That's correct.
And I assume that when you looked at these injuries, you didn't see any pattern or anything that made you believe that any type of instrument was used. did you?
Not that I could see, no, sir.
And so that leaves you with, and you don't think it was caused by, again, something like a car wreck. But you said you discounted the accidental fall, and let me ask you a little bit about that. If it was a steep enough fall, high enough, could it have caused that kind of injury?
Sure.
And I mean, no one's saying that the child fell from Mount Everest, but if it had a long, tall, hard fall, it could have caused significant injuries, correct?
In certain circumstances, I could see where an injury like that could occur.
And even if it didn't cause all of those injuries, isn't it true that a fall from a height of 40 inches onto a hard concrete floor could cause some injuries to a child?
Sure.
And in fact, I assume that, well, let me ask you a little bit about, I assume in your training, you've had lots of study, you've read lots of studies and gone to seminars and stuff that talk about injuries to children and concerning head injuries, correct?
That's correct.
And would I be correct in stating that one of the leading causes of death in children accidentally under the age of 2 or 3 is falls?
Can be, yes, sir.
And in some of those falls, they can be actually from not all that high of a level, sometimes only 30, 40 inches, that type of thing, correct?
Right, but again, there's certain circumstances which would allow for that to happen.
I understand there's certain circumstances, but it is potentially possible at times, correct?
Yes, sir, possible.
And the type of injuries that a child suffers in that type of situation many times will be a head injury that leads to death, correct?
That can be, yes, sir.
And sometimes when they have that type of death, it will be a fall that no one recognizes the severity of right then, and maybe in 12 hours or half a day or a day, the child unexpectedly dies in some cases, correct?
In some cases, yes, sir.
And that's because of that injury is not significant enough looking from the outside. You can't always see it, but internally there's a real injury, correct?
Could be, yes, sir.
And in this case, the injury on the back of the neck, or head, I should say, you couldn't really see it as much as you felt it, correct? Initially.
On the external? Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
externally. I
Yeah,
understand you did some things that told you a lot more later, but the external part, you just looking back there, you felt it and said, oh, there's a problem, correct?
that's correct.
But if you had just been looking at that child and not know it was injured, you might not could tell from your eyesight that there was anything that happened to the back of his head, correct?
No, yes, sir.
And you've given some timelines on when you believe that this occurred, but you can't be definitive about how long a period of time it took from the injury until onset of death, can you?
No, sir. Seconds and minutes.
And you can't really say about some of these injuries that they all did not. You said, well, let me take that back. There's several injuries on the child, correct?
That's correct.
And so it's possible that some injuries occurred to the child previous to the one that led to the child's death, correct?
That's a possibility, yes, sir.
And in abuse, I assume you've autopsied lots of abuse cases, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in many of those abuse cases, there's a situation where the child has had injuries, old injuries, several of those before it finally leads up to a real bad injury.
Yes, some of those cases have that, yes, sir.
You've seen that in the past,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And so it is possible, is it not, that some of those injuries happened a day before, half a day before, even a couple of days before the one that led to the death of the child, correct?
That's correct.
And you wouldn't have any idea who or what caused that, would you?
No, sir.
And some of the marks that you had on the child, other than the ones on the cheek, the one that's, I think, there's a mark over the eye and a couple of other little bruises, those type of injuries could occur to a child simply by rough playing, doing what kids do sometimes, bumping into things and all that stuff, correct?
That's a possibility.
I mean, that's not an earmark on any of those. It just said, oh, that's caused by a particular thing. It's just an injury that draws your attention, correct?
That's correct.
But the two that drew you most attention, of course, were the liver and the skull injury, correct?
Correct.
Now, on the skull injury, I know you talked a little bit about sutures a little bit ago, correct?
That's correct.
And I've asked some other people about it, didn't know as much about sutures as I think maybe you will, but am I right? There's like 5 different areas of sutures on the skull?
Well, yes, sir.
And those sutures are, as you described, they're sort of malleable when the child is young, able to stretch, and especially in the birth canal, but even after for a while before they solidify and make a solid structure, correct?
Correct.
And some of those sutures take a little longer than others to be fully developed, correct?
That's correct.
And is there one of those sections of sutures that normally take as long as 5 years to fully develop?
Well, all the sutures are developed, and they're connected with a fibrous membrane, but they always have a little bit of give to them. Yeah.
Do they even remain to give when you become an adult?
Oh, no, sir. No, sir. No, sir.
That's where I'm getting at.
Oh, okay. Okay. I thought we were talking about infants.
I'm not asking it right. I'm not a doctor, so I may be butchering that a little bit, but it's got some give in it to begin with as they're young.
Right.
And it begins to get more and more solidified to eventually there's no stretching to it. It's solid.
Correct.
But a child of a year and a half does have some portions of the skull that still have that malleability to it.
That's correct.
And I believe that at least one of those areas in the back of the head take a little longer to develop than some of the areas as far as becoming rigid. Am I correct on that?
I'm not sure about that. I can't answer that question.
You just know there's some time period before they get solid.
That's correct.
And so if you have the situation in which that skull is still somewhat malleable, has some play in it, which we know the kid was young enough to have some of that, doesn't that make it a little more likely for injury to occur to the skull and to the brain of a child in that situation as compared to one that's already solidified?
This is a violent impact that has actually caused a bone fracture.
Mhm.
So if a kid had, let's say, several years older, had been more solidified, I would expect that there probably would not have been lambdoidal stretching and fracturing, but there may have been a much more severe skull fracture because that plate actually is going to give a little bit to absorb, almost like a shock absorber to absorb that impact, but still wound up with a fracture line. So I don't think it puts that at any higher risk.
Well, isn't it true that young children under the age of 3 have a higher risk of death from skull fractures, injury, than people older than that?
I'm not sure I know that answer to that.
If you don't know, that's
Yeah,
fine.
I
If you
don't
tell me
know.
you do not know.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, you asked some questions about if the child had a blood in its diaper from a previous diaper before this injury that led to its death. So you remember being asking questions about that, correct?
That's right. Mhm.
Now, if you did have blood in the fecal matter, at times, couldn't that be an indication that an injury has occurred to the person that caused blood to be in the area and then be in the fecal matter?
In this case, no, because I did not see any blood in the rectum, stomach, small bowel. But in your case, in a general case, yes, it's possible.
So generally, it could show, so somebody got injured earlier, that would be possible to cause fecal matter to have blood in it, correct?
That's correct.
And I've asked this to some other people that testified, but there is a test to be able to determine whether or not there's blood in fecal matter.
That's
Isn't it?
correct. Mhm.
Pretty easy test. I mean, it's not some complicated test. It's rarely done. It's done on a frequent basis.
That's correct.
And it's just something you send to a lab and they can come back and tell you whether or not it's blood
Yeah,
in the fecal or not.
Yeah,
right?
they have home tests too, called Hemocult. You put the feces on a piece of filter paper, put a chemical on it, and it'll change color to show there's blood in there.
We can do that if we had a sample to test, correct?
That's correct.
Now, what about human vomit? Would we be able to test it to determine whether or not it came from a human being?
I
If not, you
And
got
vomit, I don't know. I never thought about that. I don't think I could answer that question. Unless you're going to do DNA and find human DNA in the vomit, I guess.
probably good from the saliva mixed in with it,
Oh,
correct?
yeah.
Now, you said when you tested that the stomach was close to empty, correct?
That's correct.
And if the stomach had been, I don't know, half full, more or less full, and the person been vomiting, you'd still expect to find some residual amount of stuff in the stomach, correct?
And the 15 cc's could be the residual amount.
Now, in your study, in your keeping your credentials as a pathologist and forensic science, do you go to certain continuing education courses?
Yes, sir.
Required to do so?
Yes, sir.
You keep that up to date, I assume, is that
Yes, sir.
correct? In addition, do you read journals, which I would call treatises and that type of things that talk about medical conditions in your particular field?
Yes, sir.
Have you had any familiarity at all with a lady named Mary E. Case?
Yes.
Do you know who she is?
Yes, sir.
St. Louis medical forensic examiner, correct?
Correct.
And would I be fair to state that she's fairly well known in the forensic science pathology field?
That's correct.
And do you have respect for her work,
Yes, sir.
aware of her work?
Yes, sir.
And being aware of her work, are you aware of the publication called Brain Pathology?
Yes, sir.
Do you read it from time to time to get information from it
I have taken at least 2 seminars with her.
with Ms. Case?
Dr. Case, yes, sir.
Okay, Dr. Case, I shouldn't call it that, you're right. And she's had a pretty distinguished career, has she not?
Yes, sir.
And so if she has some opinions about accidental traumatic head injury in infants and young children, you would at least give it some credit, I guess you'd say.
Sure.
You might still have your own opinion, of course, right?
That's correct.
But you would listen to it. Well, she published an article in Brain Pathology in the year 2008. And before I go any further, Your Honor, let me hand this to. And she says in one portion of the treatise that she's published that about 1 to 3% of shortfalls in young children cause a skull fracture.
Correct.
Yes?
Never mind. Go ahead.
Now it says further that approximately less than 1% cause an epidural hemorrhage, but even more rarely a subdural hemorrhage. And if these hemorrhages enlarge sufficiently to become a mass lesion, death may result from increased intracranial pressure.
Correct.
Would you agree with that? I'm sorry, that's on the third, let me see, 1, 2, 3, the 4th page. Now with that, she was just citing some general propositions about injuries with falls, but then says a divergent view is presented in a paper by Dr. Amaya, proposing that in fact contact injury may distribute injury widely throughout the brain of a young child. And then she goes into some particular research. But what interests me most about it, if you finally go to a table that she included, it's about 4 or 5 pages long. You can see it looks like this.
Okay.
She talks about how, just in a general sense, sometimes injuries to children can occur that are surprising in nature of what occurs in the result. But she describes a 21-year-old male who fell out of bed, Says he cried after the fall. He was able to be comforted. He vomited, but then put back to bed, and he was found dead in the bed the next morning. And the findings were that the left temporal subdural hemorrhage, a left temporal lineal fracture, a large epidural hemorrhage over the left lateral temporal convexity was what occurred.
Okay.
Now, would you agree with me that's probably not the typical thing that would happen from someone falling out of bed?
And I would like to know what surface he fell on to know how he got a fracture. But he's also fracturing the thinnest bone in the skull, the temporal bone.
But nevertheless, if you knew that information, the heart of the surface would make it more likely, I guess, correct?
Well, yeah, also the fact that there's a bulge of some sort, let's say that's some kind of, I don't know, something hard on the floor that's around it that could cause the impact to be more focal.
Mhm.
Sure.
Okay. Well, she also talks about a 4-month-old male who fell out of an adult bed and struck the edge of a bedside table.
Okay.
And in that one, he was taken to the hospital, had a CT scan, was read as normal, would not eat or sleep well, survived for 2 days, taken to a pediatrician, and died on the way to the office. Had a right forehead contusion, fracture of the right frontal bone and right orbital plate, epidural hemorrhage over the right anterior cranial fossa. Does that sound like something that could occur? Not saying in your case, but just in general.
Yes, in general. Yes, sir. Special circumstances I was telling you about.
And she then talks about a 7-year-old female who fell off a tree stump about 3 feet high, that'd be 36 inches, and hit the back of the head. Complained of a headache, vomited several times over the next 12 hours, and was found dead the next morning. Had a right frontal subgaleal hemorrhage, a fracture of the right frontal bone extending to the coronal suture posteriorly, an epidural hemorrhage over the left frontal, small contusions of left superior and middle temporal gyri. Now,
I'm going to object to any continued portion of counsel reading this article into the record. Basically, I mean, first of all, I objected it's hearsay. The use of a journal article is properly allowed sometimes for the purpose of impeaching a witness. You know, you can impeach a witness with facts from a learned treatise, but to simply read it and say, well, don't you agree that this, that in this case that this child somewhere in St. Louis had this injury and died. I mean, it's literally, when I thought the first example or two, I thought it was being used for impeachment. Now I see that he's simply being read into the record, and so I object to it as being hearsay.
Gamble, what's your response?
our response is, actually Georgia law requires exactly what I'm doing in order to question an expert about a treatise. And that is, first, you must establish that the expert that is on the stand is familiar with the person or the literature that's being published to such an extent that they believe that it's verifiable, and that if you can do so, where they believe that it has some bearing on their profession and the expert opinion that's being offered is reliable to them, that you ask them a question about that and they acknowledge that, which of course the doctor has done in stating he's even been to a couple of seminars with his case. But then in addition to that, once that's been established, you have a right to question them for particular excerpts from the literature, and you're not allowed to introduce the treatise or the document that you're talking about into evidence to go out with a jury.
But you're letting him see examples, case examples, and then you're asking him what is the question about the case examples, if those sound reasonable or what?
No. I mean, I'm telling you, the expert may display, you first have to say.
No, I'm talking about the questions you asked him about. I guess maybe let's take a pause, let him read what it is you're going to ask him about, and then you can ask him the questions about it.
I can do that. That's not the way it read for me as far as saying how it should be done.
Well, I've seen it where you show it to the expert and he reads it. All right. I'm gonna let's take a 10-minute recess or maybe 15 minutes, and then we'll reconvene.
Particular brain pathology article by Dr. Mary E. Case called Accidental Traumatic Head Injury in Infants and Young Children. And you now have a copy of that article, do you not?
That's it. Okay.
And I had pointed you when I handed to you a particular page that I had marked through with highlights on it, correct?
Right.
And if you could, and I think you already are, turn to that page.
Yes, sir.
And that page is page 6 of 12 on the document. And I believe I've already asked you questions or at least read you and then asked you what you thought about the death of the 4-month-old male that fell off the adult bed and the 7-year-old female who fell off of a tree stump, correct?
Yes, sir.
And well, maybe let me ask you this. I'm not sure. I may have reading on that page. What is this? It's a table it appears to be that says case number, case history, age, sex, how action occurred, and findings, correct?
Correct.
And these are examples that Dr. Case has put in her article to show when someone died accidentally from a fall in a manner that it was kind of be surprising that the injury was that severe given the nature of the fall and the height of the fall, correct?
Correct.
And admittedly, she says within the article, this is not the norm, correct?
Correct.
But it does happen sometime, right?
Yes, sir, specifically to epidural hemorrhages.
Okay. Well, let's get to that in a moment. But on item number 1, what does it say happened there? I didn't read that one to you, I don't think, did I? Tell me if I did. I may be wrong.
It's already been read into the record.
Okay, if that's been read into the record, then skip down to number 3. I don't believe I read that one to you, did I?
Cried after, oh, you want to read it?
Yes, just tell me what it says about that particular little case study,
Cried
number
after
3.
fall, able to be comforted, vomited, then put back to bed, found dead in bed in the morning.
How old was the child?
21 months,
And was male or female?
male.
And says it fell out of bed.
That's correct.
And then what was the injury?
Left temporal scalp, subgaleal hemorrhage, left temporal linear fracture, large epidural hemorrhage over left lateral temporal parietal convexity.
And that led to the death of that child being found dead in the bed the next morning, correct?
Yes, sir, that's epidural hemorrhage.
Okay. Number 4, what does it say about that?
Found on ground with no return bite, combative, became somnolent in the emergency room. CT scan showed fracture of right temporal, became,
It stops there,
it
doesn't it?
stops there, yeah.
How old was the
10
child?
years, male, riding bike and fell off, not wearing a helmet. Right temporal scalp contusion, fracture of right temporal skull, epidural hemorrhage over right parietal area, or skull parietal lung.
So I understand that it shows some times when someone fell from small areas and it caused their death, but was in an area of the skull different than this one, correct?
Correct.
But nevertheless, it does give examples of that happening, correct?
In cases of epidural hemorrhages, yes, sir.
I believe it's all the questions I have for right now, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Gamble. Mr. Lamb, reread.
Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Case, on page 9 of her article, the last sentence of the first paragraph, the first partial paragraph there, the last sentence of that paragraph says what, Doctor?
The most common cause of subdural hemorrhage in the younger age group is abusive head trauma.
The most common cause of subdural hemorrhage is abusive head injury.
That is absolutely correct.
Okay. And epidural hemorrhages are hemorrhages that occur where in relation to, you have the skull, you have what's the layer immediately above, like you said there's a thin fibrous layer of the skull. What is that?
That's called a galea.
The galea. Okay. And then above the galea, what's the next level?
Well, that's gonna be where your scalp comes in.
Okay. Okay. And that's where the scalp is. What are the layers of the scalp?
Okay, the scalp has skin, and then it's got subcutaneous fat, and it's got fibrous tissue, which adheres to the galea. And the galea adheres to the calvarium or the bone. Beneath the bone is the dura mater, a fibrous line inside the calvarium. A epidural hemorrhage is between the dura and the bone. These are together. Again, remember the retroperitoneal space I talked about? You got to have pressure to push through there. An epidural hematoma causes those to separate. The reason why an epidural hemorrhage has a delayed death is because it takes longer for it to form a mass to cause injury to the brain. And epidural hemorrhages are associated with skull fractures, which we have in this case, but my epidural hemorrhages are tiny. I also have diffuse subarachnoid, subdural hemorrhages on the brain, which is associated with inertial trauma to the brain. This is where you got your skull, you got your dura mater, and then you got a potential space called subarachnoid or subdural space, and then the brain. Well, the brain has been impacted and injured, causing it to kind of slosh back and forth, causing tearing of the subdural bridging veins, which causes a subdural. This is different from an epidural hemorrhage. All these cases that are cited on this document are associated with death due to an epidural hemorrhage. This infant has epidural, small, large subdural, and subarachnoid hemorrhages, which is also an indicator of brain trauma.
In addition, the where there are skull fractures associated with the injuries that are referenced in Dr. Case's article, the fractures are what kind of fractures typically that are associated with that?
Well, I think they said linear.
Right, like they're referred to it in several places as simple linear fractures. Is that right?
Right.
And in fact, at the very beginning of the article on the first page, it says that in 2 to 3% of falls, a simple linear skull fracture, and the majority of these are uneventful in neurological deficit or something is blocked out here. In about 1% of the fractures, epidural or subdural hemorrhage occurs. Okay, now that's from simple linear fractures. Is that correct?
That's right.
What kind of a fracture was involved in this case?
Well, it was a linear irregular fracture, but it wasn't a common unit. It wasn't broken into pieces. So it is a linear fracture, but it's through the occipital bone and extends down to the frame and neck.
It's a longer. I think you identified it as a full thickness fracture that extended along a pretty far along the through that bone. Is that correct?
That's right. Mm-hmm.
And with that type of a fracture and the associated trauma to the brain itself, which you've just described, from forces, but basically the brain being slammed against the inside of the skull. Is that a way of simplifying that?
Exactly.
Okay. And so when you have those things combined, would you expect there to be, quote, a delayed reaction or delayed complications resulting in death, hours or days later?
Not in this situation. No, sir. Not in this case. I've had epidural. I was an emergency room doctor for a while, and I had epidural hemorrhage on a kid who fell off a wall. He was perfectly fine for about 2 hours. We did a CT scan, saw that he did have an epidural and he was right to neurosurgery. So the epidural hemorrhages are salvageable in a lot of the cases, but you got to be high index of suspicion that they're there.
There was one of the sections I had marked in here, and now I can't find where I marked. I think there was a reference to falls of less than 6 feet are typically not associated with significant brain injury. Is that right?
Correct. That's correct.
And of course, 40 inches is substantially less than 6 feet, right?
Correct.
And do any of these injuries that are referenced in Dr. Case's article, do any of these injuries involve a fracture of the occipital bone?
Not that I saw.
And what is the difference? What is the distinguishing factor? I mean, other than location and shape, what is the distinguishing feature of the occipital bone as compared to like the right frontal bone and the right orbital plate?
Well, the temporal parietal bones tend to be a little bit thinner, a little bit thinner. The frontal bone and the occipital bone are both a little bit on the thicker side.
And because the occipital bone is thicker, would that require more force to cause a fracture to that bone?
More focal force to that area.
More focalized and more forceful?
Yes.
Okay. So more focalized and more forceful injury would be required. Okay. In the case before you, not one of the senators, in the case before you, you have an opinion as to why this child died.
I felt it was due to abusive head trauma.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not there was any significant time difference or time gap between the infliction of the trauma and the onset of symptoms?
And again, in my opinion, seconds to minutes after the trauma was occurred.
Thank you.
All right. Recross.
Dr. Clark, did you know the reference was made in the treatise I was reading you from Dr. Case, in which there was a reference to Dr. Omaya? Are you familiar with Dr. Omaya at all?
Yes, sir. I've known about over the years. The problem is that you did not finish that. You said a divergent view is presented in a paper by Dr. Omaya et al., proposing in fact that contact injury may distribute injury widely throughout the brain of a young child. However, this is not the view supported by the literature noted earlier that looked at hundreds of cases of short falls and found that the great majority produced no loss of consciousness nor neurological deficit.
Yes, it did say that, but then it gave examples when that was not the case, correct?
And the cases that you presented to me are epidural hemorrhages, and that's not what we have here. We're comparing apples and oranges.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
All right. And this witness be excused.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Doctor. You can be excused. We appreciate it. Mr. Lamb, you can call your next witness. We'll get Dr. time to get out. Sir. Thank you, Dr. Clark. All right, Mr. Lamb.
I'm sorry for the brief delay here. I am at a point where there are. I know it's 4:30. It's not 5 o'clock yet. And I understand that. But would ask the court to consider let's ending for the day, because I have some decisions that I need to make about additional witnesses that I'm not in a position to make at this moment. I mean, I will call a witness and proceed if I must, but I
Well, I'd like to, do you have a witness that you don't anticipate will be very lengthy?
yes, sir. I do.
If you need 5 minutes or something of that nature, that's fine.
If I could have 5 minutes to decide.
I'd like to have another witness
call
today.
next,
I'd
would
hate
appreciate
to leave early, this early. So I'm gonna let you step in the jury room literally for 5 or 10 minutes, and then we'll come back and hear at least one more witness. All right, I'll come back at 4:35.
Yes, Your Honor. The state is what we'll call Paris Permort.
Paris what?
Permort.
Permort.
Paris Permort. Permort. Okay, Stephen, I need 3 exhibit stickers.
All right, Ms. Porter, if you'll face Mr. Lamb and receive the oath, please.
Yeah, just put the next 3 numbers on and the card. Raise your right hand. Swear to God that you do the state, you do the truth, so help you God. Have a seat. Ms. Permort, I'm going to ask you, I'm going to tell you that you need to speak up, okay? Because this lady is trying to take down everything that you say. And more important to me, all of these folks need to hear everything you say, okay? So I need you to speak up so that everyone can hear, all right? And make sure that you answer audibly, yes, no, that sort of thing, as opposed to nodding or shaking
Yes, sir.
your head. All right.
You can pull it close to that microphone if you like. There you go. Thank you.
What is your name?
Paris Permore.
And Ms. Permort, where are you from?
I'm from Griffin, Georgia.
Where do you live now? I mean, I'm sorry. Do you live somewhere? Do you have another place that you stay here in
Yes,
this
sir.
area?
I go to college at Georgia Southwestern State University, so I live in Americas.
And when did you start school at Georgia Southwestern?
August 11th, 2023.
When you started school at Southwestern, were you involved in or affiliated with a particular program there? The Jimmy Carter.
I was not.
Oh, you weren't in the Jimmy Carter.
I was
program.
not.
Okay. Did you? What dormitory did you live in?
I lived in Oaks too.
And Oaks 2, the rooms there, the rooms there are basically like little suites. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Or pull it over there to you. There you go.
Yes, sir.
when you go into the room, there's like an open area, a small open area with a sink and a bathroom door, and then are there separate bedrooms?
Yes, sir.
Which room? I mean, which suite did you live in at Oaks?
I lived in R159.
And did you have a roommate, suite mate? Did you have a suite mate?
Yes, sir, I did.
And who was that?
Trinity Pope.
Yeah. Was that the first time you'd ever met Trinity Pogue?
When we moved in?
When you moved in?
No, sir.
When did you previously met Trinity Pogue? How did you know her?
We met through a Facebook group for freshmen coming to Georgia Southwestern State University and decided to become roommates. And then she came and met me for the first time in May of 2023 when she came to my high school graduation.
So she came to Griffin for your high school graduation in May?
Yes, sir.
And then did you see her at other times over the summer?
I did. In summer, I believe it was June or July, we had a family vacation. She came on for a couple of days.
How did y'all decide, how did you go about, or how did you end up being roommates?
The Facebook group from the freshman incoming class.
So was it a circumstance where where people could indicate roommate preferences, and if the university could honor those, they would?
Yes.
So y'all both indicated a preference to share the room?
Yes, sir. There was, we decided that I think we reached out through each other on maybe an Instagram DM or a Facebook DM, decided that we would room together, and then had to go through a portal on GSW and choose each other.
After you moved in to the suite at Oaks 2 with Ms. Pogue, did you have occasion to meet someone else who was associated with her or involved in a relationship with her?
I did.
Who was that?
Jay Williams.
Jay Williams?
Yes.
And who was Jay Williams as he related to, as you understood it, who was Jay Williams as he related to Trinity Pogue?
He was her boyfriend.
How did you come to meet Jay Williams?
I believe the first time I met with him was when he was at our dorm. Trinity brought him to our dorm.
He was at your dorm?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and do you remember when that was? You don't have to give me the exact dates, but approximately?
Approximately August 2023.
August of 2023?
Yes, sir.
Did you at some point, well, I could ask you a different question first. Through your friendship with Trinity Pogue, did you, were you made privy to information concerning her relationship with Mr. Williams?
As if he had a child? As in that he had a child?
No, as in like, did she tell you about things involved in their relationship?
Yes.
Did she talk to you about her relationship with
Yes.
him? And if you were going to describe their relationship as it was portrayed to you by Ms. Pogue,
Yes.
and as you may have observed over time, if you were going to describe their relationship and summarize it in say 4 or 5 words, 2 or 3 words, how would you summarize their relationship?
Very rocky.
Did she at times complain to you about her relationship or about Mr. Williams or things he had done or that sort of thing?
Yes, I would say that she complained about the relationship, but not necessarily about specific things he would do.
Was there a particular complicating factor in their relationship that you were aware of?
That he had a child.
He had a child?
Yes,
Did you ever meet the child?
I did.
What was his name?
JD, Jackson Drew.
How did you meet the child?
I believe the same circumstances of him bringing the child to the dorm.
When he brought the child to the dorm?
Yes.
How many times, if you recall, how many times or approximately how many times do you think that he may have brought the child?
I would say around 5, approximately.
And when he brought the child to the dorm, was it each of those 5 times, was there anything unique about those visits in terms of the length of those visits? Were they overnight, or were they just
Yes.
for the day, or what?
Usually they were overnight.
Were there times, any time or other times that you're aware of when he brought JD to the dorm and left JD with Ms. Pogue for any period of time?
Not that I can recall right this second.
So if JD was there, was he typically there?
Usually, from my knowledge.
Jay Williams?
Yes.
What did you think of JD?
I love JD.
Did you get to spend any time with him when he was there at the dorm?
Yes.
How did he act? What was his demeanor as a child?
He was very fun to be around, I thought. He was learning to walk around that time, so we would be in the bathroom common area walking, or I would put him down and ask him to walk with me.
And that was in like August, the earlier part of the time that he was here visiting? Okay. Did Ms. Pogue know that you had a positive relationship, I guess, with the child?
I believe so, yes.
Do you recall what her complaints were as it related to the child in terms of her relationship? What was it that caused the complication in the relationship with the child being there?
Her not feeling like she could love JD as if it was her own kid.
Did she ever express to you any interest in having children of her own with anyone, or particularly with Jay Williams?
Not that I can specifically recall.
She just had difficulties with the fact that he had a child with someone else.
Yes.
Do you recall at some point you interviewed with someone from the GBI?
I did.
And then after that interview with the GBI, I'm sorry, during that interview with the GBI, did you provide them with some screenshots of text messages and so forth out of your phone?
I did, yes, sir.
Subsequently to that, did they ask you for permission to download your phone?
Yes, sir.
Basically to copy the contents of
They
it. Did you authorize them to do that?
I did.
And are you aware that as part of the analysis of your phone, that there were text messages between you and Ms. Pogue that were extracted and preserved from the phone?
Yes, sir.
And have you, some of those text messages, well, you've met with me, is that right?
I have.
And some of those text messages, we actually, we discussed, I asked you some questions about some of them, is that right?
Yes.
When you saw those text messages, were you able to determine of your own memory, or by looking back in your phone again, were you able to determine that the messages in the format that I showed them to you,
Yes.
that they were accurate, that they were the same messages that were actually in your phone or had been in your phone?
Yes, sir.
Did you remember, even if you didn't remember the details of each message, did you remember the context of the various messages?
Yes.
Okay. So these are from the phone extraction, and these are not the screenshots. These are from the phone extraction. And these are messages that start. They start. Let's see. The first one is August 17th, 2023, and they go up through. Then they move forward, and there's more on the 17th, and then up to the 22nd.
August?
Yes.
Is that the one you gave me before?
No, the ones I gave you before, the ones that's from January.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
You got a copy of that? You got a copy of
well,
that?
other than the drive, I can get a separate copy of this. But I'll let you. I'll let you just a second. These are the messages that this is the section I'm going to put in now, which is they start back here on the 17th at 10:30, and then move forward to here. Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been marked, what I am now marking as States Exhibit 37. And it consists of 4 pages. For the record, Your Honor, it consists of 4 pages, and it shows text messages by and between Ms. Permort and Ms. Pogue during the time period from August 17th, 2023 at 10:30 p.m. up through message from August 22 of 2023 as well. And if you don't have it in that format, T, I'll let you use it right here. Hold on. You go. I'm going to hand you a copy of my working copy here. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So State's Exhibit 37, which consists of 4 pages. It covers the time period that I mentioned just a moment ago. And can you look at these, and if you recall, they begin here and go backwards
Yes.
from the back to the front.
Okay.
Okay. So you might want to read them that way. Could you just take a look and glance at those and tell me if you recall seeing those or recall those messages being in your phone and knowing that they're in your phone?
Yes.
Okay. And who are those? Your Honor, this time I'm going to tender State's Exhibit 37.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. So if you flip to the last page 114.
Okay.
And the first message, the message that starts this exchange between the two of you, is it August 17th, 2023 at 10:30:51. And it's the message that on that form is the very one at the bottom.
Okay.
Okay. So the first message is from who to who?
The first message is from Trinity to me.
Okay. And what does that message say?
It asks if you are up, says you up.
Right. And then you responded a few seconds later and said what?
Yes.
Okay. And then after you responded and said you were up, Ms. Pogue sent another message. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's the message that's at the top of page 114 of that printout.
Yes, sir.
What does that message say?
It says, why do I feel anger towards JD? Like earlier when we were in bed and JD kept touching Jay's face, I almost cried.
Your response to that, which came again just a few seconds later, and this is at the bottom of page 113.
Okay.
Your response to that was what?
What do you mean? Like you feel anger towards JD? Question mark.
And then her reply to you a minute later, what was what?
Like, I don't know, not jealousy, but like I want to love him, but instead of loving, I just feel like angry, like want to punch him. LMFAO, OMG, that sounds so bad.
What does LMFAO stand for?
Do you want me to say that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, but yes, can you tell me?
It stands for
Most people probably know what it stands for, but I'd like for it to be in the record.
it stands for laugh my fucking ass.
And OMG is,
Oh my God.
IDK is,
I don't know.
and W. Okay. All right. So then after that message to you from Ms. Pogue, was there another message that came short, just a few seconds later from her?
Yes.
And what does that message say?
Ever since he's gotten here, Jay has not touched me.
And then at the bottom of page 112, the next message, which is at 10:34 and 48 seconds, again, is from her to you. Is that right?
It is.
And what does it say?
He's currently on the floor.
Now, in the context of these messages and the context of other conversations that you had with Ms. Pogue, do you know who she's talking about and what she's talking about when she says he's currently on the floor?
I believe she's talking about Jay
Okay. And would be on the floor where?
of the dorm room, I would assume.
Would it be like on the floor or on something else? Was there an air mattress in there?
I'm unsure about this time.
Okay, you don't know if there was an air mattress at that time?
I do not know.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. In any event, you responded to her message at 10:35 that night on August 17th. And what did you say?
I said, I think he's just trying to take care of JD and make sure he has space and everything he needs. I don't think he's trying to come off as not wanting to touch you or be with you. But that's his baby, you know.
And then she replied to that about a minute later and said what?
Maybe it's just because he had a kid with someone else, and I'm just starting to realize that I can't be with someone who doesn't have my kid.
And then your reply to that was what?
I can understand where it may be hard to raise a kid who's not yours.
So, subsequent to that, a few days later, on August 22, was there another message from her to you that appeared to be a forwarded message that, like, she sent you a message that she had sent to someone else?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you to read read it yourself briefly, the message that's there in the center of that page. The one that starts, "I've told you."
Okay.
Do you remember getting that message or a message to that effect from her?
Yes.
And what was the context of that message? Like, who was she talking to in that message?
Jay.
But she sent you what?
I believe a screenshot or probably just forwarded the message to me.
Forwarded the message. Okay. Had y'all been to it? Did you know what this was when you got it?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So what was the message that she forwarded to you that she had sent to Jay earlier in that week or that day?
Read it aloud.
Please.
I've told you from the beginning that I would always try to love JD is the same as mine. But since me and you have gotten serious, every time I see him, I just get angry at the world and I just have a gut feeling of anger. I don't know what it is. Maybe because I'm so young and I know if I am committed to you, then I'm committed to him. You're 24 and I'm 18 and I know that the age difference isn't much, but you have a kid and you have more responsibilities than just spoiling me. I don't want to be your second baby mama. I wanted to be your first, but that won't ever happen. And I don't think that I can continue to be in a relationship with you and have that in the back of my mind.
Over time, from that point in August forward, did you ever have conversations with her in which they weren't recorded messages, but where y'all talked about this particular issue?
Yes.
And what did she do as to how she felt about the child and the child as it related to her relationship with Mr. Williams?
I would say around the same things of she didn't know if she could love him like her own kid, that she would get angry at him when he was there.
Did she ever express her anger and to you? Did she ever express her anger in a way related to how she felt about the child?
She would say such things as, I would want to run him over my car.
She told you that she wished she could just run him over with her car?
She did.
In November of 2023, there's some more messages that I guess I'm just announcing this for the record. These messages, Your Honor, that I'm about to ask her about, or I'm going to show her this exhibit. The exhibit will consist of 5 pages, and it's messages that began on November 9th, 2023 at approximately 10:30 p.m. and then proceeded from there same day to like 10:40 p.m. So it's about 10 minutes worth of messages. And it's going to be marked for States Exhibit 38. I'll show it to Mr. Gamble and I'll show it to the witness. I mean, they go in reverse, but yeah, it's started. Yeah. Let's show you these, and I just told you what the dates were.
Okay.
States Exhibit 38, and you would look at, start back here, reading forward, and just tell me if you recognize the messages that are in there. If you recognize those messages that we talked about.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. The first message in that series of messages, the one that is at the very end of the page, or the end of those pages, that's time-stamped November 9th. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I don't think I tendered the exhibit. Tender States 38.
Do you have any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted without objection.
Okay. The first message in that series of messages, it's got a timestamp of November 9th, 2023, 10:33:58 p.m. And it is from Ms. Pogue to you. Do you see that on there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you read that message to the jury, please?
It's okay, LOL. I'm just gonna sleep in your room. I can't do JD crying that much. Hopefully he's in a better mood in the morning.
Do you know what she was referring to about wanting to sleep in your room and hoping that he'd be in a better mood tomorrow?
As in what was happening then?
Right, as in what was happening at that time frame, during that time?
Give me just a second. I don't recall exactly what the situation is.
Was Mr. Williams and the child, were they in Americus at the
Yes,
dorm
yes.
during that time?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then after she sends that message, what's the next message that she sends to you?
I promise not to touch anything, LOL.
Okay. And then your reply to that was what?
Yes, yes.
What was that last thing you said?
I promise to not touch anything, LOL.
Okay. And then your reply to that message was what?
You're fine.
And then you sent another message just a few minutes, just a minute or two later, on that night at 10:34:36. And what did your message to her say?
Is he still crying?
Talking about who?
JD.
Did he cry a lot?
I would say yes.
When he was at the dorm, could other people hear him crying from time to time, or do you know?
I have no idea. I was right next to her, so I could hear.
You could hear him through your wall.
Yeah.
Okay. And you ever been around other kids? Little
Yeah.
kids that age?
Yes, sir.
And just in comparison to whatever it is that you would consider to be sort of average, he cried more or less than most children you knew.
I would say about the same. I didn't really think any more or less.
What made him cry? Generally,
I'm really unsure.
I mean, hungry, sleepy,
Yeah,
tired?
normal things like he wanted to eat or he was tired.
Did you, at any time in there when you saw the child, did you have a sense from either his behavior or his appearance as to whether or not the child was possibly the victim of some kind of abuse?
No.
Did you ever notice anything that would appear to be an unusual amount of bruising or scratches, marks on his face, on his body, or anything like that?
No.
All right. So you asked, is he still crying? And then her response at 10:35 and 21 was what?
No, not right now, but Jay is trying to tell me what to do and it's pissing me off because it's like you don't even go to sleep with your own kid. If he's sitting up, he's not going to go to sleep.
Okay. And who's she referring to as if he's sitting up, then he's not going to go to sleep?
I'm unsure. I believe JD.
I'm sorry?
I believe JD.
Okay. Okay. I'm talking about JD is the one that's not going to go to sleep.
Yes.
All right. And then she sends another message right after that. And what does that message say?
And then I'm trying to take a shower and I had to bathe him and I just sat him down and let him cry because I'm not about to baby him.
Not about to baby him. And who was she referring to then?
JD.
That she wasn't going to baby the baby?
Yes.
Your response that came just a moment later, about 3 minutes later, that's shown at the bottom of the page 58 there, the ones you have in your hand. What was your response?
Trinity, you just let him cry.
Okay, and her reply to that was what?
Yep.
And then what did she say after that message that said, yep?
I was trying to bathe him and he didn't like the water hitting his face.
What was your question? Your response to that? Did you ask a question essentially?
I asked after that, I said, did you sit him right in the line of the shower head?
And she said what?
No, I was turned to my back to the water and he was sitting in front of your stuff. The water wasn't even getting in him that much.
The water wasn't even getting in him that much?
Yes.
Okay. And then you replied, what?
I said, oh, what the heck, JD?
Okay. And then she sends another message at 10:42 to you. What does that message say?
He's just tired. Maybe he will be good for you, but as soon as I get back, I'm taking his ass home.
Which says maybe he'll be good for you. Who's she referring to?
Me.
You?
Yes.
Do you know if this was some point at which you were planning to or had agreed to watch him for some period of time while they were together or something?
Yes, I believe I must have agreed to watch him the next day.
You'd agreed to watch him the next day?
I'm gathering that, yes.
Okay. All right. And after she says, I'm taking his ass home, she sends another message in that series. And that's, well, two more. The one just above that. What does it say?
I'm done. I can't do it, Paris.
And then the one after that?
I'm not ready.
I need to put this up there in just a second. All right. Show these to Mr. Gamble.
You coming back, talking, are you coming back?
Right. And
Okay.
it gets all the way to the last message that day at the hospital.
That would be-
That's it. Yeah.
Okay.
That's the last one I got.
Mhm.
Okay, one more. I'm gonna hand you a exhibit, Martin States Exhibit 39, 1, 2, 3, 7 pages. Do you, look at those and tell me if you recognize what's shown on those 7 pages?
Yes,
What is that? We have it.
that is a text thread between me and Trinity.
I'm sorry?
That is a text thread between me and Trinity.
A text thread between you and Trinity?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and there's something different about that text thread and the way it's displayed and the ones that we were just going through?
These are screenshots off my phone.
And who took those screenshots?
I did.
And when did those, what time period did those messages cover, if you know?
January 13th and January 14th.
January 13th and 14th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to tender State's Exhibit 39 at this
Any
time.
objection?
No objection.
All right, so leave it without objection. Ladies and gentlemen, she will be our last witness today, but I do want to finish up.
Everyone wants me to go this thing. Well, I guess I have a choice. Judge, I'm sorry, just a second, I gotta reconnect this. It will stay this way. What is I did tender, them, right?
Yes, sir.
What is the date, the date and time of the first message that's shown in that exhibit?
January 13th, 9:28 p.m.
And well, I haven't had this much trouble with the display until now. I apologize, and give me just a moment, I'll have it back operating. And this time I'm going to display it up here. At least in here. So the first message that she sent, who sent the first message?
Trinity,
And what time is that message?
9:28 p.m.
What does the message say?
Are you coming back in the morning? Somehow I got stuck with JD.
Are you coming back in the morning? Somehow I got stuck with JD.
Yes, sir.
Where were you when she asked you, are you coming back in the morning?
Yes, I was at work. I worked at Magnolia Manor. I was a certified nursing assistant.
Okay. What do you do at Magnolia Manor?
I was a certified nursing assistant, so I take care of elderly.
What shift were you working then?
Night shift, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.
So when she sent this message at 9:28, she said, somehow I got stuck with JD. And then what was your response to that?
Yeah, I'm coming back. How'd that happen?
And then she says what?
He made me feel bad because it's already late and JD is being so fussy. So he asked if they could stay.
And you asked what?
What are y'all going to do about tonight?
Her response was what?
No clue. I guess I'll probably sleep on the air mattress in the sink area. I can't do being around JD anymore. He hates me and I hate him.
Now, when she says, I'll probably sleep on the air mattress in the sink area, do you know what she's referring to then?
I was under the impression that she would be the air mattress into when you first walk into the dorms. It was a common area with 2 seats on the right, and then our rooms broke out with different doors.
Okay. All right. And so when she sends a message that says, I can't do being around JD. He hates me and I hate him. Did you reply to that?
I said, is he sleeping with JD in your bed?
And her response?
Probably.
Okay. And then there are several messages that you sent at that point. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What are those?
Trent, that's so messed up. Make him get on the air mattress with his child. That's not your kid, and y'all aren't together.
All right. And then if you go to the next page after you said, then y'all aren't together, what does the message say?
I know. I told him after tonight he better not contact me.
And then you send another message that says what?
Well, you can sleep in my bed if Jay and him are in your room, but I want to come see my child.
Okay. Now, what do you mean by that? I want to come see my child.
I love JD, so I wanted to come see him on my lunch break.
And what did she say?
You want me to stop by your work and let you see him?
And your response was what?
No, I can come on my break, or y'all at the dorms.
And then what did she say?
No, I went to Albany to go to Sephora. I'm on the way back.
And you said, let me know when you get back, right?
Yes.
And then that was a good time for her to go out. Then there's another message right after that that says, we're at the dorms, right?
Yes.
What time is that message? The one that says, we're at the dorms?
9:59.
All right. When she said she was back, what did you say?
Okay, I'm coming. It's me and Caitlin because I got on a break a little earlier.
Okay. And what time was that?
10 o'clock and 10:05.
10 o'clock. And what?
The second message is at 10:05.
10:05. Okay. Did you know what time you got to the dorm? Well, did you go to the dorm?
I did.
Do you know what time you got there?
Around 10:30.
Okay, so sometime between this message and 10:30?
Yes.
How long were you there?
Maybe 5 minutes.
Did you see Ms. Pogue?
I did.
Did you see JD?
I did.
Did you see Jay Williams?
I did.
What were they doing? What was their status at that time? I mean, in terms of what were they up? Were they asleep? Were they?
They were awake. They were awake. They were in Trinity's room.
All three of them were in Trinity's room?
Yes.
Okay. Did they appear to be in the midst of any kind of a fight or anything? Any kind of an argument or anything?
No, I believe Trinity was changing JD's diaper.
Okay. So at that point, did you know, or did she say anything about what the sleeping arrangements might be for later that night?
Not that I can recall in there.
Okay. So if it's not in the text, you don't recall what
sir.
may have been said at that point, right? Okay, so you were there at 10 or left somewhere a few minutes later, around 10:30. Oh, I know what I was going to ask that I skipped. What was JD's condition when you saw him?
He was normal. Perfectly fine.
Did he appear normal?
Yes.
Did he act normal?
Yes.
What is normal for him at that time? What was normal for him in terms of like his demeanor and so forth?
If he wasn't crying, he was usually just kind of straight face. He never really changed his expression. I actually picked him up at the time and held him on my hip and was trying to tickle him, make him laugh.
Did you get a good look at him?
Yep.
Did he appear to be hurt or injured in any way?
Not that I could tell.
Did you see any bruises or marks on his face?
Not that I could tell, no.
Okay. Do you think you would have, if you had seen something like that, do you think it would have stood out to you?
I believe so.
Did he appear to feel okay when you saw him? I mean, did he appear to be in any kind of pain, like he was hurting or anything?
I don't recall him being in any pain.
And you said that Ms. Pogue was changing his diaper, or when you got there, she was changing his diaper as you got there?
I believe so, yes.
Did she make any comments about anything being wrong with him, about him being sick or anything like that?
Not that I remember, no.
Did anybody tell you that he was sick or had been sick or wasn't feeling well or anything else like that?
Not that I remember, no.
All right. So you left, and then when did you next hear from Ms. Pogue?
At 11:46 p.m.
And that was the same night, right? January 13th?
Yes.
All right. And what was the message that you got from her at that time?
Is it okay if I watch TV in your room?
And you responded with what?
Yeah.
She said, thank you. And you said,
are you okay?
all right. And then what was her message after that when you said, are you okay?
She responded with, yes, I'm okay. I just need a break, like mental break. JD isn't asleep and Jay is knocked out all over the bed and I didn't want to play the TV. I'm sorry, LOL. I didn't mean to seem like a bitch earlier.
Okay. All right. Now she's telling you that she's okay, but she needs a mental break because JD won't go to sleep and Jay is asleep on her bed.
Yes.
So did you tell her it was okay for her to watch TV in your room or whatever she wanted to do there?
I did.
Right. And then what did you say? Your response was?
No, you're okay. LOL. Wake Jay up and get him to help JD go to sleep.
Okay. And then what did she say when you said, tell him to get up and help JD go to sleep?
She said, I did. And he just put him beside me and let him roll off the bed.
And let him roll off the bed?
Yes.
Right. And then your response was?
What? In all caps.
And she said what?
Yep. He's okay.
She said, he's okay.
Yes.
Now, did anything else get said to you any point about JD rolling off of a bed, falling off of a bed, or anything else about whatever his sleeping arrangements were that night?
No.
So the next time is it the next time you hear from her? The next text message that came at 12:41 p.m. the next day? Is that the next time you heard from her that you know of?
No, the morning I got off of work, I came back to the dorms about 7:15 p.m. a.m. Sorry, 7:15 a.m. And I was leaving to go to work or to go to Griffin to see my dad at church. We briefly passed in the common area of our bathroom, but it was just a bye, love you. I'm going to Griffin. And then this was the text message last time I heard from her.
Okay, all right. So when you saw her there, when you got home from work at 7:15 or whatever that morning, and you saw her in the common area of your room, were you able to learn then from talking to her, or were you able to see by observation later whether she had slept in your room the night before?
It didn't look like anyone had slept in my room. No.
Did she say anything about having slept in your room?
No.
All right. So then at 12:41 p.m. on January 14th, she texted you and she said what?
I need you to call me. Jay just took JD to the hospital.
Right. And you basically replied, yeah, I'll call. Is everything okay? What happened, right?
Yes.
All right. And then at what time did she send the next message to you?
1:06 p.m.
Okay. And what does the message say at 1:06 p.m.?
There's cops everywhere. I have no clue. He was watching TV, and when I picked him up, he was just so weak, but he was breathing. They don't think he will make it. They don't think he will make it. Was at later at 1:47.
Okay. All right. So the message at 1:46.
1:47. Yes. The original, the big.
Yeah, the one before. This is there's cops everywhere.
That was 1:06.
1:06. Okay. She says, I have no clue. He was watching TV, and when I picked him up, he was so weak, but he was breathing. Did you have any idea what she was talking about in terms of him being weak or her having to pick him up or anything like that?
No, sir.
She then sends a message that says they don't think he will make it. Okay. Was there any conversation that took place either before these messages or in between these messages or whatever that you can recall in which she gave you any outline or understanding or explanation for whatever had happened
There was
up to that point?
There was a brief phone call. I believe it was during this time. Something along the lines of he had a skull fracture, but the medical doctors were coming back in to talk a little bit more, and then she hung up. It was very, very brief.
Okay. So sometime before that 1:46 message, she told you something about he had a skull fracture, but then she had to hang up because the doctors were coming in.
Yes, I believe so.
All right. And then your next communication with her was that message about cops, everything, he was so weak, etc. Was that the next communication between y'all?
I believe between that message and the 1:47 that they don't think he will make it was the call.
Okay. All right. So it would have been a very brief phone call then, if that's the case, right? All right. And then your response was what?
Trinity, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Are you okay?
And she said,
I don't know what to do.
right. And then you asked her a question. What did you say?
Did they say what happened or why they think that?
Okay. And what did she tell you?
He hit his head at some point. I don't know. They won't give us each information.
Things you may instead of meaning to say each, that might be a typo, that it was supposed to be something else.
Maybe much.
They won't give us, he hit his head at some point. I don't know. They won't give us much information, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you ask a question about last night. What's your question to her?
Didn't he fall off the bed last night?
And when you said, didn't he fall off the bed? What was her reply?
I don't know. I was asleep.
Okay. How did you respond at that point?
I said, Trinity, I don't even have the right words to say. Just know I'm praying so hard for you and Jay. I love y'all and JD so much. I'm so sorry I'm not there.
And then there's a there's some messages from her, several in a row. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What do those messages say?
My mom is coming up here. Apparently, they plan on taking me down to the station. Later, an hour later, she says he has a skull fracture. Apparently, all of his friends and his sister think I did it.
Okay, stop there. What time is that message?
3:42 p.m.
All right. And then after that, she sends another message that says what?
My parents are on the way.
And then,
I didn't do it, Paris. I would never lay my hands on any kids.
okay. And then after she says, I didn't do it, I wouldn't lay my hands on the kids. Okay. What's her message after that?
I'm not around him more than 5 minutes by myself.
You said, Trinity, I know that. You asked her if her parents know everything now.
Yes.
What were you referring to when you said, do your parents know everything now?
I was referring to her and Jay's relationship.
Okay. To your knowledge, were her parents aware of her relationship with Mr. Williams?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Had she told you at any point that she was keeping it a secret, or at least for now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you say, do your parents know everything now? And she says what?
Yes. I don't even care. I'm freaking the fuck out.
Right. And then what did you say?
Everything is going to be okay.
Her response to that was what?
No, it's not. They will charge me because I'm the girlfriend. I would never hurt him.
Okay. And you said what?
I know that. Everyone will be able to see that.
And then her response when you said, I know that, everyone will be able to see that. And I'll wait for it to pop back up. Maybe it will. Well, maybe it won't. There it is. What was her response at the bottom there?
How the fuck do you get a skull fracture?
Okay. And then you sent her, and I'm going to flip to the next page because it's easier to read on the next page, but you send her a message after she says, how do you get a skull fracture? Okay. And she sends you back, or you send her a message. What does that message say?
You texted me last night and told me he fell. That had to be it.
Okay. So this was the second time in this conversation that you made reference to the fact that she had said something about him falling the night before.
Yes.
Right. And when you sent that message, what was her response?
But that was only off the air mattress, and the air mattress wasn't that far from the ground. I can't text about it. I don't know what's going to happen to me.
You said what?
I said, I'll call you in just a minute to check on you.
And her reply was what?
I babysit all the time, and nothing like this has ever happened.
Did you know if you've had any other communications or messages with her since that message that day?
Not with her.
The comments that she had made about, I'd like to punch him in the face, or I wish I could run over him with my car. In fairness, I mean, did you take those? Did you interpret those yourself as a threat of some sort?
That she would act upon?
Yeah.
No, not that I thought she would actually.
Thought she was just talking.
Yes.
Venting. What's the phrase? Venting. She was venting.
Yes.
I need just a minute, Your Honor. How did Ms. Pogue act around the child when Mr. Williams was there?
Very indifferent, in my opinion, just depending upon if their relationship was going good that day or not.
Okay. Was there any point at which you perceived her as acting, I guess I would say, openly hostile towards the child, or not?
Not very openly. I wouldn't say very openly.
Not openly hostile. Okay. What do you mean by that? Not openly hostile.
I mean, maybe in the privacy of the dorm room, but not in a bigger situation.
Did you ever observe any physical violence directed at that child by her or by Mr. Williams?
Not that I can recall.
In November of 2023?
Let's get that off.
Yes, sir. In November of 2023, did you hear anything from her about an incident involving her hitting the child with a dresser drawer, or pulling a dresser drawer and hitting, or a cabinet drawer or something and hitting the child in the head with it?
Not that I recall.
Okay. She didn't say anything to you about that having happened.
Not that I remember.
Did she ever say anything to you about some incident or possible incident about the child hitting the wall in December of 2023?
Not that I recall, no.
In all the times that you saw the child, whether in her immediate presence or not, did you ever see the child at a time that the child appeared to be in some kind of physical distress?
No,
Did you ever see the child any time in which he appeared to be injured in any way?
no, sir.
Nothing further.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please court. Mr. Fairmont, I'm Pete Gamble. I represent Trinity College. How are you today?
Good, how are you?
Very good. Just have not a whole lot of questions. I know it's getting late in the day, but I do have a few. And first, may I approach the witness? I don't have a copy of those first two. These two, he just showed it to me. I mean, I do have them on some computer hard drive perhaps, but not a hard drive. If I understand things correctly, you met Trinity sometime before y'all began school in college in August at Georgia Southwestern, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, y'all met well enough that you went different places together and became friends before you became roommates in your suite, correct?
Yes, sir.
Even to the extent one time you came and helped her with a pageant that she was dealing with,
I did.
correct? And she went to things with you,
She did.
correct? And then y'all decided because of the friendship you struck up from Facebook and then being around each other to room together at Georgia Southwestern.
Yes.
And as I understand, y'all was rooming the whole time from August until this incident in January 14th, correct?
Yes.
Now, you testified earlier that you believe that Mr. Williams came to see her with the child, or sometimes, maybe as many as 5, correct?
Yes.
But you also were asked how many times did he spend the night, or when he came, did he usually spend the night? Did he spend the night with her each time? And you said usually.
Mm-hmm.
Of those 5 times that he came with the child, was there some of those times he did not spend the night but just visited and went back home with the child?
Not that I remember.
So are you saying then the 5 times you recall would be 5 times that he came and spent the night with the child?
Yes.
Now, in addition to spending the night with the child on 5 times from, I assume, August until January, correct?
Yes, sir.
He spent the night a whole lot more than that with her, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
And it wouldn't be uncommon for him to spend the night on weekdays with her, correct?
Yes.
A couple of times a week usually?
Yes.
That didn't bother you?
No.
It's okay with you?
Yeah.
And he spent the weekends almost every weekend, correct?
Yes.
And so that would be at least somewhere 3 or 4 times every week he was spending the night with her in her room and you were in your room in the same area, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, at the same time, were you working night shift most of the time?
Yes.
I mean, while you were in school, did you work the night shift?
Yes, sir.
What, Monday through Thursday or Friday? What did you do?
My schedule was kind of irregular. Maybe I might work 2 days out of the week, 2 night shifts out of the week.
Okay. So you were gone sometime at night, but you'd be there a good bit of the time, correct?
Yes.
So were you around them a good bit in their relationship?
Towards the latter part, no. Me and Miss Pogue went separate sororities, different friend groups. So even when I was not at work, I wasn't always in the dorm.
Okay. Now, you testified about some early August conversations you had on the phone or on text messages in which y'all were discussing the child and her being uncertain about having a child in a relationship and that type of thing, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were aware at that time the relationship was fairly new between her and Mr. Williams, correct?
Yes.
I mean, you knew they started dating maybe sometime in June, right?
Yes.
And here we are in August, so it's only a couple of months, right?
Yes.
And were you with her or did you friends with her when she first met JD?
I'm not sure.
You don't know exactly when she met
I don't.
But anyway, you do know they started dating about June though, right?
Yes.
And you've already described it, I think, you've already said it, but to some extent, this was a pretty volatile relationship, correct?
Yes.
It was up and down, break up, make up all the time, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that it was sort of an immature relationship?
Yes.
And you had expressed to her at times that you felt like it would make more sense for her maybe just to break up with Jay, correct?
Yes.
Because you saw the situation as the way it was going, that didn't make a lot of sense, right?
Yes.
And I think let me see if I can, you read some of this. It's going to take me a second, John, to figure out from where it came from. But you read part of the text that came from the early August, correct?
Yes.
One thing I recall that she had said to you about being in your room, I promised to not touch anything. You remember that?
Yes.
She meant your stuff, right?
Yes.
She wasn't talking about I promised not to touch JD. She's talking about I promised not to
Yes.
mess with your room, right?
Yes.
At one time, let me ask you if you recall this being in the text message. She said, "You know, not right now, but Jay is trying to tell me what to do, and it's pissing me off because it's like he don't even get with his own kid. If he's sitting up, he's not going to sleep." You remember that being read to you?
Yes.
And she meant by that the child is up and wanting daddy to be with him, but daddy's already asleep, correct?
Yes.
And it was fairly common for her to be left in care of JD during the times that JD came and spent the night at the dorm room, wasn't it?
I would say they shared that responsibility.
Did you see her often bathe the child?
They usually did it together. From when I was-
Did she often change the child's diaper?
Yes.
Did she carry the child around sometime when they went places?
Yes.
Now, you remember when there was a text message in which she had sent you a screenshot where she had said some things to him. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Give me 1 second. I'm trying to understand what this text is. Well, I'm not sure if I'm finding it right now. I'm not taking too much time, but when that text message was sent of the screenshot where she had sent to Jay, and she had said basically that she didn't think she could do this and she didn't want to be with him and the child, and it's better off if they maybe go their separate way, that type of thing. You recall that?
Yes.
You didn't read the reply to it, but the reply from you was that you agreed and thought that was a good idea, didn't you?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay. So, I mean, you were recognizing that time period in August that maybe the best thing for them to do is to break up
Yes.
because of all that back and forth and the questions about having a child, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you could understand to a degree, an 18-year-old girl just going to school in nursing school would want to have her own life and her own start, correct?
Yep.
I mean, you're kind of in the same position,
I am.
right? That mean you couldn't take over somebody else's child, but at the same time, that's another factor in a relationship, correct?
Yes.
And even on the day that the text was sent about being at the hospital, you were clear when you replied to her messages that you loved her and JD and Jay, correct?
Yes.
And when she said she didn't do it, you replied several times and said, I know you would never do anything like that, correct?
Yes.
That's what you believed, at least at that time, correct?
Yes.
I mean, you weren't just saying that to appease her, were you?
No.
Okay. Now, you said also that the child cried a good bit, but maybe not more than others. But would it be fair to say that the child could be somewhat fussy at times?
Yes.
And you've been around some small childs where they can especially fussy when it's bedtime, correct?
Yes.
Fighting sleep and that type of thing.
Sure.
And this child being brought into y'all's dorm room was a place where he didn't have really much to play with or anything, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as the sleeping arrangements, are you aware of whether or not the child from time to time slept in the regular bed with either Jay or with Jay and Trinity?
I assumed that was what was happening.
You think that's what was happening?
Yes.
You were aware of that, right?
Yes.
So it wouldn't surprise you if they were on the regular bed, not the air mattress, sleeping together, correct?
Yes.
Now, is your bed like Trinity's, sits way up off the ground?
It was.
So it's higher than normal, right?
It was.
Would you agree with me that you would not want a child to fall off of that bed?
Objection, Your Honor. Whether
I was
whatever
not
her
questioning-
opinion
I was
is
not
about that's
questioning.
irrelevant.
Would you agree with me that y'all have very hard concrete floors?
Yes.
If you fell and struck that, it would hurt you, right?
Yes.
Would it be fair to state that even though Trinity talked about the child being something she may not be ready for in a relationship, she also complained about from time to time Mr. Williams being too controlling?
Not that I can recall right this second.
Do you recall her ever talking to you about him wanting all of her social media password accounts?
I knew about her wanting his,
You never
or
heard of it?
both. Both, they're going it both ways. Yes.
You knew they both wanted each other?
Yes.
Did he get angry with her from time to time when she was out and about in college, where she went to some event or things like that when he was not around?
Not that I really remember right this second.
You don't recall him getting angry one time when you and she were off somewhere and he didn't like it because she was not responding on the phone?
Not that I can recall right this
You
second.
may not be aware of that.
Not right now. No.
Now, you said one thing that JD was learning to walk when you first saw him, correct?
Yes. Well, in the later.
The latter
months,
part.
Yes.
So you met him, I don't know if you met him, but sometime in August, by August, you met him.
Yes.
And then if we get on toward November, maybe, he's starting to walk.
Yes.
And like most toddlers, when they're starting to walk, did he have these bumps and bruises where he'd stumble and all that kind of thing?
Not that I observed.
Did you ever observe him stumble and fall?
Yeah.
Because he's trying to learn how to walk, right?
Yes.
Now, you know, you initially had a text message there at the very end of the text threads. That was the January 13th and 14th text thread that began on the night of the 13th. You recall being you got in your hand there, right?
Yes.
And that was where Trinity told you that initially the child had fallen off the bed, but was okay, correct?
Yes.
Now, later, she told you it fell off the bed, but it was apparently from
The air
the
mattress.
blow up air mattress, correct?
Yes.
Do you know any reason why if she had caused harm to the child, that she would try to minimize the fall and say it was from an air mattress rather than the high bed?
I didn't know.
Have you ever talked to her about that?
No.
I believe that's all the questions I have, Jan.
All right, any redirect?
I don't think so.
All right, may this witness be excused?
No, Your Honor, she may be excused.
All right.
Yeah, Jan, I'm about to take you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You can be, you're free. All right, that will conclude matters for today. I would like for us to again start at 9 o'clock in the morning. I really appreciate everybody's diligence and getting here right on time. We haven't had to wait. And everybody's, I've noticed, and people are paying attention, really involved in it. And so I really appreciate that. That's important. Keep up the good work and also keep up with my instructions and please don't look at any internet or TV or anything like that. Thank you very much. If I get that one set, then the other side can just add to it, or take away from it.
And I mean, I haven't actually looked at them, okay? Mr. Barner prepared these.
Okay.
And, I mean, I trust him, but I still want to look at them before I file them per se. But I don't mind, I mean,
It might not be a bad idea to go ahead and share what you have and let Mallory start working on it. I realize that you might have some revisions.
he's gonna email it too, but I just.
That'd be great, because Mallory actually is the one that's going to be putting it together, and we'll have a charge that'll be in a good enough form that I can actually see back with it. So I really just want to start.
I'm glad to give it to you. I actually have charged with
And she also had said, because I put it right here, that that the child was not eating or drinking anything. So I went back to Alan and said that I got a conflicting statement about what happened.
Right? And attitude, whatever, what did you observe about him that caused you to reach that? And that afternoon,
Make sure all the phones are off, please.
that afternoon, sometime shortly after lunchtime, do you recall seeing a white Mustang pull into the parking lot and up to the up towards where the emergency room entrance is?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What happened when you saw that car pull up? Tell me first where you were.
I was sitting in the security booth.
And where's the security room?
It's as soon as you pull up, it's right there in the front near the entrance to the emergency room.
Near the main entrance to the hospital, or the front entrance to the hospital, or the emergency room entrance on the side?
The emergency room on the side.
Okay. And so you're in the security booth and you saw the car pull in. Where did the car pull up to?
The car pulled up. What we noticed was the car pulled in the wrong way. So that brought some attention. And once the car pulled the wrong way, I noticed that a black male exited the vehicle.
Where did the car stop? Did it stop?
It stopped right there at the emergency room entrance.
There's like a portico, like
Yes.
it covers like a brick portico where you can sort of pull up underneath it to load or unload passengers. Is that?
Well, you can, you can pull in, but it's nothing covering it until you get out of the vehicle.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so he pulled in that area up next to the emergency room. He got out. So it's a black male got out, and what did you see when the black male got out of the car?
The male was holding a infant baby.
And what did you see him do?
He got out. He rushed inside the ER, made contact with the hostess desk. At that point, I don't know what he advised them, because I was paying attention to his mannerism. So at that point, I knew it had to be something serious. So by the time I walked out the security booth door and walked down to the ambulance bay entrance, by that time, Mr. William was brought back with the infant child, and they had the infant child inside one.
Okay. All right. There's a couple of things there that you covered that I want to go back to be very clear about. So when you saw him come into the front, you were still or through the ER door, you were still in the security booth, right?
Yes.
And you saw him come in with the baby. And did you see what he did with the baby?
No, sir, not at that time.
Not at that time. Okay. And you said he stopped at the you say the hostess desk? What's the hostess desk?
The hostess, when you come in, you talk to them, you tell them the reason why you're visiting the ER.
So it's just sort of pre-check-in. I mean,
Yes.
It's like the first person you can talk to when you come in the door.
Yes.
So where did he go from the hostess desk? Did you see?
Immediately, I believe the hostess got up and scanned the badge to let him through the back. Once they went through the doors, the hostess got the attention of the nurses and doctors that was back there in the ER, and that's when they started attending to the baby.
Okay. So what did you do? You said that something about going through the ambulance entrance. Tell me about how you did that.
Well, I exited out the security booth, and that led to outside. Walked a short distance down to the ambulance bay and entered the ER through those doors.
When you went through those doors from the ambulance side, did you see Julian Williams?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so and back a moment ago, you said you saw a car pull up with a black male. Did you know it was Julian Williams at the time, or did you just learn later that that's what his name was?
I learned later that was.
Okay, you didn't know him when he first came up.
No, sir.
So you came into the ambulance door, and where was he when you came to the ambulance door and saw him?
He was standing at the trauma room where they was working on the baby.
Okay, was he in the room with the people who were working on the baby, or was he in sort of that common area right outside the room?
He was in that common area, but real close to the door.
Okay, so he was near the door where they were, but he wasn't in there with them.
Right.
And what did you do?
At that time, briefly, I went inside the room. to take a look at the child to see exactly what was going on. One of the nurses pointed out a couple of injuries to the baby face. At that time, I made contact with Mr. Williams and kind of pulled him away from the ER and walked him out the ambulance bay.
When you say you pulled him away from the ER, you don't mean that in any physical sense.
No,
do you?
we walked out.
He walked out.
Yeah.
I mean, he
I actually stepped out
voluntarily
with
went
him.
with you.
Yes.
You asked him to go with you. And,
Yes.
Yeah. And why would you walk from there outside?
Because at that time, because of what was going on with the baby and what they was doing with the baby, didn't want him to. He was already emotional. Didn't want him to continue to be getting even more emotional, noticing what they was doing with the baby. And plus, I had to find out what was going on and why the baby was brought to the ER.
Now, you said a few moments ago that you had watched him as he came up. That you were watching his the way he was acting, his mannerisms, or whatever. I think you said that is how you knew that it was something serious.
Yes.
Did you say that?
Yes.
Okay. What did you observe about his behavior or his demeanor or his attitude, whatever? What did you observe about him that caused you to reach that conclusion?
Well, when you brought the baby and he had the baby over his shoulder, the baby wasn't moving. It appeared that the baby didn't have any life to him. Once I made contact with him in the ER, he was emotional to the point where it appeared that his life had been drained out of him.
Was that one of the reasons that you felt like it might be better to get him away from from the immediate area where they were tending to the child?
Right.
So you asked him to walk outside with you. Where did y'all walk to?
We walked out the ambulance bay and stood in the ambulance bay area.
And you asked him what had happened. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did he tell you whatever it was that had happened? Did he tell you where it had happened?
Not at
Or
that
where
time.
he was?
Not at that time.
Okay. All right. So he told you, what did he tell you about what had happened?
He stated that the baby had failed. And at that point, that's pretty much all he had said.
Okay. Now, do you recall when we met before? Did he tell you where he was when the baby fell?
No, sir, not at that time.
Not at that time. He just said the baby had fallen.
Had fallen.
Okay. And what did he do? I mean, after he told you that, what did you do?
At that point, because of the nature that I observed the baby, and I radioed to the on-duty shift supervisor and advised them that I had a situation at the hospital that was dealing with the infant baby.
So you radioed to the supervisor where?
APD,
At America's PD. Okay, radioed the APD. All right. And why did you call APD?
Because at the time I was believed that the whatever was going on with the baby had happened somewhere in the city.
Okay. Once you called APD, did you continue talking to Mr. Williams? Was he still standing there with you?
Yes.
Okay. Did he tell you anything further about what had happened while y'all were standing there?
Yeah. So he further advised that that the baby had fallen out of a chair based off of what his girlfriend told him.
Okay, so he said his girlfriend told him the baby had fallen out of a chair.
Yes.
Did he tell you where he was when the baby fell out of the chair?
Not at that time.
I mean, did you ask him at any point, like where were you there? Did you see it? Where were you? Did you ask him that?
Not at that time.
Okay. Was there anything about his physical appearance that was notable to you in any way?
For his clothes wise, it appeared that he had 2 large stains on the right side of on his right shoulder.
Did you find out did you know what those were? Did you recognize or learn from him what was all over his shoulder?
Yes, I later found out that was vomit from the baby.
So, was there any point when you were talking to him that the girlfriend came up and started talking to you, joined you?
Well, while we was outside, the nursing staff came out and advised that at the time that we was believed was they advised that the baby mom had showed up.
Okay. So the nurse came out and said the baby told y'all that it was the baby's mother,
Yes.
which of course is not true, but
Not true, right.
but that's what they thought at the time.
Yes.
And did she come out to talk to you?
Well, me and Mr. William went back on the inside, and we stood not by the trauma room, but more close to the nursing station desk.
And who was there with
At the time, it was me, Mr. William, and Miss Trinity.
Okay. When you were standing there near the nurse's desk, did y'all continue having any conversation about what had happened?
Yes, at that time I asked Miss Trinity what had happened.
Okay. What did she tell you?
She said that the baby was sitting on a chair, like she described it like a lower beanbag chair. The baby was sitting on a chair eating some chips and drinking a juice. She turned away from the child. She heard something what appeared to have fallen, turned around, went and picked the baby up and attended to the baby.
Okay. Did she say anything to you then, or did Mr. Williams say anything to you at that point about where he was when the fall had happened?
At that point, that's when I found out that the baby was at GSW.
Okay. Okay. So someone was telling you where he was, and that's when they explained that the baby was at GSW?
No, I didn't find out till after we walked back out the ambulance bay that Mr. Williams was not there at the dorm room with Miss Trinity and the baby.
Okay, so you didn't know at that point. You didn't know that he wasn't there when the baby supposedly fell out of the chair. Do you recall Mr. Williams saying that?
Lead question.
Look, Your Honor, I'm trying to bring to.
Well, I didn't hear the complete.
I'll tell you what. I'll just start back over. I'll rephrase the question. Did anyone say anything to you during that time when you were standing, either whether you were right there or outside? Did anyone say anything to you about how Mr. Williams learned about the fall?
Yes.
Learned about the baby falling.
Well, at that point, Lieutenant English and Sergeant Webb had arrived.
Okay.
I had already called Chief Lewis and was advising him of the incident that they had a incident involving an infant baby.
Why would you call Chief Lewis?
Chief Lewis because he's the chief of GSW campus police.
So when you found out that this had happened or something had happened on the GSW campus, you called Chief Lewis?
Yes.
All right. You said English and Webb arrived. Who were that?
That's Lieutenant English and Sergeant Webb. They was the supervisors on duty at the time.
From the American Police Department.
Yes.
Now, were you wearing a body cam of any sort?
No, sir, I wasn't.
Okay. Why weren't you wearing a body cam when you were working it that day?
It's not common for me to wear it. For one, being in the ER, I don't want to run the camera due to any HIPAA violation.
You can't. You're not supposed to be recording stuff, but just generally in the ER, people coming and going, right?
Right.
Okay. And did you do a report of any sort yourself about these conversations?
No, sir, I didn't.
Did anyone describe for you a call or calls being made from Ms. Pogue to Mr. Williams after the baby had supposedly fallen?
Any calls between the two?
Right.
No, sir.
Okay. You don't recall anybody talking about who had called who?
No, sir.
Okay.
Oh, are you talking about with the condition of the baby or what had happened with the baby or?
Right. I'm talking about like after the baby supposedly had fallen, did anyone tell you about phone calls between the two of them?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
From whom did you learn anything about the phone calls?
From Mr. Williams.
Okay. And what did Mr. Williams tell you?
Mr. Williams stated that he left the campus to go to Walmart to get some diapers and to pick up some pizza. He advised just about the time that he got back on campus, he got a call from his girlfriend stating that something was wrong with the baby.
Got a call, something was wrong with the baby. And then it picked up from there what you described to us earlier. Is that right?
Yes.
Hold on 1 second, please. Nothing further this time.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, please court. Good morning, Lieutenant Allen. I'm T. Gamble. I represent Trinity Pogue. You doing okay today?
I'm good.
Good. I just have a few questions for you. You were on duty there at the ER, and that's a place that you're familiar with from having worked there for a while, correct?
Yes.
And in this particular case, you see a young man come in with a child in distress, so you obviously followed up and tried to find out what was going on, correct?
Yes.
Now, when he first came in with a child in distress, you described a scene where the child is very quickly handed off to be taken into the ER room, correct?
Correct.
And they began, I assume, to work on the child right then, right? Now, there was a nurse present at that time.
There were several.
Can you tell me, do you recall who was present?
I can't.
Was there any doctor present at that time?
I believe Dr. Buzzin.
Did he come in with the nurse?
I think he was already there. But
Okay. So you're watching that and you took Mr. Williams away because of the situation and wanting to talk to him, correct?
yes,
And the thing that he told you is the child he's the first person to tell you anything about what might have happened. He said the child had fallen, correct?
Yes.
Now, later on, he had told you about a telephone call from his girlfriend that had informed him the child something was wrong. He needed to come back, correct?
Yes.
That's the scene you described where he was in the parking lot or very near the dorm when he got called, correct?
he was somewhere in that area.
And she calls him, but he said at that time, he said that the only thing he told you about the telephone call, I think you had said that something is wrong with the baby.
Yes.
He did not tell you that she told him anything about what caused the harm to the baby then, did he?
Not at the time.
And then when he got there, he just simply told you the child had fallen, correct?
Yes.
And when he told you that at that time, Miss Pogue, who was misidentified as the baby mama, but was actually his girlfriend, was not present at the hospital yet, was she?
Not at that time.
So he couldn't have been talking to her there at the hospital about anything. He came right ahead and she arrived later, didn't she?
She did.
Now, this was a fairly serious matter, was it not?
It was.
And in your training, I suppose you've been taught that normally you would make a report to try to incident report to try to detail things when it's of serious nature that might involve criminal matters, correct?
Well, if I was on duty, I was on Phoebe Sumter. I was on duty at Phoebe Sumter, but not necessarily in my duty capacity with the APD. So in that sense, I wouldn't do a incident report. But if I was on duty, my actual duty with APD, yes.
So when you're working just security at Phoebe, your duty to make a report and all is not the same as when you're with the American Police Department. Is that
Right.
it? That's all the questions I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Any record?
No, sir, I don't think so.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Lamb?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're
Yes, sir.
so good. Ms. Lamb, you can call your next witness.
State calls Mathis Wright. Reverend Wright, just step towards that witness chair up there, the witness booth, and pause, please, and look back towards me.
Reverend Wright, if you'll receive the oath from Mr. Lamb,
Raise
please.
your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, have a seat, sir. What is your name?
Mathis Wright.
And it's Reverend Wright, is it?
Well, yes,
Mr. Wright, Reverend Wright.
Well, I am a Reverend.
Okay.
Reverend Wright.
And Reverend Wright, at a point in the past, you have also you served as a deputy coroner. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And when was that you were a deputy coroner?
Between January 1st of 2020 through December 31st of 2024.
And why did you leave that role as deputy coroner?
Because the coroner, the new coroner, that was an election, and the new coroner that won did not retain me as a deputy.
So there was, I mean, that's essentially a political position in a way, right? I mean, it's a political, the coroner is an elected position, and deputies are folks who are appointed by whoever the elected coroner is.
That's correct.
And they are free, aren't they, to choose whoever they choose to be their deputies if they have deputies even.
That's correct.
Okay. So who was the coroner that had appointed you as a deputy?
Mr. Clifford Walton.
Okay. And then when Coroner Walton went out of office at the end of December of 24, that's when you left office as well.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. In January of 2024, specifically January 14th of 2024, did you have occasion to address a matter involving the death of a young child by the name of Romeo or J.D. Angelus?
I did.
How did you first become involved in this?
I received a call from the hospital staff that I was needed at the emergency room at Phoebe Sumter in Americas.
When you went to the emergency, do you know what time you went to the emergency room? I'll ask it that way. Do you approximately what time you went?
I'm not really sure exactly what time it was that I actually arrived there, but I don't recall exactly what time.
Okay. In any event, did you go promptly or shortly after you received the call?
Yes, usually we are instructed to try to, from the time we get the call, to try to be at that destination between 30 minutes to an hour.
So you were there within an hour at least?
Yes, within an hour of the time I got the call.
When you went to the hospital, can you tell me what you did when you first got there? Who did you see? Who did you talk to?
Well, when I own hospitals, when I arrive, when it's a situation like that, when it's someone that have died and and a law enforcement agent is involved there because they were at the scene. If it's a death where they are not involved, then I speak to the hospital staff first. But if there's a law official there that's involved in the case, I speak to that officer that's in charge first.
And do you recall who you spoke with when you got there?
Yes, Officer Allen.
Did you get any preliminary information from Allen?
Yeah, that'd be the purpose, is to ask him what we got, what does he perceive that we have.
Did you subsequently talk to anyone else about what had happened?
I did. After I left Officer Allen, I got one of the nurses to show me which room the baby was in. I went in and took a preliminary look and examination of the baby just to see what kind of condition that I could see visually that was wrong with the child. And from that point, I went to the father.
Where was the father at at the hospital?
He was in one of the one of the side rooms there that they have outside of the ER. Or family room is what they call it.
Okay. Did you talk to the father there?
I did.
Did you talk to anyone else?
In that room, it was just the father and I think that it was the father and the aunt. And I didn't really talk to the aunt that much. The information I found out about her was she was the one that seen about the baby during the day on a regular occasion. I asked the father about what had happened.
Okay. And when you asked him about what had happened, what did he tell you had happened?
He said that he had arrived sometime the night before, that he had left to go get pizza, and when he left, the baby was doing fine. And when he returned, the baby was in distress, having problems breathing, and he didn't know what had occurred or happened. and that he had brought the baby out to the emergency room.
Did you talk to anyone else about what had happened?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
From there, I went to the other family room where the defendant was, and I talked with her. And in the room, her parents was with her, and I asked her about what had happened during the time, and she said that that the baby was eating potato chips, and that and the baby had became distressed and had fallen out of the chair that the baby was in.
Okay.
And then from the earlier conversation, okay, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
okay. So she said that the baby was in a chair eating chips.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the baby, you said, became distressed and fell. What did she tell you about the fall? And
Well,
what did she mean became distressed? What did she describe to you?
well, she really didn't actually describe it exactly what were the circumstances around it, and at that point I didn't really press her to give me any more details about the actual fall.
Okay. So when she told you the baby fell out of the chair, what did she say happened, or what did she do at that point once the baby fell?
Well, from the indications was that she really, from the way it was described, it happened really close together, or almost simultaneously. Like when that happened, the father came back almost at the same time. That may have occurred, that she didn't really have much time to actually do much.
So this happened, and then the father who'd gone for pizza or whatever came back sometime shortly after.
That's
the
correct.
fall. Okay. Did you prepare any notes or a report or a memorandum or anything describing what you did, what you observed, who you talked to, and so forth?
I did.
Okay. And as soon as I reach in here and pick up, I thought I had a clean copy over there with me, but I don't. I got to get one. Here it is, right here. Yes, there. I'm going to show you, Reverend Wright, 2 pages that I marked as State's Exhibit 40. Do you recognize those 2 pages that I'm handing to you?
Yes, sir, I do.
What are those?
The one that's in my left hand are my written notes that I did while I was right there at the scene. The one that's in my right hand is the face sheet that I got from the emergency room. And then I added some additional handwritten notes on this document that I have in my right hand after I got back to the office.
Okay. Now, with regard to these notes, let me ask you: do you recall what Julian Williams, the father, what he told you about how he learned of the fall, or how he learned what had happened?
The dad said that when he came in, that the baby was in distress, and that the girlfriend had told him that the child had been eating some chips.
Did he tell you how he learned that the child had fallen?
Yes, that the girlfriend had told him that the baby fell.
What he told you that she had told him, was that any different in any material way from what she told you had happened?
Yes, because if you look at my handwritten notes, it's like in 2 sections.
Okay, I'll hand it back up to you and let you, Your Honor, I'm gonna tender section 40, although I will say at this time that I don't believe that ultimately that it would go out with the jury under continuing witness, but I'm going to tender it so that the witness can refer to it as he's testifying.
Do you have any objection?
Under those conditions, Your Honor, no.
So it'll be tendered, but it will not, because it's it's a statement, it won't go out with the jury. Is that
I
correct?
think that's the rule, Your Honor.
All right, I just want to make sure y'all both agree with that.
Yes, sir.
So it'll be tendered into evidence, but this is a document that will not go out with the jury.
Okay, so yeah, I gave you notes. So what are you referring to now when you said that if you look at your notes, you could tell me?
In the first part, it starts out by saying history, like in the first paragraph. That's when I did the summary of what Officer Allen said, the father said, and what my initial statement with the girlfriend. And so
So the section that you have that says history, you said it's for based on what Alan said, what the father said, and what the girlfriend said.
correct.
It's sort of so it's kind of a combination, like
Right,
an
it's
overview
sort
of
a-
everybody.
Yes, a summary of what I had been told.
Okay, all right. And then you have, go on from there, you have some separate notes to what effect?
Correct. And based on what I had been told, I had a second time when it said girlfriend statement. And I had checked the baby and I had asked the hospital staff, and no one had seen any evidence of chips being eaten. I asked the EMS guy about did they find any chips at the scene, and they said no. So when I asked the girlfriend about there was no chips found with the child or in the child's mouth, then she gave me a different story that something to the fact that the child wasn't eating chips, but the child had fallen. And she also had said, because I put it right here, that that the child was not eating or drinking anything. So I went back to Alan and said that I got a conflicting statement about what happened.
Right? And did the girlfriend tell you that she was the one who had told Mr. Williams about the fall?
Correct.
Okay. So she told you that she had told him. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Did anyone indicate to you how long he may have been gone, or how long it was before he got back from the time of the fall, or anything to that effect?
Yes, it was said 5 to 10 minutes from the time he had left to go get pizza to the time that he had came back. And that was what, and the dad said, William said, 10 to 15 minutes that he was gone.
So one of them said that he was gone. Was gone for 5 or 10 minutes, or had been gone for 5 or 10 minutes when the
Right.
fall happened.
Yes. And that the fall had happened between that time.
Okay. So she said that he had been gone for 5 to 10 minutes when the fall occurred.
Correct.
Did you take any steps after receiving information from both of them and the officer and the folks at the hospital as well? Did you take any steps with regard to the disposition of the child's body?
Yes, our office took possession of the child's body. I notified the crime lab in Macon, Georgia, about and gave them a summary of what my report was. And if you notice on my handwritten notes, the cause of death at that time was unknown, because just visually looking, You could see the bruises and the swelling some on the body, but you couldn't really determine what was the cause of death. So we set up for an autopsy to be done, and then after that, that's when the cause of death was determined.
Is that customary for someone from the coroner's office to make that decision about whether or not an autopsy is performed and make those arrangements about an autopsy being performed?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Reverend Wright, good morning. I'm T. Gamble. I represent Trinity Pogue. Are you doing okay today?
Yes, sir, Mr. Gamble.
Thanks. I've got a few questions for you, Reverend Wright, concerning the autopsy, et cetera. Not the autopsy, but the coroner's report, I'm sorry. And you've already testified that you came and got a call because as your duties as the assistant coroner, if the coroner wasn't available, then you'd fill in for him, correct?
Well, not exactly in those words.
How did it work then?
The way it works is that we take a month or a week or a shift. Like my boss would say, I need you to work this week, so that we all would kind of have some off time, that we wouldn't be on call all the time. So this incident happened to occur on one of the weeks I was assigned to work.
Okay, I got you. You're on call like a police officer being called. You're filling in a particular position in time, and that was your time to be. If anything came in, you were the one to handle it.
Yes, sir.
And the purpose of coming as a coroner, you're the first one to come to try to make a determination about first if the individual is indeed dead, correct?
Correct.
And then, if possible, give a cause of death. Because I mean, sometimes it's a routine matter where you come that someone's an elderly person that died or whatnot, and you can make some evaluations based upon what you're told by the hospital staff or the family or something of that nature, correct?
That's correct.
And then when you have situations like this where it's a little more detailed, sometimes you still can make some determination, and other times you're not able to make that determination on your own, correct?
That's correct.
And this was one of those times where you couldn't tell yourself exactly what the cause was, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you did, though, still try to take in some information, determine what's going on, and you made, I guess you made a report of some sort. Is this the normal way you make coroner's reports?
Well, yes, it's my way of doing it. Someone else may do it a little different from the way that I would do it, but I normally start out with the history. They try to find out what has happened before the event occurred, and then do that. Then I will go and do like the follow-up, like it says, where I will take a statement and then I'll mark it statement. So each one will follow something similar to this, but they may, depending on the circumstance, I may change it somewhat, but basically it's what I have seen and determined at the scene.
But what I'm asking specifically, maybe a little bit more directly, the first page of your report is a Phoebe Sumter Medical Center face sheet that you've kind of written out some information about addresses and things like that, correct?
Yes.
And I mean, that's not a coroner's report sheet or stationery or anything that's on. It's actually from something you just grabbed from Phoebe Sumter and scribbled on, correct?
Well, no, we get this all the time. If we go to the hospital, we're going to ask for this, because sometimes the addresses are wrong, people names are wrong. And if you notice, I put different names, different addresses, because sometimes the people that's involved are not the people that we have to contact to get certain clearance on. In other words, like the girlfriend wasn't the mother, so I needed to find the mother. And if you notice, the notes on this sheet is to find out who the mother was and where she lived, what her phone number was.
Now, the second page of this document is a handwritten report, correct?
Correct.
Is that normally how you would do it, just a handwritten report on a notebook paper?
Yes, this is pretty much the standard that I would do, but like I said, it could change depending on the situation.
What is the exhibit number on this?
40.
Can we pull up, we've got to do another copy of that. Can you pull that up on the screen so I can ask questions about
Yes, sir.
that?
Let's take a brief recess so we can get that going.
Okay.
It's early and I have to have a comfort break. All right. So we're going to take about 5 or 10 minutes if anybody needs to step in to the restroom. That way they can go ahead and get the computer going before we get back. Sorry, brother. Good. Do you need to use the restroom?
Yes, sir. I can just use
Yes, sir. You can step right out there.
Okay, thank you.
Y'all ready? You ready? You can bring them on in. Yeah. All right, I saw a couple of y'all were about as eager for that break as I was. I want to make sure that you, and it's morning times, especially when you get a little gray in your hair, you need to get to the restroom. But I don't want you to sit there and be uncomfortable. If you need a break, you raise your hand. We'll take a break at any time you want to. Okay, Mr. Gamble.
Reverend Wright, I'm not going to ask you any questions really about this first thing that's shown on the screen, but that's the face sheet that we went over a minute ago, what we were talking about, the first sheet of your report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's the one that you just get some details about and make sure the phone numbers and if the people are wrongfully identified and stuff, you try to make corrections, et cetera, correct?
Correct.
If you could move to that second page, please. Of course, the second page now, that's more or less your coroner report concerning this particular event, correct?
Correct.
And you've been trained before you became the assistant coroner. You had to go to some classes and whatnot to be certified as coroner, didn't you?
Correct.
And they taught you a lot of things about what to do as a coroner, but one thing they taught you was to make a report that contained all important details, correct?
Correct.
So as much as possible, when you're taking down information, you want to make sure if it's something you feel like may have bearing on this situation, you'll try to put it in the written report, correct?
Correct.
And I understand you're not going to put every single detail of what time you left and when you were there and all that, but the major details are going to be in there, right?
Correct.
And I'm looking at this report on the first paragraph, and you have a heading that says history, if you see that at the first paragraph.
Correct.
And very quickly out there, it tells first that the girlfriend called dad and said child was acting funny. You see that?
Correct.
And then you said dad said child had fell face down. You see that?
Correct.
So that was important information to put in the report because at least the initial report from dad was the child fell face down, correct?
Correct.
And then you go on down and it says, I can't tell you exactly what this word is, so I'm not sure what you're saying. Oh, I think it says bruising face and head, correct?
Correct.
Was that what you observed?
That's what I observed.
Okay. And then it says mother said child was eating chips, correct?
Yep.
But no evidence of chip you put, correct?
Correct.
And then you talk about the child being dressed, et cetera, correct?
Correct.
Now, nowhere in that paragraph did you say anything about the mother telling you anything about how the child fell, correct?
Correct.
And I mean, that's an important detail, is it not?
Well, for my job, I am there not to determine who did what. I am there to determine what caused the death. And every little detail, like you said, I don't actually write it down like someone like taking what's being said today. When I'm asking questions, I will listen to what's being said, then I make notes. And my earlier testimony was, the first part is a summary of what I had been told. So in this paragraph here is a summary of what 3 people told me. And all I'm doing is getting information to give to the crime lab about what I've been told, what I see, and then that's it. It's not to determine whether she did it, he did it, or anyone did it. I just know that I got a dead child. This is what I'm told, and this is what I see.
But you would agree with me, things like a fall can help you determine what caused an injury, correct?
Well, once I knew it was a fall, like I say, I ain't trying to determine who did it or caused the fall. I'm just trying to determine at that point to tell the crime lab that the baby had a fall. We don't even discuss whether the mother did it or the daddy did it or who did it. I just have to let them know that a fall has occurred. So when they do the autopsy, that's what they start their investigation from.
So whether or not the fall about the mother being saying that's in the written report or not, you still claim that that Trinity told you that. How did you say? She said she claimed he fell out. The child fell out of the chair. But before that, you said the child was in distress and fell out of the chair. Correct?
Yep, that's what she said.
And that sounds like a child that's got something already going on and then slumps over and falls out of the chair. Correct?
Correct.
So what she's describing was not, a child fell out of the chair and then all of a sudden is having problems.
Objection, Your Honor, that's the question, is argument, not a question.
Well, I'll let him finish the question, but you can't ask me what she meant.
I withdraw the question.
Okay.
Now, going on down, you do note that you talked to the girlfriend and she told you, a lady you called girlfriend being Trinity, correct?
Correct.
And you say down in that part of it that she tells you that the child was not eating the night before and was not really eating that morning either, correct?
Correct.
And when someone says that their child is sitting eating chips and drinking, it could mean that they've got the food prepared for them to do that, but they weren't actually doing much eating, correct?
No, that's not what I was told. Because if you go back to my first paragraph, it's specific. I specifically wrote, mother said child was eating chips. And then if the information that I was retaining, I wouldn't have never probably went back to her a second time. And that's when I asked the question and said to her, but there was no evidence of chips.
Of course, the child had thrown up, had it not?
Well, I didn't go to the scene at the where the incident occurred. I only saw what I saw at the ER, and there was no sign of vomiting. And I did ask the EMS, was there any sign of anything they saw? And it was basically no.
So with your testimony, you saw no sign of vomiting from any place in any place that you looked at concerning this case, correct?
That's correct.
Not that you looked at all the places, but the places you were at the ER room, you did not see it, correct?
Correct.
You did not see it when you were talking to Mr. Williams, correct?
Correct, because he wasn't in the ER room with me.
You didn't see it any other way on the floor or anything, correct?
No.
Now, this report, if you could pull it on up where it moves up a little bit on the screen, please. That's good. No, back right there. When I'm looking at the report, it ends up by saying, but Wright was most noticeable, talking about of some bruising and whatnot.
Right.
Then you have ... there. That indicates to me that there's some more to this report. Is it?
No, that was just my ... that when I'm talking to the crime lab, I may have said something to them when they ask questions, because when you call them, they're going to ask you a series of questions as well. So in that ... was probably stuff that they were asking me when I was looking at the sheet reporting the death to answer some of the questions that they probably had.
Now, after you did your coroner's report, isn't it true that you were interviewed by WTVM television station?
I don't recall. And the reason is that I got interviewed a lot, but I don't recall this one per se.
Is there any possibility that you told them that looking at trauma, some of it appeared to be, I'm going to say, past history as well as new? Did you tell the TV station that?
I don't recall saying that because I had no evidence to say past, because I was only looking at what I saw there. When I did my own examination, I did look to see if I saw any old bruising. And that was while I had asked questions earlier about who seen about the child. And but I didn't see any bruising that looked that it was old. So they may have misquoted or misunderstood what I said, but I didn't see any old bruising.
So you don't believe you said that? You don't believe you said that?
No, I don't believe I said it.
That's all the question I have right now.
All right. Can you redirect?
No, sir.
All right.
No, thank you.
May Reverend Mathis be excused.
Yeah, I would ask, he's under my subpoena as well, that he remain, he may have to be recalled.
All right. If you, Reverend Mathis, if you'll remain in the witness room in case you're recalled, and don't discuss your testimony with anybody because you're under the rules of sequestration.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Lamb, you can call your next witness.
Your Honor, state calls Agent Samantha Fort.
All right, Agent Fort.
Swear the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Have a seat. Senator, will you check with Mom? Sorry, because I'd moved so much stuff around over here, and I was looking for some documents that I was waiting for somebody to bring me from across the street, but I will go without them for the moment. All right, what's your name?
Samantha Ford.
Where are you employed?
I'm a special agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation out of the Americas office here in Sumter County, Georgia,
And how long have you been employed by the GBI?
for 9 years.
As a special agent, what's your job in a general sense, in your generalized job duties?
Investigate crime, anything from theft all the way up to murder.
How does the GBI get involved in an investigation, at least typically?
Typically, we're a request agency, so chief of police, sheriff's office, district attorney's office, somebody like that requests us to help with a crime. In this particular case, I got requested by the Georgia Southwestern University campus police.
And when you were requested to become involved in this, when was that?
January 14th, 2024, approximately 2 p.m. in the afternoon.
As part of your investigation, did you at some point obtain information? Did you obtain information from various telephones, various cell phones?
Yes, I did.
And whose phones did you seize or obtain by request?
I obtained 2 separate phones from Julian Williams. I obtained a cellular phone from Trinity Pogue, and I also gained access and consent to get Paris Permore's phone.
So the phone that you seized from Trinity Pogue, or that you got from Trinity Pogue, how did you get it?
During the interview that I conducted with Ms. Pogue on the January 14th, we were discussing some videos during my interview that she was showing me in her phone. And at that point, I realized there was evidence in her phone, so I seized it.
And did you subsequently get a search warrant to permit you to, or permit the GBI to access the contents of the phone?
Yes, I did.
And after you got the search warrant for the phone, did someone in fact access the phone?
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay, how do you do that?
So we have a device, it's a digital extraction device. And what it does is essentially makes a copy of all the information in the phone at that time and just makes an entire copy of it. And it doesn't do anything to the device other than copying the information. And so it stores it in a unreadable format, basically. And then you have to create a reader report or like a PDF report or something to be able to access the information inside the phone, kind of make it easier for you to follow along and read and find information.
Did you, when you accessed the defendant's phone, Ms. Pogue's phone, were you able to extract any text messages or instant messages that had been sent between Ms. Pogue and Mr. Williams?
Yes, I was.
Speaking, is Trinity Pogue in the courtroom?
Yes, she is.
Okay, can you kind of identify for us where she is and which individual she is in the courtroom?
Yeah, she's sitting at the defense table. She's the middle female in the olive green shirt.
And you know her not only from result of this investigation, but I mean, you have met with her personally and questioned her or interviewed her, filled out an arrest report, went through that whole process, the arrest process, et cetera, with her. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. So, and this is the same person you got the phone from?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. All right. So when you access those messages from Ms. Pogue to Mr. Williams, one of those messages, well, let me ask you, I'll do it this way. What state's 41? What is that document?
These are messages that were pulled out of, I believe it was Instagram, possibly Facebook. There were a couple of similar social media accounts that had similar names, and off the top of my head, I can't remember exactly which one, but these are messages that are not text messages from cell phone number to cell phone number, but in another format on social media. But this is one from Trinity to Julian, or Jay.
All right.
On
what's the date and time of it?
December 17th, 2023, and it is, let's see. I'm looking at the time difference. The only reason I'm looking at the time difference is because it's in UTC time. May I explain that real quick?
Yeah, I was going to ask you to do that in a moment anyway, so that's fine. You can go ahead and do that now.
So UTC time is coordinated universal time. It is the time that is, it's whatever time it is at 0 degrees longitude, like the prime meridian, and it establishes a time for the entire world. And then like Eastern Standard Time would be -5 hours from that. So you would just subtract 5 off of what UTC time is to get the time, what it is right now. Like March to November, when the time changes, it would be -4, if that makes sense.
All right, so UTC time, why do these different reports, these various data sources, computers, phones, et cetera, why do they use UTC time? Do you know?
Well, it's a standard time because it's not, this device that we use, this program is not only here in Georgia, it's worldwide. So that's their standard to put it in UTC time, because crime doesn't only happen in Georgia, it happens everywhere, and phones change times and all of that. So it keeps it standardized, and then you can change it to whatever time zone you're in, just to make it easier for you.
Right, so you subtract some hours for Eastern Standard Time, you add some hours for time in Asia or other places.
That's correct.
Okay, all right. So you were trying to do the math and subtract 5 from that
Yes, sir.
timestamp?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me now what time that message was sent?
It looks to be around 11:24 p.m.
Okay.
So that would put it on the 10th, December the
And
10th.
December the 10th.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what does that message say?
You want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Jay, I don't know if I can do this anymore. This weekend was a struggle for me and I don't know what to do. I love you so much, but letting JD hit the wall and see the damage it did really hurt me. And it just lets me know that I don't have JD's best interest at heart. You should not be with a girl that doesn't love your son. I keep trying and trying, but nothing changes. Every time I see him, I cry. I cry because he looks like you, just like you. And a part of me wishes he wasn't yours. I cry because I realize that you and someone else share something so sweet, and that's love for him. I don't know what to do, but I hope you understand where I'm coming from. Like when you called the face expression you gave me. I cannot be around him anymore. I'm sorry. I don't know where that leaves us, but I know that you will never make a decision. I want a family of my own, Jay. Every time I see him, I just want to cry. Seeing him happy and how he is with you at your house and how he is with me, he hates me, Jay. He cries nonstop with me.
All right. Now, I want to ask you to look at a different. Exhibit. This is from the group me messages that also were extracted from her phone. And then this is to show you State's Exhibit 42. And I'd like for you to tell the jury if you can identify this, and if you need to see I pulled one sheet out of a packet. If you need to see the whole packet in order to identify it, I can address it. So. Did I tender 41, Your Honor? I thought I did. If I didn't, I would tender section 41.
Any objection to 41?
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted without objection.
Give me that packet. Do you know what that's from?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is that that you're holding?
These are some messages that I pulled out of Ms. Polk's phone when I extracted the data. So when we do investigations, I'm just a piece of the investigation. You heard from crime scene earlier. I had my supervisor who was out on scene helping me do some interviews. He had done some witness interviews for me and given me information from some of the other witnesses on the hall that there was a group me message that involved several of the other students that were on the same hall as Ms. Pogue. And I had pulled these messages out of the group me message between some of them.
But these were messages that were on Ms. Pogue's phone.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
That had been sent and in some instances received in the group me text group.
Yes,
right?
sir, that's correct.
Okay, all right. So the message that, I'm sorry, so the sheet that you're holding, State's Exhibit 42, is that true and accurate printout of what's included, or at least that portion of what's included in the phone?
Yes, it is.
Right. Tender states 42.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, submitted without objection.
There's a message on there. Let me think which one. It's the third one on that page. Okay. What's the date and time of that message?
December 10th, 2023. Let's see, that's midnight. Probably about 10:36 p.m. Well, so we back it up. So it's December 9th at about 10:36 p.m.
And that message is to a group of girls in the residence hall where she lives. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Based on my understanding of reading the entire thread.
Okay. And what does that message say?
This one says, y'all, I'm sorry if you hear this baby cry. He doesn't feel good. So everything he does, he cries about it. I promise I ain't killing him.
And that message was on December the 9th, which was the night before the message saying, I'm sorry for letting him hit the wall and doing the damage it did or whatever.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. When you were examining Ms. Pogue's phone or examining the data that was extracted from Ms. Pogue's phone, did you extract some data regarding some internet searches, web searches that were performed on the phone?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when were the web searches that you were looking at, were there any from January 14th, 2024?
Yes, sir. There were several.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what time were the web searches in question?
I don't remember at this moment without referring back to some things on exactly when they started, but in a general sense.
Well, if you need to look at your report or your notes, you can do so if you have those.
Yes, I do. So I remember there were some that while we were still at the hospital. So just kind of a recap, I got called about 2 a.m. I don't live here in Sumter County, so it takes me a little bit of time to get over here. We were at the hospital for quite a while, and then we moved from the hospital over to America's Police Department here in town. So there was some at the hospital, and then there was some.
What time were they?
I got some between 2:30 and 4, and then several more around 7 p.m.
Okay.
But there were also some. Yeah, there were several around 2:30 p.m.
Okay, 2:30 p.m. on January 14th. Okay, all right. What were the web searches? What were the search terms that or search phrases that Ms. Pogue typed into her phone during? We're talking at this moment about the 2:30 to 4 o'clock time frame. What were the messages that she typed in?
How do you get a brain bleed? And can a depressed skull fracture go unnoticed? And then there were also some searches on how to deactivate Facebook. And then there were a couple of other searches related to infant brain bleeds.
And those occurred when you say searches related to infant brain bleed, was infant brain bleed the search term?
I don't remember if that was exactly what it was, but I also noted that there were some that consisted of phrases, what causes infant brain damage and subarachnoid hemorrhages.
Right. And then you said there were some other web searches, Google searches that occurred later that same day?
Yes, sir. There were some when I know to her to be Trinity to be at the hospital, but there were some that I know that she was sitting at the police department waiting on me to be interviewed.
So the 2:30 to 4 o'clock messages, those were, or not messages, but searches, those were where was she when those were done?
She was at the hospital.
Okay. And then the messages or the searches at 7 p.m., where were those done?
At the America's Police Department.
Okay. And what terms did those searches include?
The ones around 7, they were searching for images and information about skull fractures.
Nothing further.
All right, cross-examination.
Agent Ford, you were the, I guess, for lack of a better term, you're the lead investigator for this particular case, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And so you would be the one in charge of trying to make sure that a thorough and correct investigation was done, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And of course, when you first got called in, you knew that there was a child that had some severe injuries that led to the death, correct?
That's correct.
And you were aware at that time that the last two people that you knew were in close proximity to the child would have been Trinity Pogue and the father, Julian Williams, correct?
That's correct.
So naturally, in an investigation, when you first start, the way you start off, most time I think, is the people most in close proximity that might be able to explain what happened or might even be possible suspects, correct?
Generally, yes, sir.
And in addition to those two people, as you got to doing your investigation, you were able to discover as well that although Julian Williams had the child was actually living with he and his sister, Ashante Burr, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And so you also knew that, and in the investigation, if you went a little further, you were able to determine that she really cared for the child more so than Mr. Williams, correct?
I don't really think that's correct, but I think that she did have some significant time caring for the child.
And they lived in Cockwood, Georgia, I believe, correct?
Yes, sir.
And but you did know that Mr. Williams, by interviewing him and whatnot, you were aware that Mr. Williams spent a great deal of time over at Georgia Southwestern spending the night with Trinity Pogue, correct?
That's correct.
And so each night he would be with Miss Pogue would be a night, for the most part, that he was not with the child, correct?
Well, I mean, yes, sir. If he was here, he couldn't be there. So I
Well,
can't
I
tell you.
understand sometimes he took the child with him and they spent the night, but that wasn't all that often, correct?
I mean, I just have what Dave told me. I don't know exact time frames. I know that there were several times when JD has accompanied Mr. Williams here.
Yes. But other than those times, the rest he was by himself, and that would mean that Miss Burr was left in charge, correct?
I can't tell you exactly where he was and who had him, but from what I've been told, she has been a primary caregiver, yes.
Now, and then in investigating, you began by you interviewed Mr. Williams and Miss Pogue, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And they were together when you first saw them at the hospital, correct?
I believe that's right.
I mean, I don't know if they were right side by side, but they were in the proximity of the hospital at the same time, correct?
Yes, sir, they were both at the hospital.
Now, when you interviewed them to begin with, did you put them in the same room and interview them then?
No, sir.
Why not?
That's not common practice for anybody to interview. When I interview people, I do my best not to interview them together, at least initially. So I try to get independent statements from people.
And be fair to state that the reason behind that is you want to hear what one person says and then the other and see if they match up.
Yes, sir, you want to get independent statements.
And if you put them in the room together, they tend to feed off each other and maybe you can't get a straight story, correct?
It's possible.
Depends on, I mean, sometimes they may be diametrically opposed and blame each other, but sometimes they may be together and conjure up a story together if you're asking with them there together, correct?
It's possible.
And would I be correct that GBI protocol basically would tell you that when you have that type of situation, you don't want both of them in the same room being interviewed, correct?
I wouldn't necessarily say GBI protocol. I think it's law enforcement in general. I mean, I want to do a thorough investigation. I want independent information, interview them separately.
And so that's what your training as a law enforcement officer has taught you, correct?
And common sense, sir.
And common sense. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Very good. So you interview Mr. Williams at first, correct? Not necessarily he was the first one interviewed, but you interviewed him. I'm not trying to get a timeline of which one first, but let me just go to your first interview with Mr. Williams, okay?
Okay.
Because I believe it, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you had more than one interview with Mr. Williams, correct?
That's correct.
And your first interview, you talked to Mr. Williams about what happened. At that time, he told you that Trinity had called him on the phone, and he gathered from the phone call that there was distress with the child of some sort. She could just hear JD or something of that nature. And he came back to the dorm room and immediately saw that the child had.
Restate your question. You're asking her what?
About what Mr. Williams said. He's already testified, and he's present to testify again, you know.
Whether he's testified or not, it doesn't make that out of court statement, not hearsay. I mean, if he wants to impeach Mr. Williams, there's a way of doing it. This isn't it.
Okay. Before we get into all the statements, I want to address that and something else with both of you. So I'm going to let the jury step into the jury. All right. Are you planning to ask her a series of questions about what the defendant told her in an interview?
Yes.
Okay.
About what the defendant told her or what?
I mean, what
Not the defendant.
the
Williams?
we're going to get to the defendant. That's why I wanted to go ahead and get the jury up. But about what Mr. Williams said. All right. So, I mean, that is a hearsay statement. There would have to be some sort of an exception because it is a statement made by someone other than on the witness stand if it's asserted for the truth of the matter. So, so what exception would you be operating under?
As my understanding, the witness is present to testify, Your Honor, then the witness can be called to testify. That's the reason the hearsay exception exists, because you can't cross-examine a hearsay statement. You have no way to dispute it. But in this case, he's available to be able to testify and has testified.
Okay, but I don't think that's one of the exceptions. Now, like an impeachment or an inconsistent statement, I know those would be exceptions. And there are exceptions for when the witness is available to testify and when the witness is not available to testify. These under the, Georgia got away from the, more or less has adopted the federal rules of evidence. So for any of these statements that you ask of what the defendant, not what the defendant, what Mr. Williams said, it has to be under one of those exceptions, if I'm not mistaken. One of which would be if you asked him a question and, said, did you say this? And he denied saying that, then I think it would be a prior inconsistent statement. But otherwise, I think you've got to find one of the other exceptions. Am I wrong about that?
In my opinion, yes, Your Honor, but if that's the ruling, I accept it. I'll move forward to something else.
Okay. Now, the other question I wanted to ask you, well, I do think, I'm going to just be clear, 801C of the evidence code, 24-801C, dealing with hearsay. Hearsay means a statement other than one made by the declarant while testifying at the trial or hearing, offered in evidence to prove the truth of the matter asserted. Doesn't matter whether he's here or not. And then there are a series of exceptions. I can't remember if that's 802 or 803 or what, but that deal with when the declarant is available. So it has to be under one of those exceptions if you ask her about any of the statements made by the witness, I think.
Under 24-803, Your Honor, those are the exceptions for when the availability of the declarant is immaterial.
Okay, and 801D is the one, a prior statement by a witness, if it's inconsistent, is admissible. Or impeachment. So I do think it has to be, under one of those exceptions if you're going to ask a series of questions about what he may have said. Now, we had this pretrial discussion about any statements that the defendant made to Officer Fort, and at this point, those statements have not been put into evidence. So, and I think the rule is unless she's going to testify, you can't ask her about those statements. Did you?
Yes.
I thought you were on that page, but I wanted to make sure before it came up in front of the jury. Okay. So I'm going to flip to 803. All right, and that is the following shall not be excluded by hearsay, even though the declarant is available as a witness, and then it has a series of those. So those are the ones that we would have to be operating on if you asked her about anything that this defendant said. Okay, well, let's bring back in. Wait, you need a. Hey, well, I guess wait just a second. All right, bring him in. All right, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you. Agent Ford, I'm going to ask you some about the interview. I'm not going to ask about particulars about what was said in the interview, but I do want to ask you about the interview. You interviewed Mr. Williams on more than one occasion, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you did that all in the same day, or was there one day you did an interview and then met with him at a later time as well?
I interviewed him on the 14th, and then I want to say it was still the 14th, but it was really late, like going into the 15th. So I can't, without looking at the exact time, I know it was later that evening and it possibly ended into the following day. And then I met with them I don't remember if it was a week or 10 days after the incident happened, I met with him again.
So he had three, it may have been the same day for two of the interviews and then another one on a different day for 3 times.
I believe that's correct. Yes, sir.
And of course, you talked to Ms. Trinity Pogue a few times as well, correct?
That's correct.
A couple of times that day at the hospital, and then there was another time a little later with her as well, right?
I mean, what do you mean by talk?
Well, interview. Maybe the last time it wasn't really an interview.
The first time wasn't an interview. Later at the police department, yes, sir, there was an interview. There was a second interview at the police department, and that was it.
Okay, so let me get a little bit of feel for the investigation. I know that once you had done interviews with both parties, you went through the dorm, and I believe, or you or some of your agents tried to talk with as many of the people that were at the dorm as you could to see any knowledge they might have, correct?
One of my supervisor was at the dorm, yes, sir, and Agent Gibson.
And some of those interviews occurred with one or the other of them?
Some people on the hall, yes, sir.
And in addition to that, as you already stated, you got the phones from both parties, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you talked to Ms. Pogue's roommate as well, Ms. Permont, correct?
I wasn't the initial interviewer, but I did do my own interview with her, yes, sir.
So you did your own interview, and there was someone else to talk to her as well, correct?
Yeah, it was a follow-up interview.
And of course, you had your medical examiner to give you some information about the injuries and that type of thing, correct?
Yes, sir. I attended the autopsy.
And of course, we've already had the crime scene specialist that's testified about going to the scene and trying to collect evidence, correct?
That's correct.
And of course, you heard him testify already, but there's no evidence that he collected from that scene that you consider to be particularly useful in trying to make a decision one way or another about this case, correct?
Define useful.
Well, is anything that he did introduce to try to prove or disprove who did this?
Well, he took some photographs, so we didn't actually have to introduce what he collected, but the receipt that shows he was at Walmart.
So you did get a little bit that kind of confirmed where he was at near the time, correct?
Well, based on what the medical examiner testified to and what he told me back then, he wasn't present.
And you did get some video of them coming in and out of the dorm area within that time period, correct?
Yes, sir. There was some video.
And you were aware from an investigation that the child came with Mr. Williams to the Americus area, but actually met Ms. Pogue in Albany the Saturday night before this occurred on Sunday, correct?
That's correct.
And initially, the meeting was somewhere in Albany at Chipotle, and then they went to a couple of places, and you actually got some video from that to be able to kind of prove that they did indeed go there to eat, correct?
That's correct.
So that part of what was told was true, correct?
It appears to be, yes, sir.
And then they came back to the place where Trinity lived at the Oaks around 10 o'clock, give or take a few minutes. And you know that because you had the video of them coming in for the night, correct?
That's correct.
And you also know that it was a little bit of time after that before anyone went to sleep. And at least there's been testimony that apparently Mr. Williams was the first person to go to sleep, correct?
I don't know exactly when everybody went to sleep, but at some period or another, he did go to sleep, yes.
And so the time window of when Miss Pogue was around the child at any time where you could consider it to be alone would have been after 10 o'clock on Saturday night until Sunday at 12 around 12 when the child was taken to the hospital, correct?
You're saying that she was only around him by herself between those hours?
Yes. Well, I mean, I understand Mr. Williams was there in the room, but he might have been asleep.
I mean, I wasn't present. Based on some statements that have been made to me, yes, she was with him at some point after 10 p.m. and had access and was around him all the way up until they left the dorm room 12:35-ish on Sunday p.m.
So yeah, 10 o'clock at night, that's 2 hours and 12, it's about 14 hours worth of time, give or take 30 minutes, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Now, you were investigating this particular incident at the time that you got there fairly quickly, I believe. You began to determine that you thought it involved some type of child abuse, correct?
The information provided to me was consistent with that, yes.
And so because of that, you needed to do an investigation to try to determine the who, what, where, and why involving that, correct?
Generally speaking, yes.
And in trying to make that determination, one thing that can be important in child abuse cases, a lot of times that child abuse kind of leads up to bad things happening at the end. But before that, there's a child that may be getting abused before an incident happens that leads to their death, correct?
I've seen it kind of both ways.
Right. I mean, it's not always that way. Sometimes it's a one-time thing, correct?
That's correct.
But you do know that sometimes there's a lead up, which means that you would want to try to check some background to see if that's possible, correct?
Sometimes, if special circumstances.
Well, this particular case, your own medical examiner and at least some of your doctor reports seem to indicate that they not believe all the injuries happened at the same exact time, correct?
I believe he said it's possible they occurred at different times.
I mean, he said some things, I believe, didn't he, that he thought could not have happened at the same time.
I mean, are you saying at the same event? Are you saying on the same day? I don't think I'm quite understanding what you mean.
Well, in questioning him, he had said some things he thought it could have happened only in an hour or so, that, only an hour window. And some he believed may have a window as much as 24 hours or 36 hours, that type thing, concerning certain injuries he saw. You recall that type of testimony?
I recall him saying they could have happened at the same time, but because you can't age bruises like that, it could have been more, but they also could have been at the same time.
Well, with those injuries, isn't it important to try to determine the history of that child to some extent, to be able to determine if the child was subject to any kind of abuse in the past?
I believe I did that, sir.
Well, I mean, you did determine, one, you got all the medical records for when the child had gone to the doctor, correct?
I did.
And those records, what did they tell you?
That he didn't have anything wrong with him. He had had some checkups, and I didn't see anything that alerted that he had anything wrong with him. But again, I'm not a medical doctor, so I can't make specific determinations about that.
You didn't see anything wrong with the fact he hadn't been to the doctor at all in almost a year?
I don't remember the time frame on that.
Your Honor, it's irrelevant, first of all, whether she observed, whether she knew that or not. And it's also irrelevant whether she thought it mattered.
It's not irrelevant, Your Honor. I'm entitled to a thorough and sifting cross-examination to determine whether or not this investigation was properly performed in Panama.
I'll allow that question.
Thank you. You did not think that was an important issue?
I'm not going to say it's not important, but based on the immediate injuries to the child and the severity of the injuries at the time, and based on what we know is the cause of death of the child, that didn't matter. That wasn't important.
Well, you interviewed both of those parties, but did you ever go to the home where the child lived?
No, I did not.
So if you sit here today, if I wanted you to, you don't even really know the physical structure of where that child was residing before this happened, correct?
That's correct.
And you have not interviewed anyone that is connected, let's say, to Mr. Williams as far as any of his friends, have you?
His friends, like,
Yes.
No, family, not friends.
You didn't, but I'll get fabulous say, but friends, you didn't try to find anybody you would consider close to him and interview them to determine if they knew anything about his relationship with the child, did you?
That's correct.
You didn't go to his job site and meet any people he worked with to ask them about it, did you?
No, I did not.
You did not ask any of the neighbors about what they may have observed around that household in the past, did you?
No, I didn't.
And the only other person, the family members you interviewed was Ashante Burr that sometimes keeps the child, correct?
Well, I mean, she's one of the primary caregivers, so she was crucial to interview. So yes, we interviewed.
She was crucial to interview. You asked her some about whether she was the caretaker for the child and that type of thing, correct?
Another agency, but yes.
You were trying to find out background about it, but other than interviewing Ms. Burr, you didn't determine, nobody tried to determine whether or not she was dating anybody, did you?
I'm sorry.
Ms. Burr?
Trying to
Yes.
determine if what?
She was dating anybody.
No, sir. Her relationship status was not of concern to this investigation.
Well, if she had a boyfriend or someone she was involved with that potentially could abuse a child, wouldn't that be important to know?
Objection. It's irrelevant. There's no evidence of prior abuse. And the cause of death in this case, the undisputed testimony by every physician in this case is that this child died as a result of an injury that he had incurred within an hour.
All right, what's your response to this?
That is not the entire testimony of any of those experts. Those experts went back as far as 48 hours with some of the injuries they said could be, and that leaves the time frame in which she could not have been the person responsible for. And if it turns out that there were injuries that occurred on a Friday or a Thursday, they could not have been her.
All right, I'm going to allow the questions. The jury will make a determination of what is or is not pertinent.
Thank you, Alan. You didn't, and you don't consider that to be important of what type person she might be dating as far as exposing the child.
No, sir.
Didn't feel like that was important to know.
Based on the videos and the pictures and the evidence that we have on January the 13th, 2024, the child didn't have any injuries. And then we go into the 14th, and all of a sudden he's got catastrophic injuries where he's dying, and he is taken to the hospital where he ultimately is deceased. Now, we've got videos of JD where he was fine the night before. So no, sir, I did not think that anything that happened with Ms. Burr's relationship status prior to the time when we know the injuries were sustained had anything to do with his death.
Now, when you did your first interview with Mr. Williams, you stated you did a second follow-up, correct?
Correct.
And then even a third one later on, right?
Yes, sir.
And there was a reason you did a follow-up was because you didn't believe that everything he was telling you exactly matched up with what you were investigating, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. The agent's subjective beliefs, one way or the other, or motives for conducting an interview are not relevant at all. I mean, whether she conducted an interview or, she can testify if she did or she didn't.
I think that question asked her to give a judgment on the truthfulness of another witness. I'm not going to allow that question.
Well, when you got the second interview and the third interview, in one of those interviews, when he came back, not the first one, but the follow-up ones, he came to be interviewed. He was with his sister had brought him to the interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he came in to be interviewed by you because you were trying to follow up and make sure that your investigation was proper and look at everything before making decisions, correct?
Generally speaking.
And so you bring him in, and in that interview, at some point, you begin to interview him, and you're not satisfied with exactly what he's saying. So you brought Miss Burr into the interview room and interviewed them together, didn't you?
I don't believe it was like that. Ms. Burr had a video on her phone that I knew of, and I brought her into the interview so that we could get the video and ask him if that was the video he was talking about. That's what I remember.
But you were asking questions about that video, times that it occurred, when it was downloaded, when it got sent, all that type of stuff, correct?
I did ask that, I believe, yes.
And that was with both of them present, correct?
We had already referenced it in prior interviews, though.
And there had been some discrepancies you were trying to hash through, correct?
Without listening to it again, if you pointed to something specific, I might could, but I don't recall that.
You will acknowledge that you're violating the rule you just told me about not having two people being interviewed at the same time, correct?
No, sir, that's not true at all.
Not true.
No, what you're saying about violating rules, I'd already gotten their independent statements. This was to follow up and get the video with them together. So that's not the same thing.
So is your testimony on the oath today that the only purpose that you had for those two meeting together was just so you could see that video?
Her purpose in conducting an interview is irrelevant.
I'll overrule that. I'll let her answer that question.
I can't give you exactly what I was thinking at that time 2 years ago, but anytime I have somebody to interview, I'm going to ask some follow-up questions, but I do remember specifically that video was important.
Now, you do acknowledge that the picture that we've shown earlier of the diaper that showed the diaper that Dr. Busman testified he believed had blood in it, that diaper was not available for the defense to be able to test anything from it, correct?
Correct.
And you would acknowledge that was a piece of evidence that was involved in at least and recovered from the area where the supposed crime scene occurred, correct?
I wouldn't necessarily call it evidence. It was in there with a lot of other trash. All the other trash wasn't evidence either. It's just a piece of the story.
Well, a piece of the story that if it could be tested, could have determined whether or not blood was in the fecal matter, correct?
I mean, I'm pretty sure we've established that you can do a test for it. However, there wasn't any blood in it.
But your expert technician testified he didn't believe there was any blood in it, correct?
And that's correct. I believe him.
Over Dr. Busman.
Yes, sir, I do. I've worked 9 years with Agent Gibson. We've worked numerous homicides together. He is trained by some of the best people. If he tells me there was no blood in the diaper, there was no blood in the diaper.
So no need to ever have a test for blood then, is it?
He is a bloodstain pattern analysis expert. He's looked at more blood than I can ever imagine to. If he knew there was blood in it or saw anything to be blood in it, he would have tested it. And he has a kit on him that he could do on scene if he saw blood.
I mean, he can just eyeball it. He doesn't need a test, right?
It appeared to be a dirty diaper that
It definitely
is
didn't appear
routine.
that. Isn't the truth of the matter is that you'd already made a rush to judgment on who was going to be responsible for this. So trying to keep the diaper didn't really matter because you'd already made a decision that Trinity was the one responsible. And there was no need to do an investigation any further.
That's untrue.
So that's not the reason why you didn't follow up over in Colquitt and try to find out anything about backgrounds or anything of that nature, correct?
I wouldn't say I didn't follow up and do anything on backgrounds. I did conduct some background information.
Did you run a criminal background check on Mr. Williams?
I did.
Is that part of the case file?
It is not. We don't typically always put criminal histories in there because not everybody who has access to it is certified under GCIC.
But criminal defendant is allowed to receive all of your investigatory file of any information that involves this case, correct? Correct.
If you want to go down this road, I think it's something that should be taken up outside the presence of the jury.
I would have a motion on that, John.
All right. Is that your last question?
Yes, for the moment,
I don't
John.
even know if
We'll get back to that. You have any redirect, Mr. Lane?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right. Well, we'll let the jury step out for just a second. I'll tell you what, wait right there. Chet, are you back? Chet, are you back? Where some of the jurors want to go downstairs, but I want a bailiff to go with them if they do. Okay. All right. So y'all can step in. We'll take a 15-minute recess. You can step down.
I'm just gonna put these exhibits right there. Is that?
Yeah. All right, what do either of you want to address about the criminal history of the defendant?
Now, I would address that I have a right to that criminal history. It's not been provided by the state. I moved for a mistrial. But all the information that is relative to this case has not been provided and has been denied the defendant, which she has a right to. And I don't know what it says, but Mr. Williams already testified. We did not have that provided to us. I could not use it for cross-examination or even determine. I don't know what it says, and I'm not directly blaming any particular person on it, but it's supposed to be provided to us. We are allowed to have it. We don't have it, and that's a Brady violation, Your Honor.
Well, I guess that depends on what's in it. If it's a Brady violation, right?
Well, I mean, I think that they're required, regardless of what it shows, to provide whether it's exculpatory or it's not. If it's great for the defense or it's great for the state is really sort of irrelevant. The part is whether or not it is part of the case file. Is it part of their investigation? Just like when they interview someone who says, I know nothing about the case, they still have to provide you with it.
What's your response, Mr. Plain?
Well, Judge, if we received it as part of a case file, then as far as I know, it was served. I'm not even sure that we have a copy of a criminal history on him. There's nothing in the statute that entitles him to a copy of the criminal history in a vacuum. I mean, of any particular person. What he's entitled to is the things that are listed in the discovery statute, which I haven't pulled up because this is not something we would normally deal with in the middle of a trial. I do know that if at any point, someone had said, hey, we don't have a copy of his criminal history, do you have one? I would have said either I don't have one or I do. If I have one, I'd give it to you. If I don't have one, I'd probably get one and for the purpose of providing it to him.
Okay.
And so it is not part of as far as I know, it's not part of my file. I don't think we have one. I don't think there's a.
She says she ran a criminal history. I don't know if that means it was printed out and put in the file or what. I guess you could ask her the questions to clarify that. You want to come back up?
Did you print one?
Just so we'll make a record of it. I don't. But I do wonder, was the criminal history ever requested by the defense?
Yeah, the criminal history was not requested. We were not aware it had been run. I mean, I realize we could have tried to make some kind of. I realize we maybe could try a motion to say that, but
It's been a while. But I thought you could. Since this has come up, but I thought you could ask for a criminal history on any witness of the state's witnesses. Am I dreaming that up, or is that in a?
There's a process that they can. I mean, if I have criminal histories on witnesses, then we provide them as part of discovery.
Okay.
There's a process by which they can a defense.
I thought there was a statute where it could
there is. There's a statute that provides for a defense lawyer's ability to obtain a copy of criminal history of witnesses, his witnesses, my witnesses, or any other. But that's not what. But that's not the process that's involved here.
All right. Was a criminal history printed out, ran? What did you mean by ran?
We, as agents, we don't actually run the criminal histories. We have to get a criminal intelligence analyst to run it. So they conducted a criminal history, and I do remember reading one, but it wasn't printed out. It wasn't like it was made a part of the case file as anything.
How did you read it?
They give it in a secure portal to us.
Because you read it on a computer.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Do y'all have any follow-up questions about that? Okay.
No, Your Honor.
All right. But it was not made part of the case file.
No, sir. It's standard to run criminal histories on people when we go interview them, like if we're going to go to a house or talk to somebody, safety purposes for the officer.
All right. Do you have any questions for her about that?
Well, I suppose I have a question, and that is that when there's a criminal history run, my understanding was, at least typically, I would get as part of a GBI report, I would get an exhibit, which says, provided intel information about this person or that person or whatever, and it would have attached whatever intel information was obtained. If there's no summary that says that, then does that mean you ever actually obtained the intel report? I mean,
sometimes we obtain intel just to locate somebody, or make sure that we get a driver's license photo to make sure somebody looks on their photo like they are a person and who they're pretending and portraying them to be.
When you request an intel report, isn't there typically a summary that says intel requested, and then whatever you receive from the intelligence agency or the intelligence department, whatever, that gets attached to that summary?
That's correct.
Okay. is there any summary in this case that says that there was an intel request?
No, there's not.
Okay. So if there's not a summary saying there's an intel request, are you even certain that you did an intel request in this case?
No, sir, I'm not.
Just kind of thinking that you probably would have, basically. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all. I don't have any further questions.
Any other questions?
Well, no, Your Honor, but trying to say that I didn't make a report, so therefore it doesn't have to be revealed, flies straight in the face of what statutorily they're required to provide to us. And,
All right.
and now him
I'm gonna
trying to rehabilitate is not effective.
Well, I'm gonna let her step back. I'll let y'all make any more. You can step that down. So you're making a motion for a mistrial because of you believe they accessed a criminal history report and you weren't provided.
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. What's your response to that?
I don't know that there is any. He asked her, did you run a criminal history? She says yes. Okay. But then once you start, questioning further, it's like, well, wait a minute, maybe I actually didn't. It's just sort of I might normally would, but when it's normally done, it gets attached to a summary. I mean, there's a summary saying I ran the criminal history or I requested an intel report, I guess is what it typically would say. And then whatever information came from intel would be attached to the summary and be provided. And so, when we get the reports, I mean, if there's no summary that says that, then there's, nothing that triggers us running a criminal history. And so I'm pretty certain that we've never seen one.
Right.
And that, and whether it is, in any event, before the court could even consider, I think before the court could consider any motion or anything related to this issue, there'd have to be some showing of whether there was prejudice, which means there'd have to be some showing that that a report did exist, that the report was in the hands at some point of the GBI or the state. It wasn't in the hands of the DA's office, but for these purposes, police agency is part of the state. And third, it would have to be established that the report in some way contained exculpatory or impeaching information. And those criteria have not been met.
All right. Well, I don't know that there was a report. There is testimony that she reviewed the report, but based upon what's before me, I'm not granting a mistrial. I guess that's something y'all can address, but the record's clear and y'all can address it post-trial if necessary. All right. We'll be in recess for another 10 minutes. I'll come back at 11:30. Do you anticipate other witnesses?
Right now, I do not, Your Honor. I mean, there's still one witness that I have started to call 3 times this morning and changed my mind each time. And I guess I ultimately will get to the point where I have to make a decision whether I'm going to call her or not. So, yes, sir.
All right. Well, if you did call that witness, would it be a lengthy witness? I'm just trying to plan
it would not.
Okay.
It would not.
So I think regardless of whether you call a witness or not, the next step for the jury is going to be a lunch break. Okay. An early lunch break.
So you're going to finish this?
Don't you think that would be
Yes, yeah, I don't have a whole lot. I've got a few more questions, but it won't be very long.
Oh, you had more questions. I thought you.
Well, it's fine if we pick it up after lunch if you want.
No, I want to finish this witness, but when we stopped, I asked you to finish your cross-examination. You said you did, and then I asked if there was any redirect.
I did. I apologize. There's a couple things. I did something I need to ask. Not about that, but something.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll do that when we get back to Ms. Agent Ford.
So we're going to